Ba-ba-ba. I don't know if I'm live yet. It says I'm live, but I don't know if I am, because I have it on my other monitor, and it doesn't say I'm live yet. I'm going to refresh it, but I'm also in the middle of playing FNAF. Now it's echoing. Okay, so I think I am live now. Hello, everyone. So, as you have read from the title of the stream, we are going to be playing the FNAF Game Boy Color port. And as you have read from the thumbnail of this stream, we're going to be beating Night 5. Now, unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond anyone's control, I need to play Night 1 through 4 again. So, I'm currently in the middle of Night 2. Ah, Bonnie! So, I beat Night 1 while I was waiting to start, and then I was beating Night 2, and I'm like, oh, do I start in the middle of Night 2? Do I try to beat it? I'm just gonna do it. We're just gonna do this. No intro this time. You guys do not get to hear aquatic ambience. We're just jumping right in. Who we got here? Who we got? We got Dalton, Gremlin, Mirror Fanboy, Paula, Epic. Someone with no username. I don't know how you don't have a username. That's very strange to me. But welcome, welcome, welcome. If you were not here last time, the last 2 times I streamed this technically, this is a Game Boy Color port of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 by CB Studios. I tried to beat it the other day on stream, and I kept having problems where I kept running out of power like way too soon. So the developer who's been watching these streams sent me an email with a couple like tips and tricks and also some information about how the game's programmed. So the original FNAF is tied to the frame rate. This one runs at hopefully a solid 60 frames per second. So they said that movement opportunities are every 3 seconds. So basically, instead of being tied to a frame rate, it's tied to a 1 second. And the animatronics have movement opportunities every 3 real-world seconds. With that said, they also stated that the game can... lag's not the right word, but so, like, when we drop the camera down, it's going to go black, right? So it's almost like during those transitions, the game isn't counting. The night is not progressing when you're doing things like that. Closing the doors can also slow down the frame rate. So it's not a one-to-one with the original FNAF. So he recommended just to play slower. They also told me that there was a possible minor miscalculation in the code that rounded down, because again, the original FNAF 1, things were programmed based on the frame rate. And so it's possible that things at the near, because they were, again, rounding to the second, that they were being rounded down, and thus the animatronics were being more aggressive in this version than they were in Five Nights at Freddy's 1. They were being more aggressive, and also the night lasts longer. So they fixed something in the programming real quick, and gave me an updated version, so that's why I have to start over. But yeah, so I mean, it's Five Nights at Freddy's 1. It doesn't take that long. We'll get to Night 5 in no time. And we're going to try to beat Night 5. And, dare I say, try to beat Night 6. Gremlin says, I want to eat this game. That's the first thing I see when I look over. Okay. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? What's going over there? Dalton, what are you saying? Dalton, Dalton, Dalton. This is not a T-Dread stream, okay? I'm not going to, like, ban you or anything, but I got to delete that, okay? This is PG. Game is rated PG for everyone. Stargazer's here. Hello. Someone's asking if we want to see their unreleased theory. I still don't... You don't have a username. I don't know how to say your username because you don't have one. So at least tell me how to address you, person who doesn't have a name. Gremlin says this game looks different, or am I stupid? It shouldn't look different. Oh, the creator also said, if you were here last time, sometimes Toto turned blue. And we don't know why. They said that was actually an Easter egg that we activated. I thought it was something to do with going to the kitchen and exiting out of the kitchen, like this. That is apparently not it. So there is some Easter egg you can do to trigger a Shadow Toto. Or maybe it's just like, you know, a 1 in every 100 times or something. So yeah, that was also an interesting piece of information. Mrs. Trapp, are we watching some VHS video today too? Probably not. Hopefully this will not be a 4-hour stream. And we'll just be able to beat this game and put it behind us. My name is Ian Streamberg. Okay. I don't know how you don't have a, I don't know how you don't have a username still. Andrew says, GiBi, I caught a live stream. Please tell me your opinion on The Last Jedi. No. Okay, Bonnie's in that hall. What do we have? 4 a.m. We got this. The first couple nights are never that hard. I adore this game visually. It does look tasty. It does look yummy. If you want to do more VHS FNAF stuff, I hope there's one that managed to match the Ennard vs. Fighter Jet. Yeah, if you guys were here last time, we watched some pretty amusing FNAF VHS tapes. I forgot. I'm so stupid. I invited a bunch of... Oops. I invited a bunch of other creators to join if they want to. I forgot to join the Discord VC. So other people might be popping in. Let's see. Pika Blue. Who else here is old enough to know what Pika Blue is? And I don't just mean you learned it from like a Did You Know Gaming thing. I mean you were actually alive in the 90s and you knew what a Pika Blue was. What are people talking about? Did you see T-Dread's Guts theory from yesterday's stream? So I watched the first half and I got filled in afterwards. So I don't necessarily want to, like, explain through the whole thing. Oh, no, ah! I don't want to, like, explain the whole thing. Where is he? Oh, he's already at the door. But my understanding is that T-Dread's Guts theory is that if you read the fourth closet, it says that William was putting his physical organs into the animatronics, and so the idea is that, like, kids' body parts are being moved between them. So, like, obviously in FNAF 1, there's the implication that people are being stuffed into the suits, and so their physical bodies are in them. So what if, like, Elizabeth is still actively in Baby, right? Because there's the sound effect in Sister Location called Guts, and it plays a weird sound when you go to Baby. So this is sort of building off of that theory. Again, I don't know really the fine details, but it's possible. What do we see? I never want to forget this, says Gremlin. I'll never not be weird. Someone says famous last words. I'm guessing that's in response to when I said the first few nights are never that hard in my Markiplier quote. GiBi, if there were one game in the series you would remove for lore simplification, what would it be? I think FNAF 4 has the best story in the series. Let's go! I think FNAF 4 is the best story in the series. However, lore-wise, it's by far the worst. Removing FNAF 4 from canon would do lore discussions a huge favor. However, that would also remove, like, literally the best story in all of FNAF, so I would not actually make that trade. Crash says, Guts theory is the kids are in the aggro crag. Sorry, I'm feeling nostalgic today. I don't know what that means. Michael canonically sounds like he's depressed, but I don't know if he is because of the scooping, but he sounds like it. He has no energy. Ennard got Ennard inside of him. Absol's here, says, glad I could finally make one. Aster says, the 6 a.m. clock sounds differently. I don't know if I'm tweaking. I mean, it played, like, typical, I don't know, clock music. I always think, like, now I'm thinking about it, it might literally be this. Whenever I hear, like, a big grandfather clock or a church bell, it always sounds like the song, you know, Is it I, Lord? Now imagine I sang that, but, like, with a good singing voice. You know, the Is It I, Lord song. Given that most, like, bells are usually in churches, it's possible that that's on purpose. So yeah, that's what this one sounded like. I don't know if that's what the original is. It sounds softer than last stream. You guys don't really need to... Not that you don't need to hear the game, but, like... Here, I'll turn it up a little bit. Because it's tied to... Oh, yeah, it is much quieter. It's tied to my PC's volume, as well as what I... That's probably too loud. I usually keep my PC at 60% volume. So that should be a little better. I don't know. But yeah, so volume should be good. Foxy at 12 a.m. already. This game is my gender. People are still saying it's yummy. Talking about Guts theory. It ties into why there are so many organ replacement stuff in the books. The brain in Nightmare and Dreadbear. Yes, Nightmare is translucent, so you can see the brain inside of him. And some other quotes from the movie and various games. That's true. Seeker asks, Absol, did you watch the stream? Confirmed Ennard is a communist. Yeah, Ennard is a communist. And he took down a fighter jet. Ian says, my unreleased theory is that you know how you think William is a reference to Nolan Bushnell. I personally think Henry is, but yes. Well, the creator of Choose Your Own Adventure books is a single father named Edward. Ooh, and that's almost kind of like Edwin, and he has a grandson named David. Interesting. Absol says, 2 things FNAF 1 can be, Game Boy Color and Redacted, those who know. I am not those who know. We're talking about the clock. Softer in tone, not volume. Oh, okay, you're talking about the differences between them. I guess that means I can turn it down a little bit. GiBi messed up the quote, he's so old. What did I mess up? I don't know what I did. GiBi, do you think Scott focused on voice acting really hard post-FNAF 4 because people struggled with FNAF 4's story? I think he focused on it because he had, like, a budget, right? He made the first 3 FNAF games at, like, 2 or 3 months each. And then with Sister Location, he took basically an entire year off. Although he was making the book and he was making FNAF World. Right, and with FNAF World, he was able to give the game a lot more dialogue, because it's an RPG, obviously, that's how they work. And with the book, he actually had real characters now to talk about. So I think it was natural that at that point, he would have to find a voice for William Afton. And if you're going to be hiring actors to do that kind of stuff, you might as well hire actors to do all the animatronics. GiBi, if you want to know, I'll message you on Discord, but I'll warn you it violates YouTube's terms of service. Sure, I guess I won't talk about it then. Jesus. Alright, so what is everyone doing? What is everyone doing this lovely Friday evening? I've had a very, very stressful day. If everything goes according to plan, I'll be releasing a new video tomorrow. And when that video comes out, you'll see why my last 2 weeks have been extremely stressful. So this is really more of a blowing off steam stream. But between finishing the final touches on that video and doing this, I also went to see a movie. Because that's my happy place. I like going to the cinema. So I saw a movie today. I finished a video. Very, very stressful. Went and saw a movie, and now I'm doing this. But what's everyone else up to? People are telling Absol not to send this to me. I assure you, whatever it is, I can handle it. What movie did I watch? I watched Is This Thing On, which is the new movie with Will Arnett and Laura Dern. It's directed by Bradley Cooper. If you've been to the movies recently, you've probably seen the trailer for it. It's the one where this guy is a stand-up comedian, and he's, like, telling all these sad stories about his divorce. And the trailer really does not tell you what, like, the movie is or what it feels like. It just shows him being sad, and the camera's really close to his face. And he's like, I got divorced. And then the crowd laughs, and he's like, I know I got divorced because I woke up in my apartment alone, and my kids weren't there. And then the crowd laughs again. So yeah, very, very funny movie. Very, very... It is dramatic. It is funny. It's a dark... Not like a dark comedy, but like, you know, again, the jokes are that this guy is basically using stand-up comedy as a form of therapy, and so he gets up there and he just tells these stories from his real life, and people laugh because they're primed to. So it's like, it's funny in that way. Someone says, is this a Hidden Chica minigame? No, this is a FNAF fan demake of FNAF 1 for the Game Boy Color. Also, last time I streamed, I said it was not available for the public. There's a demo that is available for the public, just not the full game yet. People saying that sounds dope. What TF thing was Kellen Goff in? I may have missed something. My mom used to tell me as a kid I had to be more careful or else someone would kidnap me and steal my organs. Maybe Scott says the same thing to his kids and then puts it in his game, lol. You guys want to know how I found out about Guts Theory? So obviously, I was not on T-Dread's stream last night, and I wasn't watching it. But I log into the FNAF Theorist Discord this morning, and everyone's talking about Charlie the Unicorn. And I'm like, why are you talking about Charlie the Unicorn? And they said, because we were talking about removing people's kidneys last night on stream. I'm like, okay. TF means Transformers, GiBi? See, I don't think you're telling the truth there. Oh, no, you are actually telling the truth. You're asking what Transformers thing was Kellen Goff in. That's so funny. No one uses TF to mean Transformers. It means the F word. And then Maury Mortimer sent me some stuff that they wrote about the theory afterwards. Oh gosh, 2 notifications from Absol on my second screen. I don't know if I want to look yet. He was in, so talking about Kellingoff, the voice of Funtime Freddy and, oh god, is Freddy moving? What the dang heck? Where is he? Where is he? Is he at the bathroom? I don't know where Freddy is. Kellingoff, the voice of Funtime Freddy and Glamrock Freddy and Toy Freddy in the movie. He was in the Transformers Cyberverse video game, but also played Optimus and Megatron at Universal Parks. I did not know that. That was very interesting. Don't open them, GiBi. No. I will look at them between nights. CrossCorp says, the quality is so fascinating. I agree. From an artistic standpoint, this game is That was... I don't like whatever just happened. That was scary. My screen went black. That was so weird. What the heck? Freddy shouldn't be this aggressive. It's night 3. What are you doing? No. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, Freddy's in the kitchen. Okay, I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Chica, chica, chica. It's hard when I don't have other people here in the call because I can't really read the chat while I'm locking in. So listen guys, if you guys want other people to join the stream, you gotta like it. Everyone right now, because this is how YouTube works, right? If all of you start chatting at once and all of you like the stream right now, it'll tell YouTube that the stream's really interesting. It'll boost it to more people. If you guys want some guest stars to hop in, you gotta all say 14. You gotta spam emojis in chat, and you gotta like the stream. Who do we got? We got 65 people here right now watching me stare at Chica lovingly through this window. Not anymore, she's gone. And only 20 of you have liked the stream? What are you doing? I'm talking about MatPat? I missed whatever you were saying about MatPat. Talking about Jeff the Killer. Talking about MatPat. Talking about the... If they did the OG Game Boy colors, then it does feel like you're playing it at Fazbear's Fright. Are you talking about, like, the... When you say the OG Game Boys' colors, not a Game Boy color, but an original Game Boy, where you could choose between black and white and the screen being tinted green. I believe that's what you're saying. Oh my god, Bonnie genuinely scares me, like in the real game. Hey YouTube, this stream is super interesting and awesome. Thank you, thank you. MatPat voiced a Transformers character in an officially licensed YouTube series. I didn't know that. Was that before he retired or more recently? Because I know that, oh, I got Shadow Toto again. Har, 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 har. Yeah, go har yourself. Where is he? There he is. There he is. It was super common back in the day to see YouTubers just doing random fan projects. Like, you'd be watching some, like, YouTube cartoon. And it'd be like, oh, I know that voice. That's Jack's Films. Oh, I know that voice. That's, like, Matthew Santaro. Oh, I know that voice. That's MatPat. So I don't know if this Transformers thing you're talking about is recent or from forever ago. Talk about, it was in 2018? That's neato. I hope I don't die. I hope I don't lose to Freddy and Foxy at the same time. Too bad you can't boop Toto. Yeah. Is this just normal FNAF in a different style? This is normal FNAF, but programmed for the Game Boy Color, so it has all the limitations that the Game Boy Color actually does. The developer says it should work on official Game Boy hardware, but it's not done yet. Does it run on an emulator? I am playing it on an emulator. I, in fact, do not have a Game Boy Color capture card. Let's go! I'm so good, guys. I had 1% power. That definitely bodes well for this next night. Do you spend most time editing or writing your videos? I'm a film major, so I'm used to editing. Writing is kind of awkward. Definitely editing. Writing is also much more fun. But yeah, a page of script is about 1 to 2 minutes of end footage. So I guess that makes it sound like writing takes longer. But the research and the writing phase is always shorter than I'd say, combined reading, editing, thumbnail, that kind of stuff takes much longer than the writing. If it's something like my Frights videos, Foxy's being so aggressive, oh my god. If it's something like the Frights videos, where before I even start writing I need to read an entire book, obviously we got Shadow Toto again. Obviously you have to take that into account. Oh my god, Freddy's already moving. But writing is so much easier. Hasbro made a show with Machinima, and they casted YouTubers for all of the characters. They eventually added more professional voice actors later. That's kind of what I assumed you guys were talking about when you were saying that MatPat was in a Transformers thing. So it's a Game Boy ROM that needs to play in an emulator, not an independent DXA filer or something? No, this is a Game Boy ROM that needs an emulator. I'm running it on a Game Boy Advance emulator right now. Horror, horror, horror. Oh god, Foxy, Foxy, no, 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 no. Oof. There he goes. Okay. Okay, so I should be able to, if I just focus on Freddy, I'll be able to stop. Oh my god! No way! No way! Foxy's already back in his other form. No way. So if you guys don't know, I'll explain how FNAF 1 works. So, Chica and Bonnie randomly have a chance to move closer or farther away from your office on a set path, but they'll never return to the stage. Foxy, if you're looking at any camera, the idea is that the red light on all of the cameras in the building turn on, and it's that red light that stalls him where he is. So, if you're looking at any camera, it will stop Foxy. The only reason you ever have to look at Foxy is to see what stage he's on. To check and see... I'm gonna lose. I'm so gonna lose. To check and see how close he is to come and get you. Freddy is currently in the kitchen. Freddy only stops if you're looking at the camera that he is on. So if you're looking at Freddy, you're also stalling Foxy. But you have to go and you have to check Foxy every once in a while to make sure he didn't come to get you. So the game really is, you look through the left door, make sure Bonnie's not there. You look through the right door, make sure Chica's not there. You stare at Freddy for a couple seconds. Horror, 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 horror. And then you repeat, and every once in a while you check Foxy to make sure he isn't coming to get you. Every 3 seconds, the animatronics have a chance to move. So you really only have to do everything every 3 seconds. Freddy will come to get you along the same set path every time. And every time as he moves closer to you, he will do his har 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 laugh. And he will never go back. So the closer he gets to you, the longer, the shorter you have. So right now he's in the kitchen. You can hear he's in the kitchen because it's playing that song. And so we need to keep checking that camera. I also want to check on Foxy because it's been so long. So yeah, the game is check Freddy for as long as you can. But if you're checking Freddy and the others come to the door, you have to close the doors. So you also have to take down the camera to check the doors. Also, every time you check Freddy, it costs power, so you can't actually check him for that long, and it just becomes a balance of doing these things and getting in the right rhythm. Okay, what was I saying? Mike Do is atrocious and ignores the fact that the logbook contradicts it. If you guys are talking about the newest game theory episode, which is what I'm assuming you're yapping about, you got to keep in mind, so the conceit of the newest game theory video, which is that there's 2 mics in the games, the same way that there is in the movie. No, Foxy, no! The conceit of the newest game theory video is, assuming the movie is meant to tell us lore, and there are 2 mics in the movie, what if there were 2 mics in the games? And is there evidence of that? So the entire thing is based on the concept, pulling on the thread of what if there were 2 mics. It's not Tom saying, there are 2 mics, and we know this because of the movie, here's how it works. It's Tom saying, could there possibly be 2 mics? And him saying, well, yeah, there could be, and if there, because of this, that, and that evidence. And if there were 2 mics, how would it change the story? And then he basically explains that the first 3 FNAF games would basically be Mike Schmidt, who is not Mike Afton, which would then sort of divide the original core games into 2 eras, one where you're playing as Joe Schmo Nobody, and then, 5 and 6 where you're playing as Michael Afton. So again, it was a thought experiment. It's something that a lot of FNAF theorists do, where they have an idea, pull on the thread to see where it goes, might not believe it's completely true, but then they publish their findings to ask the community for their, maybe additional ideas as to where it could go. So yeah, I very much disagree with the theory that Tom put forth, but I don't think it was a bad video or anything like that. It's impressive how well they've done this demake, but I kind of wonder how it would be if it had a different art style, more aligned with the actual Game Boy Advanced games. Me and Unwithered were talking last time. We would love if they did a Game Boy Advance port of FNAF 2, because we just don't think FNAF 2 would be possible on a Game Boy Color. So it would almost be funny if, like, each new FNAF game, they upped the console generation. So FNAF 2 would look more like a Game Boy Advance game, and then, like, FNAF 3 could be on the DS somehow. Scott didn't invent Mike Duo after people didn't get the Vanessa is the Mike Afton of the movie. Yeah, I also thought, Absol, that Vanessa in the movie is the Michael... Mike Schmidt, Mike Afton from the games is split into two characters, Mike Schmidt and Vanessa. The idea that we would then add a Michael Afton in the movie just makes it way too overcrowded and complicated. Someone's asking the best way to contact me. If you go to my YouTube page, you go to the About section, it will have my official work email. So you can send me anything there. Does not mean that I will necessarily answer, no, Foxy's gonna get me, no. No, I gotta pan over really slowly. Ah, no! I was doing so well, I think. Where can I find the demo to download? I don't know. I'm sure if you just search it. So, Five Nights at Freddy's Game Boy made by CB Studios. So if you just search CB Studio and FNAF Game Boy Color demake, I'm sure it'll pop up. I'd love to try a Game Boy Advance version, maybe someday, but the programming would be a bit out of my skill set currently. Okay, so now that you're here, Mr. Creator of this game, I am curious to hear your, like, story and how you got to programming games and, like, what made you decide on a Game Boy Color, what made you decide FNAF and the Game Boy Color were a good fit, and if you've done any other sort of, like, ROM hacking in the past. FNAF 4 would be on the DS Lite or DSi as if they were subsequential. I can read, guys, don't worry. Subsequential consoles. I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm gonna have a really nerdy nerd opinion here and say that iterations on hardware are not new consoles. So, like, the DS Lite and the DSi are not different consoles than the DS, but the 3DS is, because they have different cartridges. Absol says, I can look at the Discord message now. Sure. Oh, I have a bunch of messages. A bunch of people are messaging me. Oh, gosh. Oh, come on! Already with the Foxy! Already with the Foxy! That's what I get for answering Discord messages instead of, looking at the thing. Oh, another interesting question I would have for you, game developer. So, I know that a lot of the, all the jump scares in this are FMVs, right? Or they're video files, they're GIFs that play. Foxy running down the hallway, is that done, like, in real time in-engine, or is that also a video? I'm very fascinated in the way that this game is programmed. Where is Freddy? Freddy's still on stage. Alright, there being two mics is untrue. The DSi is not its own console. I agree. Based Gibson. The survival logbook, it just kills the idea. Yes, I also think that, so Tom in the Game Theory video does bring up the logbook to say that it was owned by Mike, but I personally think that the logbook also sort of disproves the idea of there being a different Mike Schmidt and a different Mike Afton, because the Mike in the logbook references things like exotic butters and, the cash basket, exotic butters, and there was something else, casual bongos. So that would have to be Mike Afton. Gotta lock in, GiBi, because I know, Maury, I know. Okay. KBLM Studio. My first game was actually on Game Boy Studio. And after watching the Tech Rules video dissecting FNAF's AI, I thought it would be fun to try remaking since I didn't own it at the time. That is fascinating. The original version of FNAF Game Boy was very poorly made, and after my last game jam, I decided to try finishing it. That is very, very cool. We definitely told you this the first time that we were playing the game, but the art in this is just an incredible, incredible translation of the FNAF 1 screens. Someone asks, are they showing the Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie at your theater? If so, you must see it. I don't know what that means. I don't listen to Nirvana. Fun Star Wars question. What is your favorite ship in the series as in vessel to travel through space? Lol. Oh, yes, ship is in spaceship, not relationship in Star Wars. Gosh. I know that, like, a lot of people probably say Millennium Falcon. I would not. As much as, like, if I were to go to the Millennium Falcon ride at Disney, I'd probably be like, oh my god, I'm on the Falcon. I don't really have that huge of an attachment to it. My favorite ships, period, were always the LAAT, which is the Rebel, the clone gunship from the prequels, as well as the Imperial shuttle, like the one from Return of the Jedi. Those are my two favorite ships. But I don't know if that's necessarily be, like, the most comfortable to travel through space in. I think, like, by like, the amount of time you spend in any ship, the Ghost from Rebels is probably the most, like, homey one, because you spend so long on that ship in the show. And so I might be like, oh, well, duh, it's got to be the Ghost, right? Absol says, speaking of Star Wars, we're getting Gremlin into it. Good. The Foxy Run animation is stored as a series of scene tile set and the game swaps them in real time. That is very cool. Maury says, every time you open the cameras, I try to comprehend what dark wizardry has worked to make a sprite of this look so peak. It is genuinely so peak. The regular jump scares store each frame both as a tile set and screen color data, then alternate between load each in vertically. Okay, so that's not like an FMV type thing. That's just fully in real time, frame by frame. That's very interesting. No, he's gonna get me. Oh god, I forgot that door was closed. 2 a.m., 40% power. It's not going well, fam. Absol says, I spent $20 on a Ghost playset. Ghost is the main ship in Star Wars Rebels, if you guys didn't get that. With all the action figures missing from a secondhand store because I like it so much, I'm not normally a collectible person, so that's high praise. The Ghost Lego set is quite cool. I have a couple Falcon Lego sets, but I think the Ghost is actually better than it. Oh gosh, oh my god, what's going on? Members? Pablo, thank you for the 10 memberships. I'm sure that all the people who just got gifted them are very happy. That's incredible. Thank you for doing that. I know that, so, okay, here's the thing, guys, right? Me reading almost all of your chats while I'm playing disincentivizes you guys from sending super chats because I'm probably going to see whatever you're writing anyway, and I'm aware of that. And the alternative, which would be that I play the game and intentionally don't read you guys hoping that you'll send me money, is kind of icky, and I don't think that I would do that. So yes, I very much appreciate anyone who super chats or does memberships anyway, because it's really, really helpful and supports the channel, and I greatly appreciate it. I gotta scroll through like all these messages to figure out what you guys are saying. Can you boop Freddy in the game? I'm fairly certain you cannot boop Freddy in the game, but the developer's in the chat, so maybe we can ask them if it's possible. No, Foxy, no. Why are you doing this to me, Foxy? No. Maybe they can tell us if it's possible, and if it is, maybe they can tell us how. If you play the real FNAF on console, I think it's like you're just staring at the office and you hit square or something. And that basically boops Freddy's nose. So maybe if you like hit the select button on the Game Boy Color, maybe that can be what boops Freddy's nose. Gremlin asks, there are 3 Ghost Lego sets, which one? The most recent Ghost plus Phantom one. I know there was one that came out like 10 years ago, which is larger, but I like the current one. Gremlin's now green. I don't know what that means. Oh my god, the goat is a builder? He's saying that I'm a Lego builder? Have you never seen the background of my of my set, my office, that I record my videos in? I got Lego sets all over the place. Lego was my COVID coping mechanism, and it has since taken over and ruined my life. Oh my god, I keep missing stuff. Another 5 from Pablo? Oh god. Is Chica in the office, or is Bonnie in the office? Is that what that breathing means? Well, we lost. We lost. Bonnie's breathing on us. Oh well, it's over. It's over, guys. Why do y'all FNAF tubers stream so late? I have to wake up early tomorrow, you know. I'm streaming right now because I'm done with my other work for the day. Hopefully I'm going to be... If I just talk over Bonnie, who won't stop moaning in my left ear, I'm going to try to stream a lot more, just in general. But I definitely have to do things like getting my videos done first. So that's why I'm going to be streaming later at night. Okay, yeah, Foxy got me. I was screwed there anyway. Absol says, I bought the TIE Bomber Lego because it had Ray Sloan in it for some reason. I also got that one. Yeah, every... I mean, again, I love Lego. But because I'm so into Lego and also into the major franchises that Lego covers, like Marvel, Star Wars, and Harry Potter, because I'm into those, I feel like I have a good sense of sort of what sets will become valuable over time. And so, because, as you said, Ray Sloan is in that TIE Bomber set, it's probably the only time we're going to get a Ray Sloan minifigure. And so that TIE Bomber set is probably an interesting investment, because it's going to be the only time we can get a Ray Sloan. But Ray Sloan is such a minor, obscure character. I guarantee nobody besides us in this chat right now, Absol, knows who Ray Sloan is, which makes me think it actually won't be super valuable. So it's kind of like you got to know the market for Lego, and you also got to know, like, Star Wars fans, right? Is anyone really going to obsess over a Ray Sloan minifigure? I didn't think so. Star Wars, your favorite franchises. What else are you passionate about other than Five Nights at Freddy's? I think by default, I got to say Star Wars is my favorite. I think Star Wars and Zelda might be equally as important to me as far as, like, childhood things that has shaped who I am and that I sort of, like, look to for philosophy and that I feel nostalgia over and that I think are, like, the pinnacle of art. So, yeah, Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda are definitely up there. The problem is there's a lot of Star Wars media that's not good. There's also just because there's so much Star Wars media, there's a lot that I haven't experienced. Like, most of the EU, I didn't read. And then when when the canon reset in, like, 2013, and they started publishing new books and having new shows and new comic books, in the beginning I tried to read absolutely everything, and then that just became impossible. So I sort of dream of this day when I'll have enough time to sit down and read every comic and probably listen to the audiobooks of all the books and just, like, consume all of the canon. But it really is just, both price-wise, if you're actually buying the books and the comics, and time-wise, if you're trying to do everything, it's just not possible. Which I think is very sad. Pablo gave 5 more memberships. The GOAT. That's actually incredible. Thank you very much. Pablo is hooking the fam up, lol. Oh, wait, did Pablo get one of his own members? He did! That's quite funny. Pablo W. Pablo is goated. Okay, Foxy, close the door. Foxy is so aggressive. Here he comes. Here comes dat boy. Stepdad didn't like the cake I bought for his birthday. I'm sorry to hear that, Pablo. Who do you guys think is older in the games? Michael Afton or Mike Schmidt? I don't know what you mean by that. Alright, also, Absol, I have now read your DM. Everyone's like, you can't say that to GiBi. It's not... No, it's not that, it's not that deep, guys. No! There's a cheat code to skip nights, but I won't spoil that yet. If I had to, if I was still on night 1... Oh my gosh, Foxy. Where is he? If I was still on night 1, I might ask for that just so I could get back to night 5. But honestly, doing night 4 right now is probably a good practice for when I eventually get back there. Being a LEGO DC fan right now is rough. Yeah, I know Ashen Flash, who's a big LEGO YouTuber, prefers the DC stuff. But the old joke is that there is no such thing as LEGO DC. There's only LEGO Batman and Friends, which is wild. Because Batman really is a, like a popular LEGO character, and he's a big part of their branding. But they just don't do other DC sets, and it's crazy. Have you watched It, Welcome to Derry? I have not watched It, Welcome to Derry. I definitely mean to at some point, and I hear it's quite good. But I've not gotten around to it. I have not finished Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen yet. And now that Season 3 is out, I really need to catch up on that. And, I have not watched any of the new season of Fallout yet, so I have a lot of stuff I need to watch first. Where is Frankie? There he is, still on stage. I'm getting really lucky with Freddy this round. But kind of unlucky with Chica and Bonnie. She won't leave! No! Absol says people have to care about Ray Sloan first. I care. My attachment to Ray Sloan, the Star Wars character, is that she was in New Dawn, which was the first Disney-era Star Wars book. It was a prequel to Star Wars Rebels. And then she shows up in the Aftermath trilogy. So, like, A New Dawn is, like, a sort of child-friendly book that's a prequel to Star Wars Rebels. And the Aftermath trilogy is, like, the adult replacement to the Thrawn trilogy, explaining what happens between Star Wars 6 and 7. Haha, 6, 7. But having the same character pop up in both of these stories really showed me, like, oh, they are paying attention to this cohesive universe. I can learn Ray Sloan's backstory in A New Dawn, and then when I read the Aftermath trilogy, she's there, and that knowledge matters. Reading the Star Wars Rebels prequel book explained to me the lore I needed to know to follow the Aftermath trilogy, and so that really gave me a lot of hope about the interconnectedness of the Disney-era Star Wars, and that was immediately dashed by realizing there was no way I could possibly consume everything, and also The Force Awakens being a bad movie. Alright, what do we got? Pressing up while looking at the poster should boop the nose. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Yes! Let's go! I love that. Thank you. That has rejuvenated me. I think I'm still going to lose based on having 20% power at 3 a.m. Okay, I'm getting really good luck on Freddy tonight, but just not the other things. How do you think about the smart brick? I think okay, so sometimes I forget I need to, like, explain things. So LEGO just announced a smart brick. It's something that will come in select sets and have compatibility with different minifigures in different sets, and it gives you a wireless charging pad, and it's going to make the sets cost a lot more, which is exactly what LEGO needs now, right, guys? But the idea is that it can play music and light up and do other things based on what set it's placed in. And this is a terrible idea that nobody asked for. I think it's going to ruin a lot of concepts. So LEGO does have light bricks that they put in certain sets. Like there's a brick that lights up in one of the Indiana Jones sets that, like, sort of makes it's like a statue makes its eyes glow. And that's really cool and interesting. And then there was a sorting hat LEGO Harry Potter set where when you press it, it sorts you into a house, and it plays the voice clip of the actor who played the sorting hat actually saying, like, your house. And so LEGO have been doing sound and light bricks for a really long time. And the idea that instead of doing those specialized lights and sounds for given sets, they're just going to have one smart brick that's in everything, I think is overkill. So they've said that it was impossible to get actual sound clips onto the smart brick because of how much data it can store. So instead it's fully synthesized and it's just based on programming. So, for example, when you swoosh your TIE fighter around, instead of it playing the sound of a TIE fighter swooshing by you like from the movie, it just creates an approximation of that based on the sound chip that's on the Lego brick, which is not very good. And so nothing sounds correct. Lightsabers don't sound correct. The Cantina Band song doesn't sound correct, because it's not an actual clip from the movie, it's a synthesizer trying to mimic the sound. So if the whole point of this brick is that you put it in your Star Wars set so that your toy will make noise, but it's making the wrong noise, and you're selling a Lego set, which is already an extremely expensive product that a lot of families already can't afford. I'm just going to sit here and die, because it's 4 a.m. I already lost. We're going to honk the nose a couple times. To make Lego more expensive is insane. So I really hate the concept of the smart brick. Absol, looking into buying Thrawn Mini secondhand. Interesting. So the Thrawn's only ever been in a couple sets. But for like 10 years, the only set he was in was the Phantom from Rebels. And I actually happened to pick that up from I think it was a Kmart, back when I was in college. And so I just happened to have this very expensive figure. Giovanni, I love Zelda so much. Oh yeah, I love Zelda so much. Literally the best thing ever. Thin Red Paste, I'm sorry that I'm so far behind on stuff, but Thin Red Paste says, did you see the stuff from T-Dreads finding out about the metaphorical stuff in FNAF was literal and way more gruesome than previously thought? I know their theory. Knowing their theory does not mean I am sold on their theory. Stargazer says, we know that Ocarina of Time is your favorite Zelda game. What is your second favorite? Hard question. When you're talking about things that are masterpiece works of art, like most of the Zelda games, it's really hard to sort of give them like a numerical value or rank them like that. I think there's a good argument that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are like two of the best video games ever made, because Ocarina is just straight up the best execution of an adventure-style game that there's ever been. When you get to later titles, and it's so hard because like I don't know what people's knowledge going into conversations like this is, but when people say adventure game, what they're typically talking about are things like point-and-click adventures back in the day, so like King's Quest on the PC, which are side-scrolling point-and-click adventures where you have to like solve riddles and use your inventory to do puzzles, right? Like you get the ice rod, and you have to use the ice rod and put it in the keyhole, and then light a match under it so the ice rod melts into the shape of the key to open the door. Right, they're called item inventory puzzles. And typically you go on an adventure, and some of them have combat or sneaking around, or they might have D&D style stats. So those are called adventure games. And the earlier Zelda games, like the first three, were definitely much more like fighting combat focused or exploratory focused in the case of the first one. But Ocarina of Time was this phenomenal execution of that sort of item inventory puzzle plus dungeon crawling plus action combat, because you did have a sword and you had weapons and stuff, in a game, and it was a very early 3D game. Like the Hyrule Field in Ocarina of Time was one of the biggest, hub worlds in video games at the time, because it was in 1998 and just no other game had really done it yet. When GTA 3 was coming out, people were like, this is what I imagined when I played Ocarina for the first time, and I realized that you could actually exist in a full video game world. Like what Ocarina of Time's Hyrule Field did for the concept of the outdoors, GTA 3 then did for the concept of a city. So Ocarina it was firing on all cylinders, accomplishing all these things and mixing all these genres together in just an amazing way. And not only was it perfect, but it was the first thing to do these things. So it was like right out the gate, it did all these incredible things, and it did them well, which is also sort of why A New Hope is like my favorite Star Wars movie, because right out the gate, it did all these interesting things, and it also did them well. And so it's just this flawless execution of this amazing concept. I often say that the best video game ever made is Super Metroid, and that's because Super Metroid is absolutely flawless. I think it is legitimately the only flawless video game that's ever been made, but its scope of what it's trying to do is very small. It's sort of like Super Metroid is only trying to be Super Metroid. And that's all it has to be, and that's great. And again, flawless, 10 out of 10, great. But it's also, it's only Super Metroid. Whereas Ocarina is, I think, this perfect balance of it's trying to do something grand and pulls it off in a perfect way. The comparison I always go to is like, how would you answer the question of what's a better video game, Skyrim or Super Metroid? It's like, well, Super Metroid is perfect, but Skyrim is so advanced and has so much to it that to compare them is quite silly. And so I think that Ocarina is sort of the perfect mix of these, where it's doing something grand, but it's also really good at the thing it's doing. And so later entries, like your Twilight Princesses, your Skyward Swords, they're sort of doing what Ocarina was doing, but they add on a couple more things, and I think at the expense of other things. Like, people often talk about how much they love Twilight Princess's combat, and Twilight Princess's combat is more advanced than Ocarina's, but I think it sacrifices the exploration of the open world, and I think it sacrifices the quality of the dungeons in order to have a bigger focus on combat. And then you could say for Skyward Sword, it would be the exact same argument, but instead of combat, it would be like motion controls. Where the focus on having everything be motion control and using your sword and the Wiimote to solve puzzles with motion sort of gets in the way of the other aspects of Zelda that people really like. So you could say that the execution of things like Twilight Princess's focus on combat or Skyward Sword's focus on motion controls are really good, because I do think that both of them are really good at what they're trying to do. I just think that what they're trying to do is not as impressive or well-balanced as Ocarina was trying to do. Both Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword also focus on their story more than Ocarina's. And so, because of this, you have characters and like real characters who go through arcs, and you feel sad about them when they do things. And because these are video games that don't have voice actors, it's sort of hard to get attached to them. And they also actually both create like plot holes and things like that. So once the story gets to the point where there's plot holes and you can delve deep into them, you can see the flaws that are present in the story they're trying to tell. Ocarina has a story, and it's a great story, but it kind of has a story the way that a fairy tale is a story. Like, there are characters you get attached to, but because their characterization is so minor, part of the things you get attached to them for are their designs, right? Princess Ruto, there's very little to her story, but because there's so little to her story, you really focus on her design and how, like, strange it is that she has, like, 4 eyes, and also the fact that when you meet her as a kid, her characterization is basically being a little bratty and a little brash, and also the fact that she is, like, in love with Link, and she's like, oh, we're gonna get married someday. And then when you meet her again as an adult, and you see how more poised and calm and collected and regal she is, you sort of can contrast these two things, and even though... Wait, is Foxy still going to come? I forgot my door was down. Even though she only has a couple of lines throughout the entire game, because she only has a couple lines throughout the entire game, you're able to easierly... Bonnie is still there even after Foxy came? Are you kidding me? I don't even know if that's possible in the original FNAF. I don't know if that's possible, but that was annoying. He's already on stage 3. I'm losing this, guys. I'm losing this. But because there's so little of Princess Ruto in the game, what little there is, they use really well, and so it makes her character more compelling because you can sort of grow an attachment to her based on her limited appearances. Whereas in later games, the more complex they get, the more they give characters motivations and things that, like, you learn about them. Bonnie's gone, ah! It takes away that level of, intimacy that you have, and so it allows you to sort of poke holes in the story in a way that really wasn't present earlier. So it's sort of like on the spectrum of a video game not having a story and a video game having a complex story. Again, I think Ocarina strikes a really good balance. But you asked my second favorite game. So I think that one of the things that makes Majora so good is that it's not trying to do what Ocarina was doing, whereas Ocarina is sort of this, like, this perfect balance of all of these types of game... all these different attributes that a game can be, and I think it's literally the perfect balance. Majora was trying to do things that had literally never been done before, and that unfortunately have not been done since. I think a modern-day attempt at something like Majora's Mask would be amazing. But because it was doing incredibly interesting, complicated things with its 3-day cycle, and the way that each person in the game had their own schedule that you could follow, and how, based on what you did or didn't do and people you interacted with, changed the schedules of other characters. As well as the time and the dark story. And the complicated way that the dungeons works and the side quests and how they all interacted with the world and with the other characters. It's not... Again, it's on the flawless to interesting spectrum. It leans more in the interesting direction than it does in the flawless section. I think the Majora's Mask is a very flawed game. I'm going to lose again. It's a very flawed game, but it makes up for that by being even more interesting. But because Majora, I think, is so different than the formula that Ocarina, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword have, I think it's a very solid second place, and then I think that Wind Waker is a slightly not as good Ocarina, and so I think there's an argument that all 3 of those games are masterpieces, but I would sort of give Ocarina and Majora, like, those are 10 out of 10s, and Wind Waker is like a 9 out of 10. I actually think Star Wars is a great comparison, where I think New Hope is this perfect mixture of complicated and quality, whereas Empire Strikes Back is a lot more flawed, but also a lot more interesting. I don't care that you're gonna kill me, Bonnie. I was already out of power. You're definitely not gonna kill me before Freddy kills me, so you can keep moaning like that. I don't care. Okay, maybe you're gonna trigger Absol and Gremlin and whoever, but I really don't care about you moaning in my ear. Okay, next question, because I went on that for quite a while. Have you read the Thrawn series? No, I've not read the original Thrawn trilogy. I did read some of the newer ones. How do you pronounce AT-AT, walkers, or AT-AT? 100% AT-AT. Oh no, Freddy got me. Guys, I beat Night 4 the other day. I'm doing worse. Maybe I gotta lock in. Do you truly think that Chica's secret party is solvable? Yes, I do, based on what DJ Sturf said. Oh gosh, oh gosh. It skipped ahead. I need to go all the way back up. Oh my god, I'm so behind. It skipped ahead. I can't go. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. I'm going to lose a lot of power hearing this. Here. The Dr. Afro comics go so hard. I have not read those, but I did read the Vader comments up to the point where they started. GiBi, would you like the next 3D game to be Breath of the Wild style, or harken back to the older style of gameplay like Ocarina or Twilight Princess? I despise Breath of the Wild. I think it's an awful video game. I think it's basically a tech demo that's been designed and sold like a video game. I think it is awful. I think it is a 4 out of 10 at best. Breath of the Wild, bad game. Tears of the Kingdom's a little better. I think it is a poor man's, and I hate to say it this way, it is a poor man's Assassin's Creed. I think that the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom games are bad, and I hope we never get any games like them again from Nintendo. It annoys me when people use the fourth closet to connect to stuff like I will put you back together. The problem with using the Silver Eyes like that, in my opinion, is that in the Silver Eyes, we have William saying happiest day in reference to the day that he killed the kids and they possessed their suits. And so I think that if you apply that to the games, it's nonsense. And so I think applying a lot of other stuff to the games is also nonsense. I don't know why. There's an image error thing that keeps popping up on the screen for you guys. That is not in... That's not... Like, I do not see that on my game, but it's showing up on the stream. I don't know what that is. Would you eat Yoda if he was cooked and served to you? I'm vegetarian, so I guess I would not eat Yoda. Have you played KOTOR? I answered this the other day. I've played KOTOR 2, but I did not beat it, but I've not played KOTOR 1. GiBi, what are your thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom? I answered that. I do like Tears of the Kingdom. It's just not a Zelda game to me. Lego Batman is peak. I don't know if you're talking about the video games or actual Lego sets, but there is a new video game coming out soon. Your power is so low at 2 a.m. That's because I'm bad at the game. GiBi, did you watch T-Dreads? Again, I've watched the first half. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Welcome to Derry is boring. I fell asleep. Who do you think is older, William Afton or Pingus? I'm going to go William Afton because, as everyone knows, he was born in the 30s. Duh. Same old Sloane. Quite funny. I need to start Fallout Season 2. I loved Fallout New Vegas. I also love Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is a very, very interesting game. It kind of hits that Majora's Mask thing for me, where it's very interesting, even if very flawed. It's very in line with Majora's Mask as far as the way that you interact with the world and the characters. If you guys don't know, if you've played things like Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4, it's this big world with all these characters and these NPCs, and you get these quests and you can go on these big adventures. But if there's ever an important character, like the what are they called? Thralls? Jarls? What are they called in Skyrim? Jarls? In those games, there's a lot of important characters to the story, where if you kill them, then it says that they went unconscious. In Fallout New Vegas, there's no such thing as a character who's important to the story. You can kill absolutely everyone, and if it ruins, like, the story in the game, that's fine. New Vegas is this perfect mixture of a, did Foxy already run by? Yeah, this perfect mixture of an actual role-playing game and something that has the gameplay of Fallout and Skyrim and Oblivion. It's incredibly interesting. I wish there was sort of a bigger version of it. But I would give it like a 9 out of 10, and then the other Bethesda games, even though it wasn't developed by Bethesda, but the other Bethesda games, significantly lower scores. Actually, I love Oblivion. Oblivion's one of my favorite games, even though it's also incredibly flawed and buggy. But, you know, I give Oblivion and Fallout New Vegas sort of the same treatment I give Ocarina and Majora as far as the quality to interestingness scale. GiBi watches Jujutsu Kaisen. Dude, have you watched any of JoJo or Chainsaw Man? I have not watched either JoJo or Chainsaw Man. What I know of Chainsaw Man, it just does not seem like it would be interesting to me. And JoJo is very long. There's a lot of other anime I would watch before I'd watch either of those. GiBi, do you want the next to be... I already answered that. GiBi, this is the second stream. You've said 6-7. This needs to stop. I say 6-7 a lot in my daily life just because. It's funny how you're like, I can never consume anything, and I'm like, darn, ever since High Republic ended, we're low on Star Wars. I started the Old Republic. I read the first junior novel, and I think the first adult novel. Horror. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to not consume power. We're not going to hit 50% until we hit 3 a.m., which means I'm going to sit here. KBLM, that's the creator, says there's original night gameplay music in the latest version, but it's disabled by default in the settings. Okay. Mrs. Trap says, I reset my YouTube recommendation. First thing I see is Springtrap tries ASMR. Well, guys, if you didn't know, over on my other channel, GiBi Spooky Shack, I recently uploaded a GiBi ASMR video. Where's Freddy? Oh no, Freddy's already there. It's okay, 3 a.m., 50%, we're on a good pace. But yeah, if you guys really want to listen to some GiBi ASMR, you should head over to my other channel. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on. Where's Foxy? All good. Okay, I'm probably not going to have to check Foxy for the rest of the game if we just keep cam stalling Freddy. Need to scroll down. GiBi, can I have his torso and legs? I don't know what you're talking about. I've lost all sense of where this conversation is. Are you talking about Grand Admiral Thrawn? Because if yes, no, he's a very expensive minifigure. The reason Mike Afton is cartoonishly evil in the movie is because he is Garrett. You have a purpose. He was literally picked for a purpose. That would be quite interesting. William did say, I killed your brother, and now I'm going to kill you. So that would either be a retcon or it would be a massive, like, Star Wars moment. Where he's like, from a certain point of view, I did kill Garrett Schmidt. He is now Mike Afton. I wish FNAF was more popular because people who wear makeup with people who wears makeup, because I would love a ColourPop makeup brand collab. Oh god, am I being attacked by Foxy right now? Is that what that was? That was. Oh my god, I just survived a Foxy. But Foxy also really lowers your door battery. So I've gone through 25% power in the last hour. I'm so screwed. YouTube Premium is only worth it with a student discount. I disagree. YouTube Premium is worth it. YouTube Premium is more worth it than literally any streaming service. As someone who only played Ocarina on the 3DS when that released, it's crazy to hear how mind-blowing it was. Ocarina was incredibly mind-blowing when it came out. I have such a soft spot for the 2D Zelda games. Minish Cap was my first one, A Link to the Past my second, and first real physical cartridge one. I do like the 2D Zeldas. It's kind of hard if you're asking me to like do a tier list or whatever, because I don't think that 2D touches 3D, but that's like saying I don't think Mario touches Metroid. It's like they're all good. They're all obviously masterpieces in their class and of their time and for what they're trying to do. Hades is close to a perfect game for me. I kind of hate the formula for classic 3D Zelda, so I'm not the best judge. That's fine, you're wrong. The lack... Oh, you said earlier about the lack of being able to... Ah, Foxy! The lack of being able to jump in 3D Zelda. I thought that was a joke. I didn't know you were being serious. That's crazy. Someone said, Tetris is a perfect game. If you changed any element, it wouldn't work as well. There have been a lot of Tetris games that change up elements, including like Tetris Attack and Tetris 100 and stuff like that. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. The literal GiBi moment is... The literal moment GiBi is talking about there not being as much a story in OOT, and you're like, there's too much story. Lol. Does Water Temple alone not take Ocarina of Down full several letter grades? The Water Temple is probably the best temple in Ocarina. People are just bad. The Water Temple being bad is literally a meme that's been going on for 20 years, but it is in fact the best temple in the game. KBLM Studio says, I'd argue Ocarina of Time is the better game, but personally I prefer Majora's Mask, maybe for the strong characterization and atmosphere. Totally acceptable and agree. For me, it'll also be harder because I played Ocarina when I was younger than I played Majora. So I will never really have that. I love Majora, but I can't play because the moon is scary and it just jumped and I lost everything. I have to scroll all the way back up. See, I think me reading the chat is saving me because I'm not wasting as much power checking the cameras. It's all good. It's all good. This is how... Oh my god, Foxy! Maybe I should be checking the cameras. I was about to thank you guys for stopping me from wasting power. And then the humble Foxy, who just ran down the hallway twice? What is this? That's a glitch. Fix your game, Mr. Game Developer. People telling me to lock in. I have no knowledge of anything Zelda, but it makes me want to get into it. Dr. Afro is so good. Another 5 memberships from Pablo. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I missed that because I'm like 10 minutes behind on the chat. Where's Freddy? Where's Freddy? There's Freddy. Breath of the Wild is such a good game. It's so atmospheric and it feels good to simply roam in the world. That's a fine opinion. And everyone's opinions are opinions. I just disagree. I'm excited for Iron Lung. Me too. I'm very excited for Iron Lung. I went to, when I was at the theater a couple weeks ago, I stopped in to see my old boss, who's the manager, and he's like, "You're a YouTuber. Do you know what this Iron Lung thing is?" I'm like, "Yeah, Markiplier is making a movie." And he's like, "I get 10 phone calls a day from people asking us if we're going to be showing Iron Lung." And so I finally asked corporate if we could put it up just so that so I'd stop getting phone calls. And I thought that was very funny. Freddy moved. Absol, if you want to hop on stream, I think Theffy also asked, so maybe next time I lose or win, maybe I can go in the other chat and we can all hop in together. Fallout New Vegas is one of the best games ever. It quite is. It's very good. Fallout New Vegas is kind of the Majora's Mask of Fallout 3. Yes, you probably typed that before I said it, but yes, I did already say that. GiBi, do you have any advice or recommendations for someone who's just getting into Zelda? It kind of depends on what your history with video games is. I think that Ocarina and Breath of the Wild are both good starting points. Like, if someone's never played a video game before, then Ocarina is a good starting point because it only has one camera. Or it only has one joystick, so you don't need to worry about the camera. But if you're used to a lot of modern games and the way that they sort of hold your hand and are structured, then Breath of the Wild will be more familiar, because there's definitely a lot of jankiness to older games. I sort of disagree that the jankiness of older games is a flaw with older games. So, for example, all first-person shooters in the modern day use the exact same control scheme. That does not mean that games that use different control streams are bad, it's just not what you're used to. And so, GoldenEye, I think, is a great example of a phenomenal first-person shooter that does not use the control scheme that people are used to. And people say, "Oh, it's so old. It's so old, I can't even play it." It's like, well, no, at the time, people were able to use it and get used to it. It's not a flaw. The game is built around the way that the aiming works. And if you literally just try for a couple minutes, you get used to it. So I think if you play a lot of modern games, then Ocarina might be a bit hard to get into. But if you're kind of a game noob, then you might be able to get used to Ocarina easier if you're not sort of set in your ways. Play the Zelda games that look interesting to you. Maybe start with Ocarina of Time or Link to the Past first, probably. That's Gremlin's advice. Ian says, "Your intellect in media is so refreshing." No, my overconfidence in my own opinions. I think I'm just as annoying as nerds who spout their random nonsense on the internet as every other nerd who spouts their nonsense on the internet. Me saying I hate Breath of the Wild is probably a very annoying take to most people because it's the best-selling Zelda by far. I think it's something like 40 million copies, right, for Breath of the Wild, whereas Ocarina was like 8 million back in the 90s, although I'm sure more people played it now, like on emulator and like NSO and stuff like that. Okay, I'm not going to check Foxy anymore. I need to get that out of my head. No more Foxy. 2 a.m., 40% power. I am screwed. I really think I just need to stop checking cameras. I need to just play slower. Secret Confidence says, "Stop playing Zelda and FNAF and play a real game like Shin Megami Tensei." I've never played any of those, but I do have... I do not remember what it's called. It's a ridiculous name. It's the Fire Emblem crossover. I know it's Shin Megami Tensei backwards, right? Tokyo Mirage Sessions, that's it. TMS instead of SMT. It scroll down again. I need to scroll back up. YouTube Premium is worth every cent. That is completely correct. So, like, I don't understand why a single soul pays for Spotify when you can just pay for YouTube and get the exact same thing as Spotify, except also no ads on YouTube, the ability to play with your phone closed, and, like, stuff like that. Desire Without Emotion says, "What's up, GiBi? What's up is I'm doing very bad at FNAF." Absol says, "GiBi is behind in chat. That's because I'm trying to play." GiBi, I don't know if you mentioned it, but what is your favorite FNAF game? I mentioned this last time, but FNAF 2 is by far my favorite. I think Shadow Temple is the best OOT dungeon. That's totally fine. Sing for us, GiBi. Sing for us. What would you like me to sing? I am bad at singing, so it should not be anything good. Did you get any of the FNAF buckets? Yeah, I bought the Faz Talk, or actually have a short on my channel of me messing around with the Faz Talker thing. I was originally going to get the stage, but then it was just really big. Did Foxy really just get me again and knock me down like 5 points, and now Bonnie won't leave me alone? I was going to get the stage, but I decided against it. If any of you check out Theffy's channel, he does an unboxing of the stage, because I sent him one, because they don't have any of those over in Australia. So I bought one to send to Theffy. And then I also, the plush Freddy one where he's holding a little tin, the popcorn bucket. I wanted to get one of those, and FNAFology wanted to get one of those, and they don't have, I think it was Cinemark. They didn't have a Cinemark around her, so she asked me to get her one. So I'm just going to sit here until I die, because there's no way I'm winning this with 6% power. I just have to get really godly lucky. So as you guys probably know, I drove up to meet T-Dreads where he lives, and Unwithered Truth flew in from the mystical land of Ireland where he comes from, and the three of us watched FNAF together. So T-Dreads had bought tickets for me and him previously, and we also, like, his brother was there and his sister-in-law was there. Wow, Foxy got me. I'm bad at this game. But we didn't know that Unwithered was coming until much closer to the day, because he hadn't finalized his airplane stuff yet. So, hold on. Yeah, let me just... Hold on. Alright.
It's all of us.
Yes, Absol and Theffy, what's up? I don't want too many people to join, but you two and Maury should be fine. I'm telling my... What's up? Let me just shrink you guys.
What?
Hello, you guys are live.
We're all on
You
stream
guys are live.
now.
You're on stream. You're live.
Oh god.
Hi, guys.
Oh no.
All right. Let me finish the story real quick. Oh, Fazent is here. Hello, you are live on stream.
Hi, fan.
Bro. Bro's mouth just made like a hang up sound. You are live on stream, Fazent.
Oh, I see.
You can say if you'd like. I just don't want you to pop in and say something out of pocket.
No, I just saw this call going in here, and I wasn't sure what was going on, so I
No, I didn't know if I could create a new group chat or just use the one we already had.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I've been on Pinterest, gathering images for my newest batch of redesigns.
No,
Because I'm trying to figure out how to
that
do
looks so beautiful.
Yeah, I just did Sun. I think she looks pretty cool.
Quite cool.
Alright, well, I just got home. I'm in my car still, so I'm gonna pop back out, but I might pop back in later.
All right. Okay, before we all start yapping, I gotta finish telling my story because it's kind of funny. So, I was at Cinemark with T-Dreads and Unwithered Truth, and we're gonna watch the movie. And me and Unwithered, because we're staying at a hotel together, we drove together, but we were waiting for T-Dreads to get there. So we get in the lobby, and I don't have my ticket because T-Dreads has my ticket, but Unwithered has his own ticket. So he's allowed to go in, and I have to sit in the lobby waiting for T-Dreads to get there. So I can't even go up and, like, buy popcorn or anything. And we were really, really worried that the popcorn tins would be sold out. So I'm like, okay, Unwithered, here's my credit card. Go and buy 2 of the plushy Freddy popcorn tin, one for me, one for FNAFology. And so he goes up, and he's waiting in line, and he's literally in line for, like, 25 minutes. It was crazy busy for opening night of FNAF 2. So he's up in line for so long. And when he eventually comes back to meet me, he's holding 3 of them. I'm like, you got 3? And he's like, I was holding yours, and I was holding FNAFology's, and I thought to myself, this is such a cool popcorn tin that I just had to get one myself, even though I previously hadn't been interested. That is how peak that popcorn bucket was. It sold itself to Unwithered just by, like, touching it. It is such high quality.
They had it in a glass case at the theater I went to. And I was like looking at it and I was considering it, and then I remembered I have to pay Lyft if I want to go into town. So it had already cost me. So I did a matinee, so the ticket was only $11. I had to pay $11 both ways to get there.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah, the day after it came out, I was planning on driving to an AMC to get their light up Freddy head, and I called them the next morning. I'm like, do you guys have any FNAF buckets left? And the guy laughs and says no. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Dude, so I got the and I'm pretty sure GiBi, I warned you, like, because I saw the movie before you unwithered and TD. I warned you. I'm like, don't get the cupcake drink, because once you get like to the bottom, like once you've drunk a bit of it and it's at the bottom, like the soda like fricks with the plastic. So like when you start drinking it, like it's down the bottom, it's just pure BPA, like just pure chemicals.
That's really funny.
Carl the Cupcake is personally giving you cancer.
Yep.
And not just
But
the
like,
state of
but
California.
like, I'm like, yeah, I could expect Faz at Bear Entertainment like selling something like this.
On my channel, his name is Mr. Tuttles. It's not Carl. That's GiBi Cannon. Mr. Tuttles is the name of the cupcake. Mave Station in chat says, I work at a movie theater. My managers keep getting asked about Iron... Oh my gosh, Iron Lung lol. I'd love to hear any stories about your movie theater, Mave Station. I worked at one for over 5 years, and I was a manager. I was basically every position. I was a cast member, I was an usher, I was a bartender, I was a manager. I was a lower level manager, I was an upper level manager. I love talking to anyone who's ever worked at a movie theater.
I have 2 friends who worked at movie theaters, and that was how I learned about a lot of like the inner workings of stuff, specifically at Regal Cinemas. And I've basically become the person who's like, no, we don't need to be there until 20 minutes after the movie starts because it's a regulated 25 minutes of ads. And then everyone's like, why are there 25 minutes? I'm like, I don't know.
Because it pays for the movie. The different chains will have different amounts. At my local theater, the one that I specifically went to, it was 15 minutes of on the dot worth of ads. And so people, like you just said, if you'd showed up 20 minutes after the showtime, you'd miss the first 5 minutes of the movie. So you always got to make sure you know your local theaters.
The 25 minutes is that, because like there's the trailers that are specific to like the venue, and then the ones that come packaged with the movie. Like, when does the counter start?
So it's usually based on the films themselves. So the trailer, the closer the trailer is to the start of the movie, the more that company paid for it to be there. So like right now, if you go and see Avatar, the final trailer is going to be the Avengers one. And that's because Disney wants the most people to see that. Because as you were just kind of saying, people show up late. So the first trailer they show is the one that paid the less money because they know fewer people will see it. The last trailer they show, that's the big bucks. So
that explains why the trailers when the house lights are still on are just local things.
Yeah. Local ads. Gremlin says, the N64 controller is my favorite object. Okay, I hope that... No. I agree, it is cool, but yeah. Andrew says, would you ever consider making more low-effort, low-stakes content like tier lists or hot take videos? Yes. I have a video that will come out soon, hopefully. Basically, I want to make a video in January, so now, about sort of 10 FNAF theories I currently believe, and then a year from now, next January, check to see if I still believe them. So things like Midnight Motorist Midnight Motorist MCI, or Molten MCI, or Andrew is not canon. How is Foxy already ready? And I got it Golden Freddy? Oh my god. I'm losing this game.
Bars?
So like that would be I don't know, similar to a tier list. But I also have to start Tales soon. Freddy's in the kitchen already.
Oh, you are doing Tales?
I'm absolutely doing Tales. So I said 250,000 views before the end of my birthday, and we hit that with like 20 hours to spare.
Oh my god.
So definitely doing Tales.
The expanded time frame afterwards. So I was like, oh. Okay. Hey, alright. Okay. Remember, as a warning, Monty Within requires you to read an entire separate book.
What is Monty Within going to require me to read? Oh, come on!
Some random woman's memoir.
What?
About the time she had a stroke. It's like, like, the opening thing of the book is Kane giving a book report on this book, because I think Scott read it and it found it interesting, and then it connects to the themes of when there's a Monty within you.
Is this something that, like, the book specifically calls out?
Yes, like, name author.
Huh.
It's
like
not
how in
like
Pups they
you have to
reference
track it
Pups.
down like with Lynn McTaggart.
Yeah. It's more like a Brigadoon
like-
thing. Like, they just say it
It's
straight
m-
up.
No, it's more because
Hey,
Greg
little
doesn't
buddy.
say, "Wow, I really enjoyed the movie Brigadoon
Oh, okay.
by whatever." Like
Yeah.
it's the first scene is him giving a book report,
Okay.
and then just like whenever they mention a book at the beginning of a horror theme, it's like when like the English teacher like talks about something at the start of a horror movie,
Yeah.
and then that's important to the themes.
Yeah.
The book
Like,
is
this was-
about having part of your is about left recovery from a stroke when you're left brain damage, and also the woman's a neurologist, so she like knows, like she was very like self-aware when it was happening to her brain. And then so I think the most interesting part is where I think if I was like grading Kane's book report as a teacher, I'd be like, you just pulled this one point from nowhere, but that point is about the left side of your brain being like a machine learning model. So, like,
Because he calls it the AI within.
yeah, I'm sorry, I've forgotten her name, but she does not bring that up at all. More interestingly, when her left brain was damaged, she was like, "Oh wow, I feel like I'd won with it," like talking about like monism, and then I was like,
Ooh.
"Oh, that's why when people do psychedelics, they can't tell the different. They feel like they're one with the universe because the part of their brain that differentiates internal sensory information from external sensory information has decided to take a nap."
Well,
Now
okay,
it's
not
weird
to
because you're one with the field.
not to spoil anything, but I helped write, and my voice will be in an upcoming Unwithered Truth video. And we talk about Lynn McTaggart's discussion of people with frontal lobe damage, and how people with frontal lobe damage are better able to interact with the field. And that is a very important aspect in Memory Victim. Because we're like, well,
Oh my god.
between the crying child getting bitten and him dying, he would have advanced access to the 0-point field, and that kind of sounds like it's on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Also, I've just got to say this: whenever I hear the title, "The Monty Within," all I can think of is those like wolf shirts that people wear, but it's Monty.
I mean,
Inside you, there are
it
two
is-
gators.
There
kinda
inside me,
like
there are two gators.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Rock and roll and.
It's been a while since I've read Tales. Because like Frights, it was one of those things where it's like, oh, it's at my local library, guess I'll read it. And this was like back in high school. And I recently went over the wiki entries for each Frights and Tales book for that Google Doc that I just drafted about Guts Theory that I've been sending to everyone pretty much.
Oh yeah, I need to open the gut theory doc.
Yeah, because that was all about T-Dreads' stream last night. But does the Monty Within ever make any reference to Phineas Gage? Because I feel like that's a very poignant example that could be
Well,
made.
they've never brought up Phineas Gage. I mean, it
Because
does
I know it's very
end.
different, and it's like two things within one thing, but it is very much the like,
Yeah,
oh, and now he's an asshole, and now there's the asshole personality.
yeah.
not-
Oh, I mean, I first learned about Phineas Gage watching that MatPat video that gave me nightmares.
I learned
And I
about
mean,
Phineas
yeah.
Gage in middle school.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
learned
then,
about it
yeah,
in
Nerd,
Psych class.
nerd.
Oh
Well,
my
actually,
god.
I learned about it from a song that referenced Phineas Gage in a throwaway lyric. Like there's because I love Will Wood. If anyone knows Will Wood, and
Will
there's this one song where he basically goes on a rant for a solid minute and just keeps throwing out psychology and pseudoscience terms, and the title of the song is a reference to MK Ultra. So it's like all of these different things, and eventually he mentions like, oh, and you ever feel like a Phineas Gage flagpole? And I'm like, who's Phineas Gage? And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy stuff.
Quite funny.
Speaking of MK Ultra, technically Polybus doesn't have anything to do with MK Ultra because one is real and the other isn't. But it is kind of, I feel like, a missed opportunity. We never got a Polybus-inspired Frights or Tales story.
That's because all of FNAF is inspired by Polybus or Polybius, however you want to say it. All of FNAF is just Ben drowned, I've been saying that for years.
The arcade machine Polybius, right? The mind control one.
Yeah.
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 Oh, that would have been super.
I've been on the
interesting.
polybus before.
I mean, that would've just opened
The
up-
polybus
Oh my gosh.
is where we went when we Peppy, I told Gibby about the thing we were doing before we discovered Pregwin.
Let's
Yeah.
keep
Oh,
let's
yeah.
keep that out of the stream.
Wait, you told
Yeah.
him?
Mention that.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
I wasn't a part of this. I actively didn't want to be
That's
there.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Understandable.
You joined the voice chat of your own free will.
Oh,
and
understandable.
stuck around for like 20 minutes.
So okay.
Clearly, the more important thing was
Oh, gosh.
discovering Pregwin.
Oh yeah,
Oh, good
absolutely.
lordy. Weren't you guys supposed to be helping me re-chat?
Oh
right.
yeah.
No, okay,
Oh,
hold on.
yeah.
Now, okay, I'm pretty far back. I see Mave Station saying they're on bag 4 of the Lego UCS Slave 1. That is dope. I do not have
Oh, I see
the...
that right there.
Yeah, I do not have the
So,
UCS Slave 1. However, I know it's a really, really popular set. Oh, wait, no, wait. Do you mean the Episode 2 one? The new Jango Fett one? Because I do have that one. I just haven't built it. So I hope you're talking
love
about that one.
building Lego, but I don't really like owning Lego. So I've not been able to build a Lego set in so long. Okay.
I've run out of
Uh,
house room. Can you read the one about the Christmas album? Whatever that comment is.
I've got it up if you want me to read it.
Yeah, that's
go
fine.
ahead.
So, Gibby, did T-Dreads ask you to cover any
my God.
specific songs for the album, or did you pick the one you covered?
No, everyone who covered a song on the album picked what they were doing. We basically like if you had a concept, you claimed it. I was literally driving. I was going to a Halloween party actually, and I pulled over into a like a strip mall, and on my phone in my car I recorded "We Wish You a Merry Christmas." You know, Andrew is the vengeful spirit. Andrew is the vengeful spirit. Like I recorded that into my phone and sent it to the Theorist Discord to be like, I came up with an idea. This is one of my songs. So it was whoever the
feel like I didn't
inspiration
do
struck.
that. I didn't
My
have to do
mom
that 'cause I
loves
rolled my
playing
phone.
Christmas music whenever we decorate the tree, and it was so weird this year because my brain kept trying to fill in the parody lyrics.
No, that same thing happened to me because on Christmas Day, I had my grandparents over, and like me being a musical theater major was like, oh, I'll sing some Christmas songs for y'all, and I was gonna do "All I Want for Christmas Is You" because that's a classic, and I almost went canonicity. And I was like, what a
Reading
scene.
chat, Mrs. Chat says, "Can the Fast Talker bucket say your name? I want one." No, it is not an actual speak and spell. It just is pre-built audio. I think the
Yep.
guy who made the mimic is working on making one that's a speak and spell.
That's cool.
Edwin?
Yeah, Edwin, yeah.
And Roaring Potatoes.
Are
is
you? You're talking about the guy who made the. This is like a couple days ago. People were talking about it. Like he made like a real mimic thing that could like nod and shake its head.
No,
Wait,
this mimic's been around for a while, like before Tails, to the point where
Oh, okay.
like it has.
Are you
he's
kidding
added-
me? I was
he's,
doing
like,
so
doing
well.
a completely own design now because
Mhm.
he has like a Tails inspired mimic.
Mhm.
Like he even found a white tiger and tore out one of its eyes and painted it green, so now it has heterochromia. It's like
That's cool.
potatoes something. Let's see, Giovanni. I don't think your opinion on Breath of the Wild is inherently a hard take, maybe a little harsh, but I've seen many people, including myself, prefer the older games. I think a lot of people want to return the form. And the funny thing nice about all this game stuff is I'm like so story focused on my games. So like my top games are Fallout New Vegas and Disco Elysium.
Heck yeah.
And then a game I played recently, Seance of Blake Manor, but that might have also just been because it's based on 19th century spiritualism, so I got to keep going, hey, it's my thing from the research.
Oh, sorry, you go, Absol.
No, I don't have anything else to say. I'm just looking for anything interesting in chat. Mostly it's people being like, whoa, Absol's on stream now?
Oh my god. I've been talking to you for almost as long as I've been talking to like Unwithered Truth and people like that.
Yeah, but I mean, we barely talked. I emailed you and I was like, I found the secret to the field! And then you were too busy to do anything about that for like a year.
Fright's literally like, okay, a little personal here, but like, if you guys watch, especially the 36-hour video, from beginning to end, you might notice a slow but steady weight gain. That was entirely because of frights. My obsession with putting out a video every single week and not missing one negatively impacted my health to a severe degree, and I literally put almost everything else in my life, like, on hold to make those videos. And so with Tales, I'm going to be a lot more casual and probably miss some weeks and make sure that my life comes first. I was literally killing myself over frights.
Please do, don't turn into a Frights production.
He was so obsessed with Five Nights at Freddy's lore that he, whatever the Augustus Gloop like Oopa Loopa song.
Yeah, well, I mean, the opposite happened with William in the trilogy. Like,
True.
He canonically lost weight after the MCI, and the implication is he got so stressed that he forgot to eat.
I mean,
is this what they call Tank Rebirth?
Yeah, he killed the kids for their
Oh my
remnants so he
God.
could do Tank Rebirth and get Henry to love him again.
Gibby, I have a question for you.
Yes.
How many times during the 36-hour video did you mention taking a water break? Is it possible that some of that water had sea bonnies in them?
Possibly. So what I found, I kind of forget because like when I'm making my content, obviously for me it's my
What we
daily
found?
life. Yeah, what we found. My sort of like take a water breaks. I usually only say those in my choose your own adventure novel readings, just because I'm sitting there for hours at a time reading. In the Frights videos, because they're scripted, I usually don't have like water in front of me because I'm just reading them and then going to do other things. So if you only have watched my 8-hour video and now the 36-hour video, I don't even know if you know the hydration check meme.
Mrs. Chap wants us to skip the Valora. I don't know why I said us. I mean, I have like some fright face I'll send you. Like, I have a lot to say about Monster because it is such a strange story, and I feel like if you don't have the right historical context, you're gonna miss a lot. Because it's it's like so weird. Like, I was like, how did a story from one of my progressive horror anthologies end up in Frights? But Mrs. Chap wants you to skip the Ballora story.
Too bad.
Her gimmick is yeah, it's not that good either.
But it's important because it's
But
part
it's
of
gore.
Tales.
No, the gore wasn't even that good.
The cloak
It's just like a
asks.
guy getting crushed.
I mean, is that the one where Ballora drags the guy into the
Yeah, it's
kids'
Yeah,
ride or
like,
whatever?
You can.
One, two, three.
Stop me if I get too graphic, but you can do so much good horror writing with degloving, but they didn't
Oh my
describe
God.
it in a compelling way. Even though the guy was getting degloved.
Good lord.
Nobody look up degloving.
No,
on
do not.
Google. Figure it out from context.
Alright.
Wikipedia does not have an image censorship policy.
Oh god.
Yeah, no,
It's just straight up on Wikipedia? That's like gore. That's a real serious gore.
yeah, that is what I've been told.
Okay.
Oh, thank
yeah.
God you haven't seen it.
No, I've just had it described, and I'm mostly like a horror read. It's funny. I've gone from Frights to reading like actual serious horror fiction.
What?
Yeah. Well.
No,
okay.
no. I was just reading something in chat.
Oh, what?
I don't know, but they've got P at the start of their name.
Okay.
Someone just okay. No, they're just trying to get attention. Don't feed the trolls.
Yeah.
Here, when I have a second, I'll make you guys mods, just in case something happens.
Nice. I can finally strike Secret now.
Oh my god. No, don't strike Seeker.
I'm a Seeker defender.
Nimbus Cloud in chat just said me when I take my gloves off.
Yeah, that's what degloving
That is not what that means.
Oh, also my other hobby is like industrial disasters and
Oh,
like history.
Lord.
There's a podcast. That's so degloving will come up in that.
So the cloaker's asking, Gibby, did you try the Popeyes meal? No, I am a vegetarian. I did not try the Popeyes meal. Maeve Station. I work at a smaller and slower movie theater, so most of the time I just talk a lot. Lol. I also work for a local company and not one of the big ones. That's cool. Yeah, no. A lot of time at movie theaters is downtime. Okay, developer person. That's now the second time I've gotten a double Foxy. I'm guessing that's some sort of glitch. I don't know what would cause that, though.
Also, Gibby, I'm glad you're my vegetarian bro.
Oh, you're also a vegetarian?
Yes.
It's very cool. I appreciate you.
Have been my whole life.
Alright. Henry Entertainment System is asking if you've played or heard of Braid before.
I've heard of it. That's from like the early 2010s. Haven't played it though.
Heard of what?
Braid. It's like it's an indie game from quite a while ago.
Oh, probably haven't heard of it.
KBLM Studios says the game should work via flash cart in most Game Boys except for the Game Boy Pocket, which has a power draw issue with flash carts.
I can't wait for my DS flash card to arrive, and then I can finally do the Kingdom Hearts.
Yes. I am, so Kingdom Hearts wise, I am 100% in the category that you must play 358 over 8 days. I do not think
I know, you were
that
so big
adamant
on
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so last time I played a DS game on emulator was before they adapted Ace Attorney Investigations, like before they re-released it, and it's just, there's a tedium to doing the DS on the computer, and I was like, I own a DS. I will just, at first I thought I found a listing for the game itself that was relatively cheap, but it wasn't, so I'm getting a flash cart, so now I have ultimate power and can play any DS or GBA game.
If you have a Wii U, then modding a Wii U is probably one of the best ways to play DS games. But if you have a Wii U, you don't need to play other games, because Wii U games are peak, and it's the best console ever.
Oh, you're so right, Gibson.
This is not a joke.
I mean, honestly, well, yeah, the Wii U is pretty much just the Wii, but better.
Giovanni wants to know what made you decide to become a vegetarian, if you'd like to answer that.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I've been a vegetarian since I was 8 years old. Basically, the moment I could conceptualize that meat and animals were the same thing, that's when I was like, I don't want to be eating those. Wait, chicken the animal and chicken the food is the same thing? That's wrong. I don't want to eat animals. There's animals I love. I love my doggy. What's the difference between my dog and a pig? Nothing? Okay, then I won't eat pigs anymore.
Gremlin super chatted $2. Foxy appearing twice as a reference to 2 mics, even though they know.
Wait, that's true.
Because Vanessa.
3 mics, yeah.
So we're waiting
No,
for
no,
the
no,
third
no, no,
Foxy.
no, 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 no. No, 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 no! No, I screwed myself. No, I had it.
Vanessa, Mike
We have the third one.
Oh my gosh.
No,
I was so
no.
close. I was doing really here. Wait, you know what? Let me stream to you guys so you aren't behind.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on
there
because
we
I'm
go.
just.
Yeah, I'm just operating off a few seconds of stream
No,
delay.
no. Okay, you guys can watch live now.
Like what I make Gremlin do because I can't play I can't stream twice without my computer exploding.
Oof.
Well, it's actually the game just gets too laggy for me to be good at it.
I'm doing good with my power consumption. I'm just kind of losing to Fox, because I'm not checking enough, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Gosh, 160 viewers and only like 20 likes. I can't believe that's what's happening. And it's definitely not because I just haven't refreshed the game in a while, the stream in a while. But yeah, I can't believe you guys aren't liking the stream. What are you doing? They're too much with you. They're kissing.
Yeah, Gremlin only gets to see the hamster game with a 20-second delay. When I did VR, because of the setup I had, I was able to stream to Discord because my computer was just mirroring the cast. But I had to turn the way I had my audio set up, had to turn the game audio up or I'd get it as an echo. Game audio off, so the stream did not get any game audio.
You're at about like 83 likes.
3 likes.
83.
83? Heck yeah, that's only half. What are half of you doing? Come on.
No, we've all collectively agreed to keep it at 83 likes because of a narrative significance.
The bite of 83. Can we get it to the bite of 180 likes?
Yeah, Giovanni, you already asked for removing a FNAF game for lore simplicity.
Oh yeah, I said FNAF 4, but I wouldn't really do it.
Yeah, someone who doesn't have a name says they're making
That's
film
Ian.
majors watch. Oh, they don't have a name. They don't have an. Making film majors watch because of your explanation of storytelling.
Making a film major watch my 36-hour video?
Sounds like you should just make them take a literature class.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You know, it's so funny. So when I was editing the 36-hour video, I get a DM from Candy Bunny, and she's like, "I have a quick question. Have you ever heard of this book?" And she sends me the textbook called How to Read Literature Like a Professor. And I was like, I can't answer that question because when I say yes, you won't need me anymore. If people just read that book, they won't need me to explain things because that's where I get 90% of like my opinions and knowledge from. Mave Station says Scott's a big Zelda fan, so I wouldn't be surprised if he knew Ben Drowned. I'm sure he does. FNAF is entirely Ben Drowned.
Yeah, the creepypasta is like a kind of story is like such a big thing. Like the current era of Minecraft ARGs is kind of just like the mature form of that as a storytelling style.
Yeah.
I mean, I recently happened upon this thought, but like my one flaw with the real Jake is that it's connected to the Stitch Wraith Stingers, therefore making the whole like details of drawing on the Simon doll of what the real Jake did is just like a Jeff the Killer ass explanation for why he looked like that.
How dare you?
It's also like you know, you read the story and you think that Margie is a half-decent drawer, and then you go to the character encyclopedia and you're like, that wasn't how it was described at all.
Yeah.
Well, that's because the character encyclopedia is stupid, stinky garbage, and I hate it.
That is true.
I'm with fiery passion.
But we proved that
God.
Henry is blue and yellow.
Yes, but that's because of the movie. I'm only willing to accept that because of the movie.
Well, so what's
I
interesting
can
about the real Jake is when we first see the Stitch Wraith from Larson's perspective, it's like there's red on the mask around the mouth, and you're like, oh, blood. And then you read the real Jake, and it's like, no, it's spaghetti sauce. It's spaghetti sauce because the real Jake ate spaghetti. And you're like, oh, that's cool. I like that.
Also, that reminds me, because I made a 1280 joke earlier. So why did you like almost exclusively say 1,280? Because it like I was like, why? Why are you saying 1,280?
Phenomenal question. Literally, that's the kind of interview question I would like want to be asked. Okay. Wait, where's Foxy? Hold on. Bruh. I just need to not die. Knock.
I think it's really funny because Ben Drowned started when Scott was in his general era, so I'm just imagining him posting on boards. Listen here, Deducible, you suck at making ARGs.
Bonnie got me.
I'm Scott Cawthon, and the king of ARGs.
Speaking of ARGs, the movie that invented ARGs is about a robotic boy named David.
That's funny.
Is this War Games?
No, artificial intelligence. AI.
Oh, another robot boy named David.
The
Oh,
boy,
the Kubrick movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Invented the first ARG. War Games, the kid is named Joshua. And that is also the name of the Whopper. Because the guy's basically Edwin to the point where like he literally runs a... Actually, I don't know if I should describe the plot of the movie to you because I do want you to watch it.
I've seen AI with Haley Joel Osment.
I do need
No,
to
the plot of War Games.
Oh, I've seen War Games.
I need to
it's a
watch
good
War
movie.
Games.
Yeah.
And that Tomorrow is Another Day movie.
There's no lore in it, trust me, but yeah, it's worth it. I
Yeah,
guess.
no, there's stuff in War Games that makes me go, because like
Yes.
if you believe Edwin OMC, you can kind of get some supporting like circumstantial bonus evidence from that.
Yes.
But answer my 1280 question.
Okay, I almost forgot to answer Gremlin first. Foxy appearing twice is a reference to the two mics. So, if you go on Game Theory's newest video, I left a comment. And my comment was that if in the Silver Eyes there's one Mike, who's Michael Brooks, who's Golden Freddy, and in the movies there's two Mikes, Mike Schmidt and Michael Afton, this implies that the games actually have three Mikes if we follow this pattern. So what we're looking for is actually a third Mike.
Except there's three mics in the movie, so there's two mics in the games.
There's three mics in the movies.
Because Vanessa's
Vanessa.
also...
No. 3 literal characters named Mike.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I thought, Mike. That's how I described Mike Trio to my cousin. I'm a fake fan.
You know what, GiBi? I think I found your answer.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Mike Schmidt in FNAF 1,
Yes.
right? Then you have Michael Afton, who's the protagonist of Sister Location, and also the one who's in the
Logbook.
logbook. However, on Hand Unit, there's a sticker that says Mike.
Yes.
That means that there was either a previous Mike before Michael Afton, or Hand Unit's name is Mike.
Yeah, who taped that on there?
Yeah, because like
Is it-
Mike
is
doesn't
that-
have any coworkers, so he doesn't have to
Yeah.
indicate that it's his.
Yeah, the
Well, there's other
maintenance men did
technicians.
it.
There are other technicians.
Yeah, but they work different shifts.
Mm.
How do
Wait,
we know?
that's true.
How do we know that Hand Unit isn't a portable device that Mike physically owns and brings into the facility
Wait,
and
that's
then connects
true.
via
It
like
is.
Bluetooth?
I'm pretty sure that's what
I
it
know
is.
Bluetooth didn't exist in whatever time you think this location was.
It's all radio.
Neither
it's
did
all
Baby.
Radio waves anyway.
Yeah, I was like,
Let me
yeah, I was
cook.
like, neither did Baby.
Just let me go. What if that's why it's got his name on? Because it's his personal hand unit that he brings
Ooh.
back home with him.
Yeah, Henry is saying, what if Dispatch is named Mike? And Gremlin is saying maybe he thought he'd have coworkers, so he prepped his hand unit.
What if Dispatch?
That's
is named
incredible.
Mike?
Mhm.
No, it's name.
Remember we all
is
thought
Andy.
his name was Ron, and then
His
it
name is
turned out
Andy Field.
we turned out it was like completely different. Well,
I
we all
remember
know
that.
Dispatch isn't real. It's all my beautiful wife F10 and 4.
Yes.
GiBi,
Yep.
I don't know. I can't say exactly like the evidence we spoke about. It was something that Minibite and I spoke about on our 20-hour stream. It was at one point. It was while we were playing like Secret of the Mimic, and we brought up the similarities in Jackie's design to the Raggedy Ann doll, which then led to all the stuff around like the possessed Raggedy Ann doll. So I don't know if that sparks anything of note.
Like
for you,
Annabelle?
but just something to keep in mind. Yeah, so the Annabelle doll is based off a real Raggedy Ann doll.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And then
Right,
we
that's
said
kind of thing.
we
Bro.
went, oh my god, what's the male counterpart to Raggedy Ann?
Raggedy Andy.
Raggedy Andy. What's Andy short for? Andrew.
Oh no.
Oh, Andy's in the game.
The lore.
Wait.
Wait a minute. Jackie's based on Raggedy Ann. Jackie is Ragatha?
True.
Oh!
Wait, that's true.
Wait, that's true.
I see the toasters on my mic.
They
Yes,
can never
Mike
make me hate
Toasters.
Ragatha. I'm sorry. You can never make me hate Ragatha.
Where's Freddy?
No, I love Ragatha.
Freddy must
I
be
love
there.
Ragatha.
Marcel says, dang, you love, did you play Xenoblade X? So I'm actually currently playing Xenoblade X. I've been playing it for about 2 years.
BRB, I'm getting popcorn.
Bye-bye. Popcorn's lovely.
Are you
Popcorn's
playing it
amazing.
on the 3DS where it's so crunchy?
No, so that's Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade X is the sequel to Chronicles, and it's only on the Wii U. Actually, it was ported to Switch recently. But no, I've been playing
Is
on the
that
Wii U
one
for
with the
years.
sexy sword ladies?
They're all sexy sword ladies. Unless you
the
mean...
ones in Smash.
No, so that's in Xenoblade 2. So it goes Xenoblade 1, Xenoblade X, Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade 3.
Ah.
Duh. Can't believe you didn't know. Can't believe you didn't know
And
that.
it's pronounced X, not T or 10.
No, just X.
Okay, because I know I'm like 80% sure that the
Yep.
Kingdom Hearts games with X in them are pronounced Chi.
Yes. Or
Because
Chi or
there's
Key,
that.
yes. Unchained
Yeah.
Key, also called Cux, is
What?
Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key, but Key is spelled with the letter X. So the game is called KHUX, and so the fans call it Cux.
Oh.
That's the name of the game. Kingdom Hearts Cux.
Amazing. Language is
Wait,
glorious.
Wait. Give me.
What?
What 1,280? Why is it?
Oh, okay,
Why'd you
yes,
say that?
okay.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
oh my gosh. Okay. So, I'm Mr. Heat Miser. No, I'm Mr. Like, we shouldn't assume anything about the intention of something without looking into why it's like that first, right? So, one of the things I always bring up is, like, we should not just assume things because people have always said that that's how it is. no matter what aspect of theorizing we're talking about. Just like, oh, well, I believe this because it's been believed in the fandom for like 10 years. So, looking at the name, The Man in Room 1280, everyone calls it The Man in Room 1280. And I'm like, well,
Yes.
how do we know that it's supposed to be read 1280 as opposed to it's supposed to be read 1280? And so for me, it was this little bit of like, we don't know how you're supposed to read this. And so if I intentionally go out of my way to be incredibly annoying and pronounce it the less likely way, it will make people ask the question you just asked and go, why are you saying it that way? And then I can tell them, well, what makes you think it's 1280 as opposed to 1280? And then they'll have to go, oh, I guess there is no reason. There is no real reason to think it's like that. So I will open my mind to other perspectives.
Let me check. Okay, the reason
Oh, yeah,
I
there
think
is
it's
an official
1280
audio
is
book.
There is an
the
official
reason
audio
I
book,
think
yes.
it's 1280 is it's shorter, easier to say.
Yeah.
Also, there's no comma in the title,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't read it as 1280. I read it as, oh, it's 1280.
Yeah.
Also because it's like hospital rooms, and usually those are
Yes.
referred to with,
Floor.
much more compact,
Yeah.
quicker ways of saying it.
It's
But
probably
it did act-
it's probably floor
saying
12,
that-
room 80.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
And
I
you
was about
saying
to
that
say, what if
actually
it is?
did make me think about, why do I think it's 1280? And then the Vsauce music started playing in my head.
I mean, I was about to say, what if it's 280, as in they're on the first floor?
True.
And
True.
I don't think the hospital would be that wide.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is it could be like floor 1, wing 2, and then it's the 28th within that. Because yeah, you don't really get 4-digit room numbers. It's usually 1, and then it's usually floor numbers, first digit, and then a 2-digit room number.
Yeah. Like in the hotel that I'm in, I'm in room 946 because I'm on floor 9 in the 46th room.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean that's how literally all of the things at my university were.
Yeah. So like it is
typically do
1280, but I did it for a reason where I'm like, if this project's about not assuming anything, because really what I was doing is I was going into Frights not assuming if it was canon or not canon, trying to discover it. I just felt like 1280 is a good microcosm of not assuming things until they're clarified. Because when you're on the title page, right, you flip open the page, it says man in room 1280. You don't know it's a hospital yet. You don't know it's a hospital till you read the story. So without context, 1280.
And you were also approaching this from Frights fiction, which, to
Yeah.
my knowledge, you don't even believe. So
I'm very conflicted. We'll see what Tails says.
yeah,
It's
because I was
literally just that one.
Just the thing I
chapter
read.
of Storyteller.
I was
Yeah, where I had to convince you that the training data was
Mhm.
Frights and not the output.
Yeah, I had it backwards, and I completely agree with you. You know how...
Guys, I burnt myself on the popcorn.
Bruh.
Oh no.
You know how I came to know that quote despite never having read Tales?
Because everyone
Which
brings it up constantly.
Withered Circle, who #1 Frights fiction hater, Withered Circle, had me read that quote in a video he was making that was anti-Frights fiction, and I read it for the first time, and I went, oh my god, this is the best piece of evidence of Frights fiction in the entire franchise. What are you doing?
wait, which quote?
I bring it up. I literally introduced it in my Mimic video as this quote you have heard so many times
Mhm.
because I've seen it brought up in not just that video, but a bunch of other ones. And then I don't even talk about Frights fiction. I talk
Sorry,
about
what's
how
the- what's the
I
quote?
work.
Which quote is it?
It's
It's
Mr.
the-
Burroughs saying, like, of the
I have this on
storyteller.
hand.
Okay, you can read it out. While you're looking for that, Nimbus Cloud, great name, in chat says, sometimes Japan wants you to pronounce X as cross, and that is true. In Pokemon Black and White, there's an item called the Cross Transceiver that they call the X Transceiver, but it's the Cross Transceiver. That's how you know a real Pokemon fan from a fake Pokemon fan.
And sometimes
So
the X
under
means
cross-
transform, like in Nexus.
Like in Mexus. Okay, Scott.
Macroxus.
No, like that's a normal computer program thing. I got in this weird, massive argument with Theory where he kept finding all these programs that used it, and I was like, yeah, it means transform. But the specific stuff you're referring to is how NVIDIA's 3D graphics engine works. which is not a generalized computing principle and is completely irrelevant here.
Well, unfortunately,
Wait, I'm not
used
even looking at the
before,
computer
so-
that has it. Sorry about that.
Oh well.
Give me another moment.
Yeah, someone can pull it up. Hello, BV Studios. What's up? He said hi in chat.
You're looking for the quote from the storyteller, right?
Yeah, I was trying to find
Yeah.
my mimic paper, and then I realized I'm not using the right computer to do that.
Ah. But yeah, because the reason I was like, you don't believe in price fiction, because I was watching the Dreading Hour podcast about are the books canon, because I was like, you know, on a books bender last night.
Yep.
And it was
That's
also
not
I
a
was
good
also
thing to be on.
scared. I was also jump scared by the fact that that stream was where Kelsey's a projection originated from. Like literally, I'm like
Yep.
watching the stream, I'm playing Balatro, you know, like absorbing this information, and then I'm here, Kelsey's a projection, and I'm like, whoa.
All right, I got the quote from the paper I submitted to an actual class, and I got an A on.
Holy beak.
Holy.
Why not? Mr. Burrows asked. Most of the Fazbear Entertainment stories, the ones that are the most popular, share similar elements. I think it is quite likely that these elements and a series of pre-programmed options could be used in concert to come up with new, randomly generated stories. Think of it like a smorgasbord. The average buffet probably has, what, 40 or 50 dishes? Meats, casseroles, salads, and so on. But most of these are made from the same 10 or 15 or so foods. You can create a virtually endless variety of meals from those few ingredients. We use the same principle to create a computer program that would combine various tropes and characters to come up with an endless variety of stories. And I say that's how Gen AI works. Because this is a science communication essay that I submitted to a technical writing class.
Yep.
And then turned into a video.
If the developer is still
Anyway.
if the developer is still here, I just had Foxy running down the hallway, but he was invisible.
And then I ended up with a bibliography so long, I found out that YouTube description has a character limit.
Yes, it does. I had to shorten some of the chapters in my 8-hour video because I ran out of characters.
Yeah. So I had to be like, okay, here's a PDF on my Google Drive that's my bibliography. And then I never made a video that extensively cited again because I had to do a full additional editing pass, putting in the in-text citations for when I was talking.
That was me with Chroma Key Theory Part 1, where I was like, wait, I reference all of these like specific videos and specific people. Gotta put them all in there. And I'm like, you know what? We should not. We should stand on our own legs now.
Yeah, and then for the alchemy video, I did something similar where I cited all the pages I was getting everything from, but also some stuff was just in my head. And I didn't seek out sources to support that because that is a special torture trying to find sources to support facts that are in your head. And then for the Assassin's Creed video, I was like, I'm never doing that again. And also, there's no formalized way to cite video games. So
You said there's no formalized way to cite them?
I mean, they have an MLA citation. I mean, I wrote one of my papers for a different class on Fallout New Vegas, but there's no like standardized way to like cite specific quests. So you kind of just say, here is the when you're doing an in-text citation of like, this is a thing that like this is what the Legion says its ideology is in Fallout New Vegas. I can't say, okay, you hit this quest and this quest and this quest.
You're just citing the game.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's just no formalized way to do it. I think part of it's maybe that like every game
Would be
is different. Like not all games are organized into levels. Harrison wants to know if I'm a fan of the new Mega Absol. Yes, I am. I like it's so DeviantArt OC ass, but I love it.
Giovanni asks, the worst movie I've ever seen. Had the display as you're watching. Not so bad. It's funny, just bad. Great clarification. So obviously, like everyone who's seen The Room probably loves it because The Room's a masterpiece, even though it's terrible.
You did hit her.
I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. There's a movie that came out a couple years ago. So my least favorite genre is probably slasher movies. Now I think hold on. I think there's two kinds of slasher movies. There are good slasher movies, like the first couple Nightmare on Elm Streets, right? Great movies.
Okay, Pete.
I think that over time, sort of the people who grew up on great slasher movies just kind of found themselves interested in, like, quote unquote, the kills. And so that generation then went on to make movies that weren't scary. They were just excuses to kill people. Like, how can we kill people violently on screen with practical effects and make it look cool? Freddy got me, no. So
I'm guessing you don't like the Terrifier movies.
I was about to say the same thing about Saw.
So the Terrifier movies are, I think, fascinating enough based on their, I don't want to say nihilism, because I don't think that they're that smart to have any sort of philosophy, but it's like, they're interesting because of how far they push things. But yeah, obviously I do not think that they're good movies. I was going to say that, like, Final Destination is probably the worst franchise of all time. It's literally just, what if, here's 10 vignettes about people dying horribly. But there's a movie that came out a couple years ago called Thanksgiving. And that, I would say, is probably the worst movie I've ever seen.
Dude, you didn't like Thanksgiving?
No, worst movie of all time.
A
close second would be, okay, Saw is interesting, at least the first one in concept, because it does have a point. Like there's something there, right? It's not just,
I'm better than you. That's why I'm putting you in these
Yes.
traps. You
And-
need to learn to be better people.
and there's a
Die.
twist, right? Like, it is a movie. Whereas Thanksgiving's just terrible. I think a close second worst movie of all time ever made is The Force Awakens.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm the same mind, but Maury, let me finish my entire sentence before you interrupt. It's Rocky Horror
Yes.
Picture Show without the shadow play. When it's a shadow play, it's good, it's fun, it's camp. If it's just the movie on its own, no one should ever watch it for entertainment purposes.
Oh my gosh. That's a take.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait a sec.
But Tim Curry and Meatloaf, though.
When the shadow plays there, it is fun, it's good, and also I like that they managed to invent the concept of an abridged movie, like in the 80s, by just shouting. But the movie itself is not good.
Oh, you've upset me now.
Although it's funny, I knew exactly that was how you were gonna react.
Oh, dear God.
David.
Nice.
Yeah, Midnight has the same problem of writing a paper about the neurodivergent coding in Pokemon characters, and that they could not figure out a good way to cite. I actually ended up citing a bit from the official guide for Fallout New Vegas, just because it
That's smart.
was the best quote I had on hand. That was like, Kaiser read a bunch of stuff about like history.
Thank you,
but all the
Fantastic
history-
Panda. Nothing funny, just
all
take
the
my money,
history
thank you.
All the history books he read were super old, and like that's what it is. Funny is, it was for a Marxist literature class, and the teacher, all of the assignments were take something you like and apply the Marxist reading lens to it, because I don't like reading essays on the same topic over and over again. And that was a fun class.
Everyone's saying bars. Did I rhyme by accident? Oh, nothing funny, take my money. Ha ha ha.
I think you just said something
Yeah.
that went hard.
Nothing funny, take my money.
Also, GiBi,
Mm-hmm.
I ended up telling my cousin about your 36-hour fright video, and he was in shock.
What, that someone would devote 36 hours to frights?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, the longest video I've ever watched is 8 hours, and I'm like,
Bruh.
well, that's still long. I was gonna say, well, it's not 8 hours, but he also has a 9-hour video about FNAF.
Mm-hmm.
I think the longest video I've ever watched was Wendigoon's Blood Meridian video, which was like 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I technically jumped around in your video and only watched the new sections.
Yeah, that's fine for the for you weekly frights watchers. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I've already seen all the videos.
And read all the stories.
Isn't Wendigoon's Mother Horse-Eyes video like 12 hours long?
Yes, his Mother Horse-Eyes videos is like 11 something hours.
I did not watch that.
I think the Where's Lila video was up there, and then I watched that when moving, and then like a few months later I got sick and and then GiBi's video was there, and my life changed forever. I'm not joking, because like I know FNAF other than the time I got terrified before that.
Mother Horse Eyes is 5 hours 46 minutes.
Are you sure? Oh, you know
Yeah,
what?
I'm on his channel right
Okay,
now.
okay. I'm probably thinking of the Creepcast episode about Mother Horse Eyes, which I will say
probably.
I don't count. So when you talk about the length of YouTube videos, typically there's a separation between scripted and non-scripted, because if someone just streams for 24 hours, they're streaming for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I
that's
wouldn't
one.
count that. Secret of Confidence says, I blame Wendigoon for popularizing Wilcare. I blame MatPat for popularizing Wilcare, because MatPat's been on Wilcare since the beginning, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no,
Also, Wilcare's canon, so like I don't know what you're yapping about.
Wendigoon's
Don't you know that
FNAF
I will
timeline,
care?
You can tell that he's not a FNAF fan.
Beyond
some of the-
game theory-ish stuff, yeah.
I got
Yeah,
like 20 hours
Evan being the crying child.
into the Beverly Hills video, the
Yeah.
Beverly Hillbillies video
Which-
until it was unjustly assassinated.
Which is why I've seen it twice now.
Yeah, I was like in the painting minis minds while watching that, and I just could not get archive.org working on my phone with such a large video, so then I just kind of moved on to other things.
Okay, so the Mother Horse Eyes Creepcast video is 11 hours, 18 minutes, 17 seconds.
Yeah. I did not. So I got pretty far into that, and then just sort of like drifted off because like, and then this and this. I'm like, I'm not following this.
I watched a 9-hour podcast about Penn Central Station. No, sorry, the Penn Central line. The station was a big part of it.
Fascinating.
Seeker. Hey,
Whoa.
no, you can say
Hold
that.
on.
You can say that.
Right. Trains.
Trains.
Right, yeah, me and everyone on that podcast are all proudly autistic. This is Seeker. Hey, chat readers, tell GiBi to play a real Shin Megami Tensei game, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, or in its full name, Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Sharp,
Sharp. And Persona don't count. Any game where you can't kill the Abrahamic God and his forces is no SMT game. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, can one of you guys? Someone said that you guys are a little quiet compared to the game. I am Discord illiterate. How do I turn you up?
You right-click on them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got it. I know how to do it if you're in a server. I don't know how to do it if you're in a call like we currently are.
I think
There we
if
go.
you just go on the part of the call where it shows all their faces.
Yeah, I get
and
it. I
lights
get
up.
But then after the stream, make sure to turn us down so when we call off stream, we're not horribly loud.
Thanks, they're soldier boys. Thank you, Gremlin.
Oh my god.
Wasted link in chat is just going right click GiBi, right click.
We got it. We got it.
Yeah, whenever you're trying to tell a streamer something time sensitive, you feel like that Randy your sticks Tumblr post.
No,
What?
I'm picturing the Walter White in the back of the car.
Yeah.
No, so there's a famous Tumblr post where it's someone going, I'm taking a nap. My cheese sticks are gonna be done in 15 minutes.
Yep.
And then it's reblogging, Randy, your sticks.
Yes.
Randy, your sticks.
Now I recall.
And like obviously the comedy is that this would not actually work.
Nope.
And, yeah. Who the F is this GiBi people keep talking to? David Borg. That's the person whose channel you're on. It's his whore homestead.
I am the man who is playing the FNAF game. My god, if Foxy is going to destroy me for all time. Bro attacks me every 5 seconds.
Maybe Fox is the vengeful spirit.
True.
No.
Thank
No,
you,
I
Abdul, for being my way into being on the stream. It's like I'm whispering sins into your ear.
All the homies believe in Candy Cadet Vengeful Spirit.
Candy.
Where's
I
Freddy?
honestly don't know who the vengeful spirit is anymore because
Where's Freddy?
Murray all but convinced me of Cassidy Afton.
Yes.
And so now I don't know who the vengeful spirit is because I was like, oh, everything makes sense that it's the other spirit in Golden Freddy, who's an MCI kid, and their personalities are like merging because they've been in the same vessel for so long. and so that explains all the like
Maybe they're there.
bite victim vengeful spirit hints. But also, I don't think bite victim would be able to comprehend that his dad's neglect led to his death.
I think
So
Golden Duo's stupid.
Yeah, I did a whole stream about Cassidy Afton, and then David is
also,
David
you say
Murray.
Golden Duo is stupid. Like, we didn't reinvent Golden Duo from first principles with the whole thing of the David Tulpa being trapped inside the Golden
See, but
Freddy.
that's
And so
different.
F10
Because I don't think that David Tulpa is an actual spirit. I think it's an artificially constructed mind that's inhabiting the body of the crying child, therefore being like a Monty within scenario.
Oh, Ventus, yes.
But
Absol, have you played Birth by Sleep yet?
No, I finished Chain of Memories.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Okay, so
it took
you're-
me so long because I kept giving up because of all the cards, and then I was finally like, screw this, and watched a cutscene movie.
Oh my
And
gosh.
thank goodness I did, because I had no idea about the Riku campaign.
Yeah, there's a whole second campaign. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I can't beat. I've gone through all the Disney worlds
There it
again,
was.
but I can't beat Valen. I can't do Valen again. I only just won it this time, so I'm just gonna watch the videos. And I'm like, why is the part that I got as far? Why is that only a third into the cutscene movie? I'm scared.
No, I love Chain of Memories. But yeah, no,
No, I
Birth by
will
Sleep,
say-
you'll learn a lot.
I will say though, when I want to believe in Golden Duo, but I hate calling it Golden Duo because I was a Dream SMP fan back in the day, and that was what all the people's, like, the different content creators, like, team names were in lore. It was like Disc Duo, B Duo. So I just think of the Dream SMP whenever I hear Golden Duo.
that's amazing.
180 viewers, but only 90 thumbs up. Why do half of you hate me? What are you even doing here? I'm giving you so much entertainment, dying on night 4 over and over, even though I've already beaten it.
What?
I think the entire reason I became a Cassidy Afton believer again was because of your stream that made me think. I was like, wait a minute. No, this is possible, because the Hyperdroid video came out, and I immediately just became a ride or die Dave Afton person. And I still technically am, due to my weird Tulpa Davidisms. But I really liked Cassidy Afton when the dual process theory timeline came out, and I was like, that's a really good, I really like that. All of this evidence lines up. And then the Hyperdroid video came out, I was like, this makes a lot of sense, that Dave Afton would be the crying child. And I'm like, wait, both are true.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you guys watched my stream, you know that, like, Connie came on and did, like, a victory lap. My thing is just, I just still don't believe Mike Toyshink. So, like, I can't say I really agree with the full video, but, you know, Cassidy Afton is interesting, and I'd say very possible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I
probably
don't think
working
Mike would
towards
be
it.
vengeful, because I think if he didn't want to die, he'd just leave.
I just think he didn't die.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm working towards David Toyshank, but it's like the weird Tulpa-isms, and I also don't believe that William Afton killed David Murray. So I'm like, how do I get to this from here?
Tell me...
I feel like I have two disparate parts, and I need to connect them.
Inside of me are 2 parts.
Tell me about David
Yes, you have to say
Tulpa-isms.
that.
Tell me about David Tulpa-isms.
So, basically, the central conceit of Tulpa David, I've narrowed it down to this, is that F10 and 4 thought up a David so hard that it manifested into the field flip side sphere.
Is it separate from M2?
Yes.
Okay.
M2, technically, I believe that if the storyteller ending were canon, the secret one, that you would have inputted the Tulpa David into M2, and that's why it dies turn green, that it's like the David program.
What about the White Tiger?
The White Tiger is also the Tulpa David.
Okay, so it's not David's spirit the way that every other spirit works in the series. It's literally just a Tulpa.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like Charlie.
And the reason
Okay. Silver-Eyes Charlie, got it.
Yes, exactly. Literally, like, I think that's what I say in Chroma Key Theory Part 1. It's like, take Henry, replace it with Edwin, and take the Charlie bot and replace it with Fiona/David. That basically, like, Edwin's despair manifested this creature that was F10 and 4, and then F10 and 4 basically did the same thing with David. And the reason that Arnold dies when he encounters the white tiger in the basement is because David, the Tulpa David, is basically like acting on the singular directive of merge with a human and become David again.
Okay.
And Arnold is so sleep deprived that when the Tulpa David attaches to him, begins the merging process, the shock is so great that it kills Arnold, which is something that I got kind of from B7 too. When you read that, you'll learn about it.
Ooh.
With that interpretation of Tiger, with the Tiger spirit, how does Tulpa David relate to the fact that Golden Freddy and the Tiger spirit pretty much act the same way?
Great to hear
think
that.
Oh.
It's a perfect question because it leads into the next part of the theory.
Okay,
Oh?
yes, yeah, exactly. Because I think that the Tulpa David is inside of Golden Freddy. I think that the theoretical Golden Duo is only because David Murray, the Tulpa David, did successfully attach to the crying child, who I believe is Cassidy, started to merge with him, and that's also what I believe that Psychic Friend Fredbear is. I think it's weird Fiona influence isms trying to prime Cassidy's mind to become David, and that's why he's crying all the time, because he's like actively under mental assault.
Mhm.
But the experiment fails because William Afton had another kid, and that kid shoved him into Fredbear's mouth.
You can almost say he had another David.
These two minds are now trapped within Golden Freddy, Cassidy and David. And the reason that Fiona doesn't get to try to make David again until Gregory is because her David is stuck in Golden Freddy.
Okay.
So then after UCN and that happens and William Afton escapes into Glitch Trap, Fiona finally has access to the Tulpa David again, which is how you get Gregory.
You don't think it's more that, like, the F10 machine was, like, not active until they started building the Pizzaplex?
Well, no,
I
'cause
also think that's a part of it, which is also kind of what Absol and I believe that. Well, I don't know if you believe in Absol, but I know you gave me the idea that Mexis was basically William Afton's method of shutting Fiona up.
Yeah, so
But I also
my
do
big
believe that Fiona wasn't active, or at least was in a dormant state, until Pizzaplex began construction, and the Pizzaplex people would have been like, "Oh, perfect robot with this weird rabbit thing in it. Let's use it to input it into our AR network." Wonderful.
Yeah, and it would explain. So like I think that the automated system that runs the sister location bunker is F10, but like being reined in by Mexis.
I mean, why does hand unit sound like dispatch?
Exactly.
It's got to be the
It's
mimic.
all,
That was a
it's
weird
all
glitch.
my wife. It's all my wife.
Yeah, that's a thing that I was like, I don't really care about that as much because I'm more focused on David.
Yeah, but
But yeah, that is like a
William-
logical thing that follows from it.
Yeah, William has to keep the F10 machine on because it's also another trilogyism that like he can do some stuff, but like the real genius is someone else whose work he's stealing.
Yes, which this is actually something that I thought of literally today while I was on Pinterest, like searching for stuff for my F10 and 4 redesign. It's pretty obvious that F10 and like that Fiona is the sun, Edwin is the moon. Specifically F10 and 4 is the sun. And yes, and this is how I get to Pragwin, because the moon is the archetypical feminine, which would mean that Edwin is feminine, and also he built the breath, if you believe that's from Edwin's perspective. So it's like metaphorically, and also this is where I get into Frankensteinisms, Edwin gave birth to M2 because he built the physical body of it.
Completely true.
Whereas F10N4 provided the active element, which is the personality.
Yep.
So F10N4 is the father, Edwin's the mother, haha, Edwin's pregnant. And that's why I call it Pregwin.
Yep. Complete like T-Dread's level, like, what if I made an incredibly good theory and then gave it a bad name?
Well, I
literally
mean,
why
I
I
would
called
not
it.
be able to guerrilla market any other theory like this.
Yeah, no, like it is literally one of those things. It's also like a minor sub theory that's part of chroma key theory as a whole. Because other theories like Fiona influence makes sense. Henry's
Yep.
party world makes sense. Tulpa David requires a little explanation but makes sense.
So someone in chat earlier asked what a tulpa was, and I almost think it doesn't matter what a real world tulpa is, because the answer is just it's what Charlie is in the Silver Eyes.
And also what tulpas basically are, especially like the reason why I latched onto tulpas, even incidentally, was because of their like relation to concepts like quantum
Yeah.
collective consciousness stuff that the field is also connected to. I don't even think I realized that until after I published part 1, because I'd known about tulpas for a while because of there was this one analog horror series that referenced it, and also because of the Will Wood song.
That,
But
that's what.
That's
Oh,
funny.
sorry, you go.
but yeah,
Bro, I was doing so well.
to the person who asked in chat, a tulpa is basically a concept appropriated from Buddhism through New Age bullshit, that states that if you meditate on something hard enough, and you think about this like a person, the concept of a person, it can be an imaginary person, and you will basically manifest that into the thought sphere. Another word for it is a thought form.
Yep.
It's basically level 2 of imaginary. You
It's
have
imaginary
this
friends,
imaginary
but they actually
friend.
are real.
Yep.
And then
Well, they're not real because they don't have a physical body, but like theoretically, and there's some weird stuff, and that's also where like Tulpa Davidisms come in, is giving tulpas physical bodies. And
then the
usually, like,
discover-
you know, it's sort of like your own body is the house of the tulpa, and now there's just this alternate personality living inside your head, which is also, you know, very non-scientific because that's not how that works.
and the discovery and exploitation of these tulpas leads the government to assassinate John F. Kennedy.
Yes.
So
Precisely.
That's
Yes.
yeah. So
that's
the
in the Algora.
the easiest way to describe it would be like if someone truly believed in the field, which is derived from quantum mechanics, which is a misunderstanding of how they actually work, where people think that quantum mechanics means that your thoughts and observations dictate reality. The question would be, if humans have magical powers and their thoughts can dictate reality, then what if they created another person in their mind without a person physically appearing? And so the idea is that if you think and meditate hard enough and you use the field, then you can create another being that doesn't have a body, and its consciousness is separate from your own.
Yes.
And because of this, like you said, New Age appropriation of these sort of Buddhist beliefs, there's a lot of people who actually believe this is possible, and it was very trendy on the internet about 12 years ago.
Exactly.
To make
Like,
tulpas.
Also, when creepypastas were big.
Yeah, creepypastas.
And also, yeah, how this translates into FNAF, and specifically why I think it functions slightly differently from a regular tulpa, is because it is a machine that constructs this. Because F10N4 also technically doesn't really have a physical body. It sort of exists in the like a computer technically has a
Hey,
body.
did I do it? No, I didn't. I lost. No.
Its circuit boards are the body of the computer,
Yeah.
but like its mind would be, in quotation marks, the internet. And Fiona's equivalent of this would be the field, or the flip side, if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm writing for my mimics that make it
5.
actually plausible with the tech of the time is that even the F10 is kind of a tulpa because it's basically Edwin was sad and he thought so hard that he invented a computer program that doesn't actually need any hardware.
Good night,
Exactly,
Lauren,
it's very
and
much
one
was.
or.
Someone in chat, it was Cursed Charlie, said, would the Velveteen Rabbit be considered a tulpa?
No.
Yes.
You would think so? It's not like that. That's not a body coming to life.
Well, I mean, like if tulpas are real, you can put them in different
Okay.
bodies.
Well, would the
I think-
Velveteen Rabbit be like having spawned from the child's imagination?
or
The
like,
child's
love.
love. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause the child is not
Okay.
trying to create a tulpa on purpose and isn't even really
okay.
there.
I would put it in the
I
same
mean-
category of thing, but I would not call that like a classic tulpa.
Yes, it would not be considered a tulpa. It would more be like a sort of like
It's a thought form.
manifestationism. It would be a
Yeah, yeah.
manifestation.
Yeah, not a tulpa.
Holy peak. Sorry, Maury.
Yes, that.
In chat, a dude on the internet 4437 just said, "Would Shadow Freddy be Afton's Tulpa?"
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
Something that I was going to mention earlier, but I didn't because we got off topic. So,
Oh, sorry.
Sun and Moon, Edwin and Fiona. The sun is the source of light, right? And there's like that very popular, like, oh, did you know this? That the moon actually doesn't give off light; it only reflects the light of the sun.
Yes.
And I like sort of in my sort of design ethos for what I'm doing for like the concept of moon, because that's what I'm sort of doing with these redesigns is sort of embodying the concept of sun and moon. And then I also have to do glitch trap. And I was like, I don't want to just draw the rabbit from Help Wanted. There's also those like cool, like weird shadow rabbit creatures from Help Wanted
can't
2.
move.
And then I brain blasted. Wait.
What the heck? I
Fiona's
can't.
son.
Can't move to the
Edwin's
left.
moon, William is Shadow. Because purple, like the whole, like I remember there was like a big thing of like he's not actually purple. He's only purple because it's a representation of this shadowy figure.
Yeah.
And Shadow Freddy is purple.
Not black. Yeah.
So that would Shadow Freddy being Afton's Tulpa would be very, very, very interesting.
I mean, I remember there being theories that like Nightmare / Shadow Freddy was the goal of the experiments.
Because so Nightmare is also Shadow Freddy.
Yes.
Because that's like part of Shadow Freddy lore.
Yep.
And Nightmare is very like Twisted Ones kind of thing. I mean, all the Nightmare animatronics are. I remember getting into this like really big debate on whether the Fun Times or the Nightmares were supposed to be the Twisted Ones. This is before the Fourth Closet had came out. And I was like, it's the Nightmares, obviously, because it's the Illusion Disc stuff. And now that we have Didophobia, I'm even more vindicated in that sort of belief. But Shadow Freddy.
So my take and my understanding of the shadows would be more that Shadow Bonnie is a manifestation of the MCI kids, and Shadow Freddy is Cassidy from the DCI.
Wouldn't
Which
it
is
be the
why.
other way around? Isn't the Shadow Bonnie associated with the DCI because he's Toy Bonnie?
I think that is just a thing that Scott did to save development time.
Because he lost the original model, didn't
Yeah.
he?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
my mom just came in and mocked me. She just went blah 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 because we've been yapping.
we have been
Damn.
having. Don't worry. Once I get to night 5 and the stream starts, we'll lock in.
Wait, what?
So
Literally, the
I'm
thumbnail.
looking at Nightmare's
The
voice
thumbnail says
lines
that we're
from
beating night
UC.
5 and we haven't even gotten there yet. Geez, 80 of you haven't liked this stream. You better do that before it actually starts, or I'm going to be upset.
So yeah, we've been on stream starting soon this entire time.
Yeah. Oh, Foxy's coming.
Yeah.
So you will not be spared. You will not be saved. That could connect to save. This is Nightmare's voice lines in UCN.
Yeah.
Because I did the same thing with Nightmarion in UCN for like Fiona-isms, which that's also like a very interesting connection. Oh, I am your wickedness made of flesh.
Yeah, that's why people think Nightmare is the product. Well, also in the fact that Nightmare only kind of seems to be more real than the other Nightmares, in the fact that he is more unreal, if you get what I'm saying. Like,
Yes. Yeah. I am here to claim what is left of you. Interesting. I will vomit you back to relive your horror. The shadow fears me. That's very specific phrasing.
That's Nightmarion talking, right? The shadow fears me?
No, that's Nightmare. This is Nightmare.
Oh. So Shadow
Yeah,
Bonnie
Nightmarion.
fears him? That's weird.
I was just gonna ask people's thoughts on this. So you know how there's that thing of like
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back.
William like copying / echoing lines that other people say. So there's the thing of like the "You will not be fed, you will not be saved" said by both Nightmare and Springtrap. And then there's the darkest pit of hell is open for business in Dead by Daylight. And what I specifically want to focus on the "You will not be fed, you will not be saved." Who do you think said it first? Is it Nightmare saying it to William, and then William using it later, or is it something that William would say to the kids that Nightmare is using against him? Who do you think said it first? Is he parroting them,
God.
or
This
is
is
it
about Follow
parroting
Me?
him?
Well, no,
No, about-
William
so
says it in
isn't that
AR,
line
right?
Only in AR, and like
Yeah.
the whole thing is that the Springtrap in AR is not supposed to be William Afton. It is supposed to be a fictional version of the character that Fazbear Entertainment had in that amusement attraction that burned down. So, if anything, it could be, if you're trying to put, again, you
Mimicisms.
think about AR for more than 5 minutes and you realize it can't be canon because of like the Faz stealth fields. But like you could just as well argue that it's fieldisms copying Nightmare, because Nightmare, like, the guy is trying to get inspiration for what to write for Springtrap's lines, and he accidentally pings upon Nightmare instead of William Afton in the field.
Because I always
Wait, what
like
line are we talking about? I was gone.
You will not be spared.
The
You will not be saved.
Oh,
what
that's
I
interesting.
always like, because of the whole I'm the fearful reflection of your wickedness made flesh, because of that stuff, I always interpreted it, and I know that AR came out after UCN and it's not technically Springtrap saying it, but I always headcanoned that it was something that William would say to the kids before he killed them, and the Nightmare is spitting it back at him.
Yeah, that makes sense, because like what I thought immediately was save them, you can't.
You will not be
What is it?
spared.
Oh,
You will not be saved.
Because yeah, I am the fearful reflection of what you have created is Nightmare Realm, which I do have a separation of them because I think Nightmare Realm is a completely separate thing. Also, because Fiona stuff.
But in Security Breach, he's called Nightmare.
I don't
Yeah,
give a fuck.
But who cares about the old Nightmare?
Mrs. Trap says AR is fully canon. I can't be convinced otherwise. Even if
it
AR is
just that your
canon,
boyfriend's
which I don't agree with, it's still not literally William Afton as the Springtrap. It would either have to be mimicisms, fieldisms, or complete fictionisms.
Also, we
Also,
have
just
the
let
fact
the-
that FNAF 3 exists in universe.
No, Gremlin.
So-
T-Dress is cursed before. It's okay.
Like, it's specifically... I mean, we have things from Frights and Tales that would allude to this. In the Flesh is about Springtrap, like the specific character of Springtrap. And he's not making FNAF 3. He's making a game called Springtrap's Revenge.
Oh god, we've lost more.
And he's like, "Wow, this Springtrap character is so cool." Oh no, I'm
I'm
pregnant.
pregnant.
I'm pregnant.
One,
And the
two,
Tales
three.
from the Pizzaplex story, Pressure.
One,
All that
two.
I'll say about it, not to spoil it for you, GiBi.
Is that
but
Maury or
it's-
me that's dying?
It's not. I'm
Mine
not dying.
sounds fine, so.
One,
But
two.
the Tales from the
Guys?
Pizzaplex story, Pressure,
Everyone's fine.
Yeah, pretty
is
too.
I think it's the game audio. Tales from the Pizzaplex story, Pressure, is about people wearing Springtrap costumes.
Two.
So
Yeah, they literally do FNAF 3 LARPing. Or
One,
more like,
also in Security Breach, there's Dr. Scraptrap.
One,
So like,
two.
yeah, well, they prefigure actually the existence
One,
of Dead by
two.
Daylight Springtrap, and they LARP that.
One, two. One, two. One,
are you doing the
two.
count?
Yes. One, two. You guys can keep talking. I'm just gonna be in the background doing my
Okay.
little
Um,
keeping time.
You'll
Oh
get
my
in the
god.
shoot.
One, two.
you will not be spared. You will not be saved. You will
two.
get no bitches.
You will.
One, two.
Will.
Right, if we're starting to get unhinged, I'm gonna play the soundboard.
No soundboard.
No. No soundboard.
No soundboard on stream.
Okay.
SN Flunky says, "Is this FNAF 1 on the Game Boy Color?" Yes, it is.
Gremlin, why are you mentioning adult theory? Please.
Gremlin, we won't be
No.
going for 4 hours today, 3 hours later. Well, we haven't been going for 4 hours yet, have we?
Wait, where's
One,
Gremlin
two.
mentioning adult there? I don't see that in the chat.
Hold on. Pure
AR adult theory.
Hydro, can you expand on what you're
two.
saying? They've just said Night Marione is either Will or Elizabeth infected.
Hmm.
1, 2,
Could you expand on what you mean, sorry?
Elizabeth?
1, 2.
Elizabeth or Will infected?
By what?
Yeah.
By whom? Or
One,
what?
two.
Or
I don't know. I don't know.
Your subjects and
reading the
objects.
comments.
1, 2.
Yeah, those comments were directed towards that person.
1, 2.
Yeah.
I
Is
mean,
it-
before we had
It's
Fiona,
Chica.
I thought that Night Marione
1,
was
2.
like the agony creatures are like spontaneous
One,
generation
two.
before events, and Nightmare is the spontaneous
1,
generation.
2.
Nightmares and Night Marione is the spontaneous generation of the FNAF 6 fire.
1, 2.
Get out of here, Mrs. Trap. Get out of here.
Before we had
1,
Fiona,
2.
Mrs. Trap. Before we had Fiona, I
1,
thought that
2.
Nightmare Rion was like the embodiment of death itself,
1, 2.
and Nightmare as well to an extent. And now I'm like, I'm
1,
completely
2.
changed on that.
1, 2.
Maybe the real Nightmare Rion was the emo phase we had along the
1,
way, Curse
2.
Charlie. Holy beak. Holy true.
Do, okay, under your explanation of Nightmare, Maury, does it factor into the fact that he has a brain?
Oh, William Tulpa?
Yes.
Well, he's
No.
all brain.
I mean, technically, well, Nightmare Rion just has like a brain-shaped endo head, right?
I mean, Nightmare is in the Big Bear has a translucent brain inside of it.
Yeah,
Is it a
like
translucent brain? I thought it was
No.
just endo.
no,
I think
because
it's a brain.
No.
Hold on, let me
The-
look it up.
yeah,
have
Nightmare
Google.
Fredbear doesn't have it. Even
Yeah,
if
it's
you look
not-
at the endo.
It's not what the normal Nightmare endo looks like.
Oh, yes. Okay, you're right. That's very interesting.
Because originally people thought it was like irony of like, you're being killed by a thing that has a brain and you don't have a brain, ha ha ha, when you think it's a BV playing FNAF 4. But like, I like the idea of it being a Tulpa, and that's more evidence for it being different than the other nightmares. It's like it's an quote unquote organic creature that has been created.
Yeah, I mean, like
I'm
what you
gonna,
have
like-
nightmares about are not like they don't have their own thought processes, but Tulpas do.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
start spitballing here.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna say some things. So, Nightmare, also Shadow Freddy. Treat them as the same entity.
Sure.
Technically, color-wise, because you know I love colors, an inversion of Golden Freddy and/or Fredbear, because Nightmare is black with yellow accents, whereas Golden Freddy is yellow with black accents. And within the context of FNAF 4, like Golden Freddy was the one with yellow skin, black top hat. That's like, oh, he's like the inverse of Golden Freddy specifically.
1, 2.
And then Shadow Freddy is the Orpal, because Fredbear has the Orpal.
1, 2.
And if Golden Freddy and Fredbear are the
1,
same
2.
thing, Shadow Freddy and Nightmare are the same thing, is that
1,
William
2.
Afton just having his,
1, 2.
I guess, trauma of the crying child dying to
1, 2.
Fredbear? 'Cause my will care belief is only limited to the
1,
crying
2.
child, and that whole Fiona stuff. Would that mean
1, 2.
Nightmare Shadow Freddy is
1,
William
2.
Afton sort of projecting this inverse
1, 2,
of
3.
the crying child?
Wait, is that
I mean,
Chica?
I
don't know.
can't. I just thought of something just then, and it's probably unlikely, but it's a funny idea. Is that it's a symbol of William's ego? Is, oh, this thing represents me. Look how big its brain is. Look
Well,
at
no.
That's why it's see-through. Look at the brain.
I mean, compared to the size of its head, it's a pretty small brain.
If Nightmare's supposed to, I don't think Nightmare's supposed to represent William, because the thing about Tulpas is you're like partitioning yourself to create someone who isn't you. And I think, if anything, as opposed to like Glitchtrap is William's attempt to upload his brain onto the computer, if anything, it would be, oh, Henry doesn't want to go murdering with me, but Bonnie is supposed to be complemented by a Freddy. So I will think super hard and create my own Freddy to
1,
complement
2.
me.
Interesting.
1, 2.
Though there also isn't a
1, 2.
there
Well,
isn't
all
a
the
Nightmare Spring Bonnie, which I think is one of the
1, 2.
weirdest things about FNAF 4, is that there isn't a Nightmare Spring Bonnie.
1, 2.
Because
Well, I
also
Just plush
but
trap.
It's the reflecting fact.
oh, you're
FNAF
right.
It's the reflecting
1,
FNAF
2.
1ism, because we have Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare are two separate
1,
characters.
2.
You have all the characters who are in FNAF 1,
1, 2.
and then Nightmare is there, which is more evidence of like Nightmare is
1,
not
2.
supposed to be there, which is like FNAF 4 gameplay is
1,
Mike
2.
having nightmares about FNAF 1 mixed with his own trauma.
1, 2.
And then there's this guy here who's not supposed to be here.
1, 2.
Which is Nightmare.
Yeah, because Nightmare is like a field
1,
being
2.
who's like, ooh, I'm gonna project myself into this guy's nightmares.
1, 2.
Hmm.
1,
And you
2.
wouldn't need a Nightmare Spring Bonnie
1,
from William's
2.
perspective, because that's him. He's making a murder buddy.
1, 2.
Yeah.
Also,
1, 2.
Maury,
No.
you color person.
1,
What
2.
do you think it's just done to look cool,
1,
or
2.
why do you think that given the whole inversion of the colors, why do you
1,
think
2.
that Nightmare has red eyes?
1, 2.
Because Agony. Thumbs up.
I mean, Agony is red.
That's yep.
Isn't Agony blue?
That's all I can say.
I'm agonizing it.
Isn't Agony blue?
No, Grief.
No,
is
Agony's
blue.
red.
But you can only see it
Yeah.
on a blue light spectrum. No.
Yes,
Yeah.
because blue there oh yeah, because blue light has a very interesting relationship with the color red, and the same thing with red light and the color blue.
Okay.
Where it makes them red and blue make the opposite color especially visible when that light is shown on them. There's a few fun videos that I've seen where like people will paint like red and blue things on their face and then shine red and blue lights on them, and it'll make like the blue ones appear black when the red light is showing, and then vice versa.
Oh god, my foot's gone
So
numb.
why I think Taggart is doing this, and this is also because of I think I rambled about this to someone about the whole like frequency of light.
Yeah, that was
and
us.
that, like that blue light is basically the closest thing. Oh yeah, no, literally, I'm just scrolling up in this group chat, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's the UV light thing, because blue would make red show up real big.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And also, Agony's heavily tied to blood because of the balls.
Yes. And then
Uh-huh.
also, the big thing we figured out is alchemy theory has become more powerful. In my alchemy video, I say, nothing in FNAF kind of lines up with the black, white, like with the color division of the making of the Philosopher's Stone. And we realized if you go off of chroma key, it actually does, because black is death. And so the first thing you need to do is die.
Yes.
And then
Step
white,
high.
yeah, white is life, especially in the context of give gifts, give life. And that, like, the puppet is life within death. And so step 2, albedo, is become unlife, like become something possessing something. And then step 3 is happiest day /
1,
enlightenment question mark of like the final goal of all
1,
these
2.
processes, because like the final goal of moon.exe is to have a
1,
David,
2.
and like the final goal of happiest day is to not
1, 2.
exist. So I think like in universe people disagree on what the final goal of the
Jesus.
process will be, and so the symbolism is mixed up
1,
like
2.
that. But you get red, and then the Philosopher's Stone is red, but it produces gold. So you get red and gold, which is the two extremes of emotion, agony and ecstasy, and then together they're orange, which is remnant.
Yes. And also, like, you say, like, the point of Moon.exe is to have a David. It's, at least under Chroma Key theory, it's to distill the essence of
Yes, because alchemy is all about like distilling and like the idea that David gets trapped within God David, and so not that Tulpa David gets trapped within Golden Freddy, and so then F10 is Glitch Bear trying to do Happiest Day, not because she cares about other children, but because she needs to get rid of all of them, and that like burning out of impurities, which is what the FNAF 6 guy would be, is also a big element of alchemy.
Yep.
So I saw the dev said that they took out the Foxy glitch. Has there been anything else in chat? Any interesting questions or just anything?
We've been on night 4 since 2.5 hours.
That's true. I'm in a good rhythm. I think I know what I'm doing now.
Yeah, Fritz is the German name for Frederick. No, Fritz is the shortened form of the name Frederick. Frederick is the German version of Frederick. Foxy is on the Fritz. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's funny.
Um,
I'm hung up on it. Shadow Freddy is not a William stand. It is a Golden Freddy stand, which is his son.
or his quote
guy's son.
buddy.
Yeah, because I think that the reason it's... Because if we want to go with the Tulpa theory, if White Tiger is the Tulpa David, Shadow Freddy is the Tulpa Cassidy.
Been sitting here for a while.
In very different ways. Very, very different ways. Especially because it's William, and also I believe that all artificial consciousness is inherently a bastardization of their original, of the people that they're based off of. You get it with Charlie, you get it with Fiona, you get it with David, under Tulpa David, because it's like, instead of just
yes,
being
Gremlin,
a
that's
kid-
funny.
What did Gremlin say?
Gremlin said, guys, Ewan McGregor is the main guy from Robots 2005? Yes, it's Ewan McGregor, Amanda Bynes, and Robin Williams. How do you not know that? Come on.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor was Rodney Copperbottom, right?
Yep.
Love that movie.
Okay, so I think I did this night very well. We got some really bad luck a couple times. But I think I'm in the
You're
flow
on
and I
5
know how
a.m.,
to
right?
do it. We're at 5 a.m. So we have a chance if we get a long pause and then another long pause. There's a chance.
So Tax says a lot of the confusion around FNAF is like the rules of the magic system, and yeah, it is weird. Like you don't have the rules, but like that's what all my field research is trying to find.
I feel like that's what Chroma Key theory is. It's establishing the rules of the magic system of FNAF.
Yeah, let's go!
Yo!
All right, guys. Yes.
Finally, we can start streaming.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is GiBi. I'm here today with my friends Absolute Guardian, Steffi, and Maury Mortimer, and we're going to be playing Five Nights at Freddy's Night 5 in the Game Boy Color demake of the original FNAF. So, welcome to the stream. Let's begin.
Yo, let's just check the time. Yeah, we haven't been streaming for an hour. We're good.
No. No, it's only been 2 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah, it was the
1, 2.
What do you call it? Freddy, the
1,
Freddy,
2.
like title screen. Friendly
1,
respect,
2.
Blah blah blah.
Yes.
1, 2.
Yeah. Okay.
1, 2.
So here's my thought.
Thank you
Unless
for the
Gibby,
clap
you
and a
can-
half, Curse Charlie.
Unless Gibby, do you want us to be quiet
1,
so you
2.
can lock in?
No, listen, I'm locking in. They're just gonna hear me going 1, 2
Okay.
as you
Okay.
yap.
So,
But
my
do
thing with
please keep up with the chat if anyone asks interesting questions.
Oh, yes.
1,
I'm
think
literally
2,
pacing around this room because I'm
1,
getting
2.
thoughts.
That's good.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Grandma,
Okay.
why did you say Absol's middle name but not Maury's? Oh yeah, because I'm X and
You're-
you're F.
Yes.
Maury F. Mortimer, I apologize.
No one
The
ever
one-
knows. No one will ever know what the F stands for.
It's for
The
Frasbear.
X stands for Pokemon X.
So the one bush rat said, yeah, Shadow Freddy doesn't kill you, right? So maybe Shadow Freddy is CC when Cassidy is in control of Golden Freddy.
That
See, and you could also
is
factor
interesting.
into-
Because in Follow Me, we
how I
don't see.
think that it would-
In Follow Me, we never see a Golden Freddy, right? We just start as Cassidy's ghost, loose in the
Yes.
restaurant. So yeah, and
Yes.
obviously the chances of getting a Shadow Freddy and Golden Freddy at the same time in FNAF 2 is 0, because that's not how that works. So could Shadow Freddy literally just be a projection of
Wait,
the
but now we're
vengeful
asking the
spirit?
question of which Cassidy do you use?
Let's go classic
I
girl, Cassidy. Like, could it still work? Yes, it could still work.
I
Fascinating.
mean, I agree. Like Cassidy is the Golden Freddy spirit in my opinion now. So
No, 'cause no, like that just made me
1,
realize,
2,
like in Tulpa David,
1, 2,
obviously, when the spirits
1,
within Golden
2,
Freddy are disembodied, they'd still look like one spirit because it's like a
1,
Russian nest.
2,
It's like a Russian nesting doll thing,
1,
or like an
2,
activity.
where the Tulpa David is
1,
completely
2.
contained within the Cassidy Afton.
Yes.
So in the last night of Follow Me, you are playing
1,
as
2,
Cassidy Afton.
Yes.
1, 2.
Okay. Yeah, I guess
Where's
I
Freddy?
guess the pixel art is so abstract. You don't really know if it's going yes, yes, die, 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 or if it's like more.
1, 2.
That's one thing that I do.
Gibby,
try to
I
keep
know,
in
I
mind
know,
whenever
I
I'm
saw your
thinking about
joke
the
ASMR
arcade.
video, but it seems like chat is genuinely being soothed by you just going 1,
1,
2,
2.
1, 2.
1,
GiBi
2.
ASMR that we all paid for.
And they're also hearing the sounds of the game, so it's more like 1, 2, light on, camera up, pause, camera down. 1, 2.
Who is GiBi
1,
ASMR?
2.
I'm all about that Gibby ASMR.
Exactly. Wait, how did Freddy move? I've been staring right at him.
So,
Bruh.
if Shadow Freddy's a William Tulpa,
1, 2.
would that potentially
1,
make that
2.
the possibility that there's the spirit of Cassidy Afton
1,
inside
2.
Golden Freddy, under Tulpa David, and the Shadow
1,
Freddy
2.
version of that is basically just a mirroring of Crying Child that does what William Afton wants, because William Afton's a narcissist.
Oh my God! Shadow
David.
Freddy is Michael Afton from the films.
Ah!
Wait,
we
that's
go.
true.
We've cracked it.
Michael, forget Mike Duo. Michael Afton Tulpa.
Someone said Gibby 1, 2 to fall asleep to.
Michael's a projection.
Wait, hold. I just came up with a dumb idea. So we know that in the first FNAF movie, that like Shadow Freddy is a physical suit.
Yes, because that's what Max gets shoved into, right?
Yeah. Imagine if
No, I think
So the
Max is
follow-
regular Freddy, right?
No, she gets killed by regular Freddy.
Oh.
But the suit that she's shoved into is Shadow.
Oh, okay. That's
Or at least
correct,
part of
yes.
no. How funny would it be if like, because we obviously follow Shadow Freddy and then Pearl Guy kills us, but I don't think we see Shadow Freddy around when William kills us. So what if it's
1,
just
2.
William dressing up as Shadow Freddy to lure the animatronics to destroy
1,
them?
2.
That's what some people think.
Are you kidding me?
Well, no, because you'd have to be getting in and out of that
1,
super fast.
2.
Yeah, but how quick does he get the Springtrap
1,
suit
2.
on? It's because it's in a video game.
Yeah, but he's not putting it on properly,
1,
and that's why he
2.
dies.
No,
Yeah,
he dies
I don't
because it's
think
old
true.
and the
I don't
1,
floor's
2.
leaking, and also spirits manipulating stuff. That's not. He doesn't die because he
1,
puts
2.
it on him properly. He
Not
dies
probably
because
bit of everything.
Because one thing
But
that I
yeah.
try to keep in mind all the time when I'm thinking about the 8-bit FNAF games, or like the mini games, is that there is a layer of abstraction.
Yep.
That we are doing this through. Like Take Cake to the Children.
from Digital Circus.
Is presumably Take Cake to the Children is
1, 2.
presumably the same exact event as Security Puppet.
1, 2.
However, they look nothing alike. This is because we
1,
have a layer
2.
of abstraction that we can view these through.
1, 2.
Yeah, just like
It's
in
the
the
same reason
novel.
why I don't.
1, 2.
It's the same reason why I don't believe
1,
in
2.
experiment neighborhood thing anymore.
1, 2.
because
Correct
I think
opinion.
that the FNAF
1, 2. Correct opinion. I'm getting roasted on Twitter for that currently. Experiment
Yeah,
neighborhood
no,
is
because-
silly.
The FNAF 4 minigames are a stylized, abstract version of the Crying Child's memories.
Yes.
And it's the same reason, like, why, like, Didophobia has almost no chance of being
1,
made.
2.
1,
One,
because
two.
Didophobia, we just get
the night gameplay of FNAF 4, and then he's like, and I'm gonna go to sleep and go to school or whatever. Shoo!
Yeah, he's like, I explained this, that you couldn't, if you did the nightmare experiments on someone, they would not be able to live a normal life. Because while FNAF 4 is happening, they're not sleeping.
Yep.
And Rory passes, when he thinks he goes to school, he actually just passes out on the floor and sleeps for real.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's the inverse of what's happening. While he thinks he's dreaming, he's awake, and while he thinks he's awake, he's asleep.
Yeah, I mean that's why in Unlimited Truth's version, where they did do the nightmare experiments, like Mike has brain damage and is disabled because of them. Because like,
Yes.
you can't like. I think it's impossible for William to have been doing these experiments and sending the kids to school. Like, it's one or the other.
Well, also, we don't see the crying child go to school. We only see him go to Fred's.
Yeah, he's on break, but like, if a kid is allowed out of that house and William is not spending time homeschooling them, if the kid
he's crying all the time like a little loser. So.
If the kid legally exists and is not thought missing by the government.
Yeah. Who said that recently? Was that Rye? Rye called Crying Child like a piss baby or something?
Yes.
Is that what you were referencing, or were you just saying it?
That for years.
That's so funny.
I wouldn't cry, but if you snuck up on me, I would jump in the air and then fall on the ground.
He's crying all the time.
Bro is like probably being abused. Like what?
Yeah, he has a lot of stress going on, and I'd like cry at the before I was on testosterone, I'd cry on like the easiest thing.
Yeah.
But when I learned how to cry silently because
I don't cry at things. I'm just built.
I'd cry like so easily that I learned how to cry without making noise so that I wouldn't bother people.
Ooh.
Not because like they'd be like, "Why are you crying? Shut up!" But because like they'd be way more worried than I felt was appropriate for the situation. And I'm like, I've just been mildly inconvenient, but I'm crying and I don't want to.
There's literally never a moment where we see the bite victim not crying.
Yeah.
He is always crying.
Yeah, there's something wrong with his brain, which is like what the whole theory is.
Help it, David. Yeah, because I'm like, he's crying because he's actively being... There's actively a kid inside of his head going, merge with me, bro, merge with me, bro. Come on, dude, merge with me, man. Merge with me, dude. And then there's another voice coming out of his plushie that maybe sounds like his father that's like, dude, remember what you saw? Oh, you don't remember anything? Well, dude, you remember this? It's Davidisms.
Yeah. Because also, I realized we came up with so my thought for Fiona plush is that there is a physical plush that's a reskinned mycelium men that F10 is talking to through the radio, and then does it so much that she's then able to talk to a crying child through his brain in the field. I realized
psychic link because it's The Shining.
Yeah, what's a mycelium? It's the roots underground of a mushroom. It's the net.
Right.
The mycelium men were already connected to F10 because Edwin invented cloud computing, where like ChatGPT is not on your phone.
Didn't John FNAF say that in the video?
I don't know.
Yeah, he said the Mushroom Men are proto Fredbear plushes, and then it's the Mimic.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess if we're all coming up with these ideas independently, that means there's merit.
One,
like,
two.
That's why you're supposed to like
One,
look if you
two.
have an original idea in academia. You're supposed to look to see if anyone said anything close to it, so you can cite them and be like, "See, I did not make this up."
As William Afton would say, recreating the accident.
1, 2.
I guess that wouldn't be the right.
Wi-Fi is a FNAF invention.
True.
It's
Just like
radio waves. It's all radio waves. Wi-Fi is anything that's wireless is radio waves. The radio and the radio medium has always existed. It's called the atmosphere.
1, 2.
Seeker says, Absol, you're forgetting adults are useless assholes in this
2.
franchise. The second movie confirmed it.
This is
1,
true.
2.
How am I? Oh, well, I mean, I
1,
did
2.
write that in my fanfic that Mike
1,
was
2.
having the FNAF 4 nightmares just on his own,
1,
and
2.
nobody noticed it, and that's why he dropped out of high school.
Alright, I'm just not gonna move for a while.
But like, I feel like nightmare rush. If you're doing Russian sleep experiments to your kid, that's like a level above. Because they'll start, if they can do anything, they'll start like just completely losing.
It's
it
over,
eventually.
fam. I think we're just unlucky
Society.
on this level. I do think I have a good timing strategy thing down, but I think we could do a little better. So I'm gonna keep doing this. I have hope. I have hope.
I like wasted ink. Mike has one of those movie cry on demand sticks and keeps applying to Cece because he's mean. Yeah. What if we don't know? What if Mike tainted Cece's shirt with a harsh chemical and that he's not crying, his eyes are just watering.
That's amazing.
Curse Charlie says, "Isn't there a series of unfortunate events episode book about mycelium?" Yes, the Medusoid mycelium from the 11th, 12th, and 13th books.
And there's a
See,
song
Michael
about it.
Afton- Michael Afton is just really into Italian food, and he makes Crying Child chop all the onions.
Onion theory. There you go.
Onion theory.
Shrek theory.
Asbestos theory. I don't know if asbestos. It makes your eyes water. Here's
More
Gremlin. Radios are pseudoscientific. There's no way that box can make noise. They put a person in my box. Gremlin, are you from the 1840s?
Gremlin, you're right. This is true. H.P. Lovecraft would love
Did H.P. Lovecraft ever do a radio one? Like, I know he did an air conditioning one and a.
I don't think he did radio.
He did a radio. Which one was the radio one?
No, I don't think he did.
Yeah. Well, fun fact, I learned about H.P. Lovecraft. So I'm taking a class on like the
Asbestos theory.
Western the interplay in modern fantasy between Western media and Japanese media, and H.P. Lovecraft is a massive influence there.
1, 2.
And so the teacher started lecturing on that, and apparently
1, 2.
Lovecraft was actually like a very sociable
1,
guy.
2.
No,
Real.
Gremlin, don't do it. Gremlin, no.
1, 2.
I need to get my axe and chop open my box.
1,
Put a
2.
man in my box. I need to get him out of there.
1, 2.
No. And my axe.
So H.P. Lovecraft,
1,
whenever he saw a house with interesting architecture, he'd
1,
knock on their
2.
door and be like, "I think the outside of your house is really
1,
cool. Can I
2.
come inside and look at the inside of your house?" And people would usually
1,
say
2.
yes.
And that's why there used to be a lot of serial killers.
Yeah, but like, cause like if you just
1,
like
2.
before like I was in that lecture, like
1,
the thing
2.
you need to look at is like he's afraid of everything, but he's
1,
apparently
2.
not
He's
afraid
a
of
paranoid
social
racist
interaction.
freak.
Yeah,
1, 2.
but apparently everyone who knew him thought he was chill.
1, 2.
I mean, I guess you just don't mention
1, 2.
anything. I guess if you
1,
leave him be
2.
and you don't mention air conditioning or
1,
people of
2.
color, you won't set him off.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Well, I think also a lot of it is
1,
like
2.
fear of because he was like an antiquarian. I think a lot of it is fear of oh my god,
1,
what if
2.
the archaeologists uncover something that ruins society?
1, 2.
And then also
Oh
1,
no.
2.
Seeker
What's this-
accompanist, no.
what's Seeker doing?
1,
The
2.
plus
Animated by
and
the-
Seeker's an Eliza first,
1,
and
2.
that's why Cece's crying. I feel like, do you have something to say there, Maury?
No,
You just need to let Seeker be.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
And the final speaker at the end of FNAF 4 is Elizabeth. That's attached to the plot.
Commit Henry Silver Eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Still can't believe Scholastic got put that in the book.
Seeker just said, "I'm glad you're disappointed."
Thank you, Seeker. That's I know that's what you're
Seeker
gonna
is
do.
such a good heel to all the other theorists.
Seeker,
The answer
that's
to
why-
every
that's why we have
question.
you around.
The answer to every question is just Elizabeth Flush. That is Seeker's answer to every
Yeah.
question. What is Midnight Motorist, Elizabeth
So-
Flush?
Actually, this gets me thinking.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Seeker, what's your Midnight Motorist take?
The Mound is Elizabeth. Easy.
No,
So-
what do you mean?
This actually gets me thinking. Are there
Oh
any,
my
like,
god, Freddy, what the heck?
Lovecraft influences in FNAF?
Um,
Because I can't think of any.
No, because like the sea isn't scary, space isn't scary, time is.
1, 2.
No. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, no,
Wait,
guys.
except, actually, I take that back. This was a thought I had in lecture when the teacher was like explaining the basic things of cosmic horror. It's like, wait a minute, this is the same kind of stuff that people a generation before thought were really cool, like Atlantis and Lemuria, and monism, of like the idea that like there is this massive, incomprehensible
My
thing,
God.
which is
Is
like
that
the
Garth a part
field.
of that, or is that something else? Because I know that's a weird.
That's
Is
like
what a
under
part of it?
Hollow Earth,
Like
Agartha.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
know
that
that's like a
would
weird, like,
be like a
conspiracy theory.
generation before that, but like that was of the similar time frame of like Lemuria and like the 19th century. But I think Hollow Earth is like a bit earlier than that, and then in the later is Theosophy and Lemuria and
Which
Atlantis.
theosophy is how we get stuff like field to all those isms.
Oh, basically, yeah.
Because that was like
Nah,
the origin point for that, right? Am I
Gibby,
right?
do you
Not
Mhm.
the field because they didn't know about quantum mysticism, but they had like atomic mysticism because they just discovered what an atom was. And then the New Age movement was kind of like a rebirth of Madame Blavatsky's work. So it's a lot of like, nobody cares about this. Oh, it's the 1960s. Now we care about this stuff again.
We're all high on acid.
Yeah.
speaking of the Mountain Midnight Murders, Gibby, do you remember the kind of joke theory I came up with when we did the Chica Secret Party? But now I genuinely believe it, and it works both ways. If it's Afton Midnight Murderers or MCI Midnight Murderers, it is that. So obviously we see in the Midnight Murderers house there is a dog, and then so my thing is that, assuming it's MCI Midnight Murderers, the mound is just the dog's grave, and that's why the dad is so abusive, because the dog just died and he meant a lot to him.
Meant a lot to him.
Dad care.
But then if you want to do it, Will Midnight Murderist, you could make the connection that the dog has the same color scheme as Scooby, and who plays William Afton.
True. Well, as Cursed Charlie says, what's in the box? It's a digital alarm clock that would be found in every hospital room.
I love how sometimes Matt just said false things.
Me when I lie on the internet.
Me when I lie.
Gibby, what did I
purposely spread
What did I say? I said something on stream, like on one of my first streams with you, that made you die. It was something like, "Guys, I'm currently in hospital, but there are no digital alarm clocks. I'm very scared."
Well, because also like the fact there is no consistent timekeeping in hospitals is like kind of medically relevant, because losing your sense of like the day-night cycle is a contributing factor to ICU psychosis.
Fascinating.
Well, it would have been good to know that when I was in hospital for 5 months as an 11-year-old.
Jeez.
Well,
Yeah.
also, as we know, what's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But as a wise man once said, it was difficult to put the pieces together.
Yes, yes. Jackie's box is in the box. That's what the box is. It's Jackie's box.
It's Jackie's box. Jackie.
The song tells us. Jackie's in the box.
Also,
But, come on.
Gibby, while we're still while we've still got however many viewers, do you want to like add us into the title or something?
Next time I die, maybe. Or
What
win.
do you mean, maybe?
Let's use the field. When I win. Okay? We're all agreeing when I win.
Yeah.
No, Gibby. I was meaning to talk to you about this, but like, yeah, thank you so much again for sending me the package. It meant a lot.
Of course.
Because, especially after I found out like how much it was, I go to Gibby and I'm like, oh my god, I've got to pay you back. And Gibby says something like, oh, that you can pay me back by like having a winning smile and keep being you, but also free stream labor.
Yeah, you can pay me back with free labor from my stream.
Yeah.
So
this is
favorite.
Banana Lee
This
says,
is me
hold
paying
on.
back my debt.
Can someone scroll up to her comment about being a nurse?
Sure.
I lost it.
Banana
Uh,
leaf.
What's in the box? A floppy disk.
Nurse here clocks almost never for a reason.
That's very ominous.
For a reason.
Clocks, not even once.
And then what was the
Like,
floppy disk
They
one?
don't put communism.
What?
What's in
The
the
floppy
The
disk
floppy
one,
disk one.
A floppy disk that when accessed will play Rick Ashley's Never Gonna Give You Up on a dot matrix
1,
printer.
2. 1, 2.
Amazing, and I hope that's canon.
That's the solution to secret part or secret.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Secret party.
Secrets are no
Secret
fun
Party.
unless you cheek with everyone.
What's in the box? I'm in the box. It's me.
So
Hello.
actually,
It's me.
So Murray, back to like Shadow Freddy being a CC Tulpa.
Yes.
Like, I was thinking initially, like, why would it be a Tulpa of CC? But the way you explained it, like, it's not Henry's part. I mean, it's not William's partner in murder. It's his minion.
Yes.
And we know, like, alternate timeline. What if his kids were different? We get Michael Afton from the movie.
Mhm.
And you
also
get
Elizabeth Afton from the books.
Elizabeth in the trilogy, yeah. So he wants his kids to be little minions, and so that's the Tulpa,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why it's Freddy instead of his favorite.
I mean, we also literally have like Scrap Baby in the games, though. That's like, she's kind of cray, as it were.
Feels like it's all her idea instead of William.
I will make you proud, Daddy. What the fuck are you talking about? Elizabeth. What?
Oh, game dev, I don't know if you're still in here. The last time we were streaming, we came up with the idea that, you know how in FNAF when you beat, like, the challenges, you get the little plushes on the desk? That you should leave the Toto in, but maybe, like, color it gold so it's officially Golden Freddy, and have it be like, oh, you got all the stars, so now you've unlocked Golden Freddy, and we'll know it's Toto, but other people playing the game won't know it's originally Toto.
I'm sorry.
Every hospital is a
Hello, my
every
brother
book is a
book is a
DVD.
DVD. Every VHS is a
VHS is
PCP type.
What?
This is true.
This is what we have to
Also-
deal with every day. From the
Also,
mind that got you suspiciously Dolores-shaped stomach.
Oh,
Also,
Gremlin?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Wasted Ink 459 for the Pregwin refresh. Let's circle back to Pregwin. How does this factor into Pregwin?
Oh yeah, who gets pregnant to make Nightmare?
Oh God.
But what about Legwin and Pegwin?
Well, Penguin we can't talk about on this.
Pegwin we can't talk about on stream. Because also the reason at least subconsciously in my brain that I called it Pregwin is because I'd been thinking about, like, in the back of my mind, I had two layers of theories that I wanted to talk about within Chroma Key theory.
In the back of my
Layer
mind
one
are two
is-
theories.
In the back of my mind are two theories. One is the, like, Henry and Fiona are siblings, you know, like a genuine thing with, like, some actual layering stuff, and it was like, how does this factor into, like, how do colors factor into the relationships of these characters? Because a lot of them were yellow, but Edwin doesn't really have any yellow. And then the other half of it was like, oh my god, Cuck Twin. Oh, Edwin's the only one without yellow. Oh. But thankfully, I don't have to talk about that anymore because I have Pregwin.
Yeah.
Isn't Penguin the silly birds that live around snow? Says Zora.
What?
Nah, no.
Yes, that is. Yes.
Wait, guys, is it possible if Henry and Fiona are related, is it
Mhm.
possible that one of them are Nepo babies or Nepo siblings?
That's very cool, KBLM Studio. I approve.
Well, actually, I think it would be that Henry was the Nepo sibling because
I mean-
Henry's party world was Henry and MCM. And
Yeah.
so Fiona's like, hey, my brother wants to start a restaurant. We should provide investment money and resources. And then
Wait,
the
that's
restaurant
true.
fails because Henry's not very good at anything.
Well,
'Cause I
no,
was literally
because
about
oh, sorry, you go, Maury.
I was literally about to be like, well, Henry started his own thing because he's an entrepreneur, and he started Henry's Party World. Or he started Chica's Party World. And I was like, no. He just inherited it from freaking whoever.
Well, yeah, it's just like MCM has to be financially involved in Chica's
1,
Party
2.
World because the advertisement says it's from MCM,
1,
so
2.
it's like a child company.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Kind of, yes.
I don't know. I don't even know if the
1,
writers
2.
understand how corporate structure works.
I don't really know
1,
how corporate
2.
structure works. That isn't my wheelhouse.
Sort
I'm
of,
the
and I
One,
asked my
2.
dad. I literally asked my Maury, you were there when I
1,
told you
2.
this, but I literally asked my dad what would happen
1,
if the owner
2.
who was on the board went missing for 30 years.
1, 2.
And he's like, they'd vote him off the board, but they couldn't
1,
make him
2.
stop being the owner if he wasn't declared dead.
1,
Which is
2.
like Batman.
1, 2.
I remember when you mentioned that, I was like, oh, it's like Bruce Wayne
Yeah, 1,
being the
2.
owner of Wayne Enterprises, but he's not. He's like kicked off the board of directors
Yeah.
when he comes back.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh, about you talking to your parents about stuff, and I was like,
1,
yeah,
2.
I did the same thing because I hated the way that Henry dressed. And then turns out it was canonized by the movies, but I'm still mad.
Wait, is it a picture of William who's wearing that silly ass outfit?
There's a picture of both William and Henry in the workshop, and they're both wearing worker aprons, and I'm like,
1.
like when the reason
At least
the
they
first
didn't
time
give him
that I
the
got
mullet.
the first time that I got mad at it was when like it was the
1.
bit in the trailer where they showed William, and I was like, oh come on. I just made a whole video
1.
5 days ago about
So it's
hating
really
this
historically inaccurate for them to be wearing overalls over
1.
flannel?
No, it's just that I was like, they're engineers. They
1.
wouldn't dress like that. And I talked to my parents who
1.
both work in the pharmaceutical industry, but like specifically in like the
1.
manufacturing side of it. Like my dad works in he used to work, he's now
1.
retired, he's old. He worked in a pilot plant, and my mom worked with a
They
One.
lot
made
of
pilots there?
no, it's like where they like
No, I know what a
make-
pilot plant is. I was
yeah.
just
1.
telling
It's like
you.
it's where they manufacture stuff for like medical equipment. And my mom works with a
1.
lot of engineers and stuff like that. So I was like, and she like started working there back in the 80s.
1.
And so did my dad. I'm like, father, mother,
1,
would
2.
an engineer dress like this? And they were like, no. Why would they do that? And I was like, even if
1,
he's like a
2.
mechanical engineer and he's like working with like oil and stuff, and they were like, an engineer?
1,
No.
2.
So what if
Which
it's
is-
what if it's all trying to make them look more like hands-on and working class than they actually
I think that's
are?
what I think that's exactly what it was. And honestly, like with what we got in the FNAF movie, I think there is like the sort of
1,
like
2.
oh, when they're in the workshop, they're wearing those sort of like
1,
worker
2.
like those sort of aprons with the pockets and tools and stuff. Though they gave him overalls in the books, like not even the apron. Because that's the
1.
thing that I'm like, oh, okay, it's kind of different enough because it's like an apron, and I could see that because
1.
like, you know, when you're working with like soldering equipment, like my cousin who's a welder,
1,
he
2.
would probably have dressed like how William and Henry were in the movie.
Bruh. 1,
They
2.
probably would have also had like a mask to like protect their face. But
1, 2.
yeah, no, he wouldn't have been just wearing overalls.
1, 2. Okay, game dev, if you're still here in chat, what activates the Shadow Toto thing? Is it an Easter egg, like based on the amount of times you flip the camera, like Golden Freddy, or is there some other like sequence of things you have to do to get the Shadow Toto?
Scott was thinking more design tech teacher
1, 2.
than engineering is design. Okay, that's why it's felt right to me because
1.
the only engineer I know is the guy who taught and who's the guy who did the engineering classes at my
1.
high school.
Okay.
And he'd not wearing overalls, but he'd come in wearing blue jeans and the kind of shirt that like he's wearing under the overall.
Yeah, like that sort of like plaid flannel pattern
Yeah, and like
ish that wasn't even
Pocket.
really plaid because Pinky Pills is the worst artist on earth.
yeah, they do that same design in the fan film. And it looks much better. It looks much better when it's an actual plaque.
Mm-hmm.
But
Which
yeah,
is
I
what
think
I
that.
tried to do. Because that part I actually probably will remake my Henry design, at least to give him a different outfit that does more resemble like what he looked like in the movies. Because I was like, if they gave him like jeans, that would have made sense. I specifically was just like, William and Henry were like the Jim Hensons of their day almost. But yeah.
Also, I would like to apologize to all of my university professors with industry experience that I said that I implied that they were not engineers. They're dressed as old college professors. So.
GiBi, counterattack 248 just dropped by to say hello, so say hello to them.
Hello. Oh my god, I can't get to the right camera.
Another. So Game Dev says random
God.
chance every time the camera is flipped, 1 out of 10.
There we go. Jesus, there was so much lag trying to get to that camera. That was crazy.
And then another amazing
1,
gremlin
2.
line. Grok, show me Henry with only overalls
1,
on.
2. That
No,
is.
no,
That's no.
That's
1,
That's
2.
morally wrong. I know it's a
Gremlin,
fictional character.
no.
That's morally
1,
wrong.
2.
Yeah, no, you should pay a real artist to draw Henry with only
1,
overalls.
2.
That's
No.
not
My
even why I'm
commissions are
saying
open.
that.
My commissions
1,
are open.
2.
Henry's an adult and fictional.
Everyone, hit me up on Discord at Maury Mortimer. I'll
Yeah,
draw it.
pay.
Let's
Hey,
not.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
joking.
just saying,
My
even
commissions are not
speaking
actually
about
open.
that's a bit icky.
My commissions are not actually open. Do not hit me up. I will say no.
Alright, Banana
so burnt out.
Lay, I was so hyped for Nurse Dolly to be my hyperfixation, and instead she was a nothing burger. Thought I could put my nursing degree to lore use. No, she's an engineer, Edwin, dressed as a nurse because of things I can't say on a GiBi stream.
My gosh. So
Oh
wait.
my god, you have the privilege of being on GiBi's Horror Homestead and you're complaining about the rules? How dare
I'm
you?
not complaining, I'm self-censoring.
Yeah.
Happily.
One day you guys will get on a T-Dread stream and you can do whatever you're thinking about.
There we go.
Yes.
Or once I start streaming more regularly, y'all can say whatever you want there.
Seeker says never apologize for anything. It shows you're weak. Wasted Ink says
See, this is why I like the Seeker of Comfiness.
Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. A Seeker's trying to encourage me to break the rules and say why I think Edwin designed Dolly the way he did. Giovanni says GiBi is a seasoned professional. He has standards.
Thank you. Unlike that
Gremlin
dastardly
says, "Slide
T-Dreads.
you $1 to take commissions. I'll need more than $1.
$1 gets you a 5-second doodle on a sticky note.
No, no, Curse Charlie, no.
So the $1 is to reopen my commissions, which are not happening. I have.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
I have ladies to draw, and also Glitch Trap.
Edwin likes his creations. He would have modded Bethesda games. Except for the fact he doesn't know how to 3D mob, because in the modern AU that would be Fiona's.
Yeah, everyone.
He doesn't know how to code and he doesn't know how to comment. He knows how to code and he doesn't know how to comment his code. I pity the poor people who had to hook F10 up to the Pizzaplex.
All Edwin knows is build animatronic, eat hot chip, and lie.
Yeah. Be pregnant. Eat hot chip and lie.
Be pregnant. Also, Curse Charlie, I just saw your chat about showing up to the T-Dread stream, and yes. That's all I'll say.
You did just to bring up overalls, Henry.
Yeah. Save your weirdness for when T-Dreads is streaming.
Exactly.
Gremlin, don't ask Grok. Don't ask Grok. No.
No, Grok. No. No, Gremlin.
For people who don't know Gremlin in real life, they're actually very, very anti-Gen AI.
No, I know. I think
This
it's
is all
funny.
Oh, what's up,
jokes. This is
Draz? Draz is in chat.
Hello,
Hi,
Brad. Yes,
I
you
saw-
should be asking the Rock your question.
Yeah, ask the Rock. Ask the Rock.
Dwayne the Rock
Dwayne.
Johnson.
The Rock's on the
Dwayne,
ground.
tell me this math lore.
Go outside and ask the Rock on the ground for their opinion.
Draz says, I've been here. I haven't seen your comments.
I've played these games before.
Grok is a Martian word. I think that's true in Stranger in a Strange. Yes, it is. The term grok
Oh
is
my
from
god.
Timeline's Stranger in a Strange Land book, and it was a thing in Nerd
One,
Speak
two,
to use
three.
it as a term for like to properly understand something.
1, 2, 3.
For a long time, and now it's been ruined.
1,
God,
2,
you
3.
brought up that book and that just flashbanged me.
1,
Oh,
2, 3.
have you read it or just seen the OST
1,
summary?
2,
I have
3.
seen the OSP video, and then I read like a little bit of it, and then I was
1,
like,
2,
why am I
3.
reading this?
Why would you read that after watching the
1,
OST?
2, 3.
Because I was interested.
1, 2.
Yeah.
I keep in mind, my favorite film franchise is Saw,
Mhm.
and I'm a FNAF fan.
1,
So-
2,
Yes.
3.
Like my favorite fright stories are
1,
the breaking
2,
wheel
3.
in the flesh and count the waves.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Those are the best ones. Besides the one with the kid dying of cancer. The kid dying of cancer is better than those.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
no,
And
what about
you
Sea
kind of
Bunnies?
have to exclude the real Jake from all the best fight stories.
Because it's not fair otherwise.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's probably the best written one. It's just not my favorite.
That's fair.
Yeah, personal
1,
preference.
2.
Also because I've had thoughts about In the Flesh for years. Like, In the Flesh was a
1,
book
2.
that got me thinking as soon as I read
1,
it. Same with
2,
Breaking
3.
Wheel.
Me too, I just
Actually,
1,
In
2,
the Flesh is not a
3.
book, it's a story within the Funny Call book.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Cha cha cha.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Cha cha cha.
Chris Charlie
1,
C.
2,
Bonnie's
3.
literary masterpiece.
1,
Sea Bonnie's
2.
Yes. Okay, Curse Charlie, you're right. Literally, I thought the community gaslit me into thinking Sea Bonnie's was ass.
Sea Bunnies is great.
No,
No, like
that's
literally,
what-
because
that's
I
what
read
I
these
said.
books for the
I-
first time when I was like 14 in middle
Mhm.
school, like when they were coming out. Haha, 14. But like, and I was like, these Sea Bonnies, these are cool. And then the whole community was like, man, Fazgoo, Sea Bonnies, are you kidding me? And I was like, yeah, I guess Sea Bonnies is kind of ass because I was an impressionable teenager and also dumb, as all teenagers are. And then you
could've
released
just said a
your Sea
teenager.
Bonnies video. I reread the story and I was like, damn, this is peak.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's peak, but I did, going back to it after watching your video, I do like it more than I used to.
Yeah.
He actually goes to the doctor.
Yes.
That's what makes him peak.
The best French
He does the
protagonist.
thing.
Someone in chat earlier asked where the 3 came from and said, GiBi, explain. The 3 came from I was running out of power, so I needed to slow down how often I was checking the lights in the camera.
Sea Bonnies when Sky Bonnies walked in.
Who else chipping there too? That's right now.
Breath of the Wild versus Tears of the Kingdom.
And the flush is and
I was young, bazinga level intelligent teenager, but FNAF atrophied my brain into what it is now.
Gremlin, you can always regain your neuroplasticity. You need to read some books.
Yes, like Fazbear's Fright.
I mean, Gremlin,
What
I
if
was
I'm
also
on
like
medication
really
that
smart.
permanently affects my neuroplasticity?
Yeah. Oh, someone
I was
else.
Yeah, I can't help you there. Sorry.
Someone else pointed out that Sea Bonnies has phenomenal like sibling relationship, where it's not just two people who are bullying each other or hate each other for no reason. It's pretty peak.
I wish I knew what a good
1,
sibling
2,
relationship
3.
was like.
No, but I'm Dorco and I'm from the
1,
UK,
2,
and that
3.
child is special needs.
Oh no, no.
Oh, no.
At least
Oh, no.
you said there was
I
a
was-
slur in the book.
1, 2.
Gibby, you're lucky because I can use
1,
the
2.
slur, but I didn't because I respect your channel.
Well, I mean, okay.
Oh
Listen,
yeah, no,
not
you're like that's literally about your specific
Yeah.
condition.
not to like come. So I have a interesting perspective on language because of my like English degree-ness, but like the point of my discussion of that word in the video is just that it's not a slur in America. Whether or not people advocate that it become one or one day it does become one, it's not now, which is why they use it in SpongeBob and Mario and other like Nickelodeon shows. Like it's just not considered a bad word in the United States. And I understand that we have an international audience, and so I will refrain from saying it for that reason. But, like, I guarantee that when Scott and Andrea Wagner put that in the book, no one had a second thought of it being considered bad.
Like, having to explain it, like, every couple months somebody gets in trouble because they have an international audience and they said a slur, and all the Brits in the audience got really confused.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still a bad word, but it's like not slur level bad. There's a certain C word that is not as bad in the UK and Australia.
I was
than
literally
it is
about
in
to
the
bring
Yes,
that up.
yes.
Yeah,
Like,
please.
that's the counter
That's a
example.
rite of passage. That's a
Or
rite of
even
passage.
Or in the American gay community.
Yes, in Britain,
yeah.
there's an F slur in America that cannot be used in any circumstance, but in Britain it can be used in one specific certain circumstance and be
I don't know
okay.
about you. I greet my friends with that word. But that's
Well.
Yeah, no, I can.
You guys get the pass.
No, we're all gay. Well, no, me and Maury are queer. I don't. I'm
We're all gay.
I
Here.
misremembered our conversation.
GiBi, I remove one of my rainbow pins from my backpack and I bestow it onto the.
No, that's okay.
Okay, this is something I've been asking for a while. In the stream when GiBi took his shirt off,
Oh my
and
god.
I said, I'm asexual, I'm just finding this funny. And you said, hi, ace buddy. I could not tell if that meant you were asexual as well, or you were just giving me a thumbs up.
Someone says Greg from Fetch can say the word.
But I mean, in the UK, it's not even like an insult. And if you use it to describe a person, they know what you're talking about. You use it to describe.
No, you see, no, because as someone who's been to the UK and knows about that, so the actual like British cigarette word is just the first syllable of the word.
Yeah.
Yes,
the full word is still like a slur.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just the first syllable.
As long as you're saying it to describe a cigarette, it's perfectly acceptable. Whereas
Yeah,
in
if
America,
you're
that would
writing
not
a bundle
fly.
of sticks, you can say the entire word, and
Yes.
then
Oh, you
people
want
get
to?
mad at you.
There's actually a very interesting etymological conversation about that word,
Mhm.
but I want to
Yeah,
focus in on Harrison James's chat message. Like Ennard, we all got a little gay in us.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
A little gay at everybody.
Yeah, that's the fun time foxy part of it.
Yo, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember that like one cis location animation that like had like peak art style and it was great, but it was one of the ones where they make Michael like a twink, and then like when he has entered inside of him, dog, it's very suggestive.
Oh, I need to see that. Send that.
All right, guys, let's reel it back a little. I know we're approaching midnight Eastern time. Let's reel back some of the conversation.
Might be.
What time is it for you, Theffy? Hold on.
It is 4 in the afternoon.
Okay. Oh, that's fine.
I think we need to reel all the way back from not like interesting etymological conversations, but also we have to avoid saying bad words.
As much like I love having etymological conversations like this in real life, but a Five Nights at Freddy's stream is possibly not.
Different time, different place.
Maybe if something was very well scripted and we could make sure that no one said anything, that would be fine. But
Yeah.
someone said GiBi understand time zones. Yeah, challenge impossible.
Late night on the homestead.
Guys, I think
Yeah, we need to
I think we need to all just need to listen to what Harrison James has to say. Time to spring lock in.
And we should also listen to what Curse Charlie just said. So what about tulpas?
Yeah,
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
In FNAF. If you get sad.
1, 2, 3.
They exist. Because
1, 2, 3.
I don't think it has any precedent in like frights or anything. And like the word
1,
tulpas.
2, 3.
But like the best example I have for it is the book
1, 2, 3.
Well, I mean, I think that Jake
1,
is a
2,
tulpa.
3.
Well, that's like a completely different
1,
kind of
2, 3.
Like the fact that like it isn't Jake's soul that possesses the Simon doll.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I suppose it isn't made to like the actual
One,
Jake was providing
2,
training
3.
data from it anyway with his agony, so that is a bit different.
1,
yeah.
2, 3.
Yeah. Oh, someone asked about the
1,
Fiona
2, 3.
cabin in the woods.
1,
mean-
2, 3.
Wait, hold on. Which one? Where?
The like the Candy Cadet story. Is that what we're talking about?
So
No,
someone
anyway,
explained about
someone
Fiona's
explained
cabin in
Fiona's
the
cabin
woods.
in the woods, but I mean, if it's about
One,
the Candy
two.
Cadet story, I have no idea. Even if you use Pregwin as a lens and say, what if the
2.
mom is Edwin? I still can't figure it out.
1, 2.
So-
Oh, they mean Moon.exe Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah, Moon.exe cabin in the woods.
I mean,
So-
that's just,
1, 2.
I mean, isn't
Killing
it just
the baby owl. Ooh, actually, I just had a
1,
thought.
2.
So killing the baby owl, because technically we would say Moon.exe under like my Tulpa theory is M1
1, 2.
distilling, like capturing the Tulpa David and distilling it into
1,
the
2.
glitch permission David program.
and creating something that will
kills the-
1, 2.
purge the other personalities from M2. That's like what the second section
1,
is.
2.
Exactly.
Sorry,
and
I
she kills
just
the
wanna-
baby.
I'm just gonna say something just quickly. Yeah, Harrison James. Thank you, and it's highly unlikely, but if
1, 2.
anyone else is in my area of Australia, please stay inside and
1, 2.
obey the fire ban rules.
Oh, jeez.
Please stay safe. Yeah, GiBi, I don't know if I told you this, but yeah, my state is currently on
1,
fire,
2,
and
3.
you can't even open like setting or like turning on a pizza oven in your backyard could set the whole
1,
street on
2,
fire.
3.
The air
That's
just smells
crazy.
like
That-
Yeah,
it was
I
One,
the
relate to that.
yesterday it was 118 degrees
1, 2,
Fahrenheit
3.
at like 12 in the morning.
Good lord.
Gremlin,
Yep.
me too.
So thank you for the
1, 2.
safety wishes, Harrison, and to anyone else who might be in my area. Yeah, stay safe.
Yeah, I hope you're okay. I know that happens not too non-often. We had one of those. There's big Canadian wildfires a couple of years ago, and there's like the sky was red, there was smoke everywhere, it was hard to drive.
Yeah, I was getting those because I'm in the Midwest, so we
Yeah.
were getting
Oh,
like all the smoke that drifted down from it.
Yep.
Since 2018, every year
1,
something like that
2,
happens in my
3.
area. 'Cause I'm in California. We had
Oh,
one at
yeah.
a improperly handled nuclear waste site.
Oh no.
Yeah. It
Oh my
started
God.
there because the electrical grid still runs through there and nobody can get in there
1,
to service
2,
it because of
3.
the radiation.
Gremlin, what do you mean the Midwest isn't real?
GiBi.
in Ohio?
Freddy won't answer the question. Freddy won't answer the office when the cameras are down, and Fox sees an increment of whatever to 17 seconds. Okay, well Bonnie got in, which sucks. Okay, so maybe when Freddy's on that last thing, I can count to 5. I can count higher, because
Anyway, what's your?
He won't get in? Huh.
Because my
So-
idea was that it's pulling the David soul out of the cycle of life and death, but obviously now that we got David Tulpa,
I'm gonna do 5
It would be
now.
the exact same thing, just except it's pulling Tulpa David out of the flip side.
So,
or whatever.
Curse Charlie, to clarify, the Canadian wildfires affected almost the entirety of America as well, like basically anything in the northern, eastern part of the United States was also covered by the smoke. I am not, in fact, Canadian.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
like I'm in Illinois,
1,
and I was
2,
getting
3.
stuff from it.
Yeah, it was horrible.
I'm also my university is basically within the
1,
middle of
2,
like 2
3.
different state parks. So like they do controlled
1,
burns
2,
regularly. And
Oh,
I had to get a nebulizer for my asthma.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I was panicking when the smoke was coming in. I felt like I couldn't breathe. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3. Someone else earlier, someone said, "This is GiBi's world. We're all living in it. His time zone's the only one that matters. We go to sleep when it's late for him."
Wait, true.
1, 2, 3.
But
Gremlin says, "I didn't experience it, but I also didn't leave my house."
there we go, Gremlin.
I feel
Felt like being in the Breaking
It-
Bad episode.
Salem
Lit-
being-
I made so many of those jokes when that was happening.
1, 2.
That it was like, we're in Breaking Bad now.
No, I have these.
1,
I have
2.
these like UV glasses that like tint everything like a brownie
1,
yellow,
2.
and it's just like, yo, I'm in Breaking Bad.
Yeah. 1, 2. I
Okay,
tweeted out
so
some
yeah.
pretty cool pictures of the sky being all
The-
red.
Cooking up the white
1, 2.
the white owl is cooking up the baby owl is pulling the Tulpa David out of the
1,
out of the
2.
flip side, out of the side. I think also, I mean, we kind of disagree on like
1,
how much
2.
the rules apply to artificially created souls. But I think
Mhm.
also, if you think
1,
it is
2.
possible that the David Tulpa could move on, the cooking up the baby owl means it's not going to, and so it's now fireproof. Which is why even after like
1,
Happiest
2.
Day in FNAF 6, it's still around for F10 to just
He
scoop
ate
up.
them.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Because if anything, you could even say that the David Tulpa is like
1, 2.
a nebulous entity that doesn't have a directive yet. But specifically
1,
after
2.
she kills the baby owl and cooks it, you get a baby owl mask.
Yeah,
1,
and you
2.
That's in the
you
cabin,
are
right? That's in the
M2.
cabin?
Yeah, you are M2,
So then,
1,
yeah,
and
2.
so now
getting
you are
this-
Daviding.
Yeah, you're getting the distilled version
1, 2.
of the Tulpa David, which
You're
is
getting
then
the
Tulpa
remnants
David.
of it.
She ran her
You're not
son
getting
through
remnant of it. You're not getting remnant of it. You're getting its concentrated form.
Yeah,
No,
she
I mean,
ran her
you're
son through a compressor.
Remnants, not actual remnant. I'm saying that was the joke. It's like you're getting the
1,
remnants
2.
of something.
No,
She
even
ran-
even then, I was like, not even like the remnants.
Yeah,
you
no,
are
it's the
getting-
entire thing just compressed.
Oh
into a
my
thin
god,
file.
he's
It's the difference
impossible.
between
1,
it's the difference
2.
between water vapor and ice.
1,
Um,
2.
Like the Tulpa David
1,
floating around
2,
in the
3.
field and whatever is
1, 2,
basically
3.
water vapor. That actually, you know what?
1,
I'm trying to
2,
think about this in a way.
3.
You ever seen Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, like the
1,
old
2,
one
3.
from like
The
the
good one.
70s?
Flawless movie. 1, 2,
Yes,
3.
flawless
The Super
movie.
Metroid of
So-
films. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. 1,
Mike
2,
TV, when he goes into the TV innate. So Mike TV
1, 2.
is a living being. And then when he gets hit with the
1, 2.
TV innator, like airwaves and how those things work, he's
1,
split
2,
into a
3,
million tiny
4,
pieces
5.
all in the air. And that's sort of what the Tulpa David is after
1,
Fiona
2,
thinks him
3,
up once
4,
David is dead.
5.
And technically by this argumentation, like Mike TV
1,
gets
2,
killed and then
3,
recreated
4, 5.
like Soma style. But his like consciousness is
And like
floating
the
around in the air.
Star Trek
1,
transporters.
2, 3, 4,
What?
5.
And that's the fridge logic about the Star Trek transporters, which
1,
is that they
2,
scan you
3,
molecule
4,
by
5.
molecule, and then
It's
they
also the like to any Marvel
1,
fans, it's
2,
during the
3,
Krakoa
4,
era
5.
how they brought mutants back from the dead, even though it was basically just advanced cloning.
1, 2,
Um,
3, 4, 5.
That
well, that isn't existentially horrifying at all.
yeah, no,
1,
they
No,
treat it as
two,
immortality,
three,
but they
four,
literally have a
5.
process that is just, oh, we have the psychic information of
Mhm.
every mutant stored in Cerebro.
Why do they
And
do? Why?
So that they were
because-
immortal.
Yeah, because it's Krakoa, and
That's
Krakoa
fucked.
is
You had
basically
to agree to it first, and like
no, you don't agree to it. Actually,
Yeah.
there was like, yeah, no, it's literally anyone who was on Krakoa and allowed to be brought back to life, because they actually had a rule against people with precognitive abilities being able to be brought back to life. Because
Why?
Krakoa was fated to end. And Professor X was like, well, we can't have anyone knowing about that.
What
Kill
are
all
they-
the precogs.
presumably
Um,
also. Oh, okay. I was thinking
and
if you were
so-
precog, you'd
1,
know that
2,
like your
3.
brain was being uploaded onto Cerebro.
No. If you were precog, it would
1,
you would basically
2,
know
3.
that Krakoa was fated to die in a fiery inferno, and a lot of people were gonna
1,
die.
2,
Um,
3.
But how it worked there
1,
was
2,
there were
3.
a few mutants who had the ability to
1,
basically
2,
create genetic
3.
information, then alter that genetic information into the body of a mutant. Then there was a mutant
1,
who would
2, 3.
fertilize the egg that was created by another mutant and not be using like basically would just create a fertilized egg out of an unfertilized egg because they had biology powers. Then another mutant would speed it up so they would develop almost instantaneously. Then a telepath
would put the psychic information stored in Cerebro into the mutant body, and it would then bring that mutant, quote unquote, back to life.
That's actually pretty close to what I think William was trying to do with Glitch Trap.
Yeah, pretty much.
But he thought it
and that-
would have continuity of consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't, because that's not how things
1,
work.
2, 3. So
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest like Star Trek nerd in the world, but I'm pretty sure in more recent iterations of the show, because they were really tired of people being like, every time you teleport you die, and it's just a clone copy. That like they were literally like, the teleporter transports your soul as well. Souls are canonical and your soul goes with you.
I don't know. I don't really know Star Trek either.
I don't know. That sounds like a fun, like,
1,
it sounds like a
2,
fun
3.
dark lore bit, though I know that's just me and I like dark stuff. So it's like, ooh, fun, you die.
1, 2, 3.
Well, no, it's the thing that it like goes on for so long unexamined. But I mean that. Oh, wait,
1,
that.
2,
Wait,
3.
does that? I mean, I know. If anyone in chat knows Star Trek, doesn't that mean that
1,
the
2,
Riker clone
3.
doesn't have a soul?
Oh yeah, right. That's yeah, it's a teleport clone thing. That is interesting.
Yeah, because if the souls are
1,
okay.
2, 3.
Weirdly enough, the one Star Trek thing I like is Lower
1,
Decks,
2, 3.
and they did a Lower Decks Choose Your Own Adventure graphic novel with
1,
actually a
2,
very
3.
cool twist, which was that
1,
all the
2,
routes are
3.
canon, and that they've just been
1,
printing
2.
teleporter clones of the player character, and you like have to go in. You have to find a cheat page, like the like, oh, there's no way to get to this page. You were cheating.
1,
You gotta find a
2,
cheat
3.
page, which is one of the clones realizing
1,
that this is a
2, 3.
simulation and like breaking out and
1,
like doing all
2,
these
3.
things to get the true ending. And yeah, they can just print and like in the show proper, the animated one, they introduce another teleporter
1,
clone.
2,
So like,
3.
do those guys not have souls?
I don't know. That's really interesting because there's a Batman Choose Your Own Adventure book that's basically the same thing, where you have to cheat to actually beat it. Because the conceit is that it's the Riddler who's putting Batman through this thing.
Oh yeah, no, Hugbees did a video on that.
Yep, that's what I know it from. And it's you have to cheat. You have to realize, wait, I shouldn't be playing by the Riddler's rules. I'm Batman, and so you just cheat and you skip to the correct win con.
Wait, I'm Batman.
Wait, I'm Batman.
Batman.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Wasted Ink, for liking Chromacy Theory.
Chat, fellas. The people who I'm rooming with are back. I gotta go.
Oh no.
It's also exactly 11:59 canon time, so I'd understand that you have to go.
Alright,
Canon
see
time
y'all
is
later.
Eastern. Bye. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
1, 2, 3. Kremlin says, "Wait, I'm Batman." Okay, so I think because of the low frame rate slash just like the way this game works, I think if they're at my door and I perfect frame opening and closing the cameras, they can't get in. So I don't think there's a risk in my current strategy, which is turn on the light, open the camera, close the camera, turn across the room. I think even if they're at my door, they can't get me as long as I'm frame perfect, which is very easy due to the lag. So I have a really good strategy, I just need to get lucky.
That never occurred to me that, like, yeah, the frame rate is much lower in this version.
And opening the camera and closing the door cause a lot of lag, so I think I can just keep doing this. This is getting me in my FNAF 2 days, where I'm just in a rhythm.
Oh no, GiBi.
What?
Banana. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Ban said at midnight GiBi becomes a pumpkin.
Oh no, that's
GiBi,
true. If I'm not home by midnight, I revert back to being a pumpkin.
You now become pumpkin.
Oh no, it's
You're like
midnight.
the
I am pumpkin.
dog from Steven Universe.
Oh, I was going with the carriage from Cinderella.
Yeah, that's worse.
Yeah, but the pumpkin dog can still. I know that, but I was saying the pumpkin dog could still play video games.
Pumpkin's
I
dead.
know nothing about Steven Universe.
It's peak.
Oh,
Jacko
yes, you're
Gibby.
old.
Yes, because I'm old.
But yes, there is a
Look at this guy. He
there is
doesn't know
a
Deltarune. He doesn't know Steven Universe.
That
he
is
doesn't
true.
know-
there is a There is a pumpkin that is brought to life that acts like a dog, and then between series, it's just gone.
Oh yeah, he's not in future. What did they eat him?
He's dead. He's dead.
They
That's what
ate
I'm saying.
him.
Pumpkin is dead. No.
They ate
One,
the
two.
uncle from that
He
one
ate him.
episode.
He
turned
ate him.
into
He
a
ate him.
pie.
1, 2. I forgot to count, so I may have lost this run because I got distracted. Can you guys read what KBLM, whatever said in the chat a second ago?
Yeah, switching from officer
One,
to camera
two,
does pause
three.
the game since the scene has to load in. The regular FPS should be close, if
One,
not the
two,
same to
three.
regular FNAF.
Yeah, I mean, my thing tells me it's running at 60 FPS. I just more meant something about lag and the way it was programmed did that. So yeah, I guess I'm correct.
Gremlin says GiBi doesn't know anything about gay people. Yeah, which is why he doesn't know about Self-Server
Bruh.
or Steven Universe, and he didn't know what Yuri was until we
That
had
is
to tell
true.
him. Do you at least know what Yaoi is?
Well, yeah, isn't that just the opposite? Not the like
Yeah.
one's girl, one's boy. Like I get.
Yeah.
I understood
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I finally understand what Yuri on Ice is now.
Well, no. here's the twist.
Yeah, no.
Yuri on Ice.
I
is a
know.
Yaoi show.
I know. That's
About
the
a
joke.
guy
A guy
named
named
Yuri.
Yuri. I know. I was making a little joke.
Make him watch the political Yaoi. I think he just needs to keep watching. Go on a.
I think I need to
J-Reg
finish JJK.
Alright.
So.
No, just go on r/JREG. You should be able to find it.
r/JREG. What's that have to do with with Yaoi?
The political Yaoi is just the JREG censorship shit. So we should not talk
Bro.
about JREG content on this stream. Give me another chat. Give us another topic.
I can't even fathom not knowing about Yuri, says Seeker of Comfiness. That's
I
because
thought you were like permanently online.
I am.
For, like decades. Why? How did Yuri not come up before?
because I don't. I mean, I do like I watch anime, but like that kind of online culture anime stuff doesn't get across my feed. I guess gay stuff doesn't get across my feed. I guess like fan fiction stuff. Oh my god! Yes, I did it! Oh my god!
You did it, GiBi.
I did it.
Talk about horses.
Talk about horses. Okay, so Uma Musume,
Pretty Derby.
Pretty Derby is the greatest thing in the world. Good job, sport. See you next week. Oh my god, I beat it.
Oh,
I always intended to also beat Night 6. But maybe we can do that another day because it's literally midnight. Yeah. $120. This is so goated, dude. Valued employee.
We are the
KB
second
Faster
person
Entertainment.
I don't know why I said we. You
Yeah.
are the second person ever to beat Night 5.
The end. That is goated. So am I the first person who's not on the dev team to beat it? I don't know if the dev team is just you or not. Am I the first person, like the YouTubers or whatever? Oh my god, that's great. Oh my god.
Harrison James in chat just said, "You are a gamer boy."
Yes.
You are the true gamer.
I am the gamer boy. You know what we needed? It was the power of Umasume. That's what got us to beat it. It's my horse girls.
So I'm guessing you play Masume.
No. So hold on.
No, I didn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
That is
You
correct.
just like looking at the pretty horse girls.
Yes. Okay. So Uma Masame became extremely popular a couple months ago when the game was finally released in America. Before that, like, it was a known thing to like anime people, but it was definitely not something that film theory would have, or style theory, whatever, would have made an episode about until the game was released and it trended everywhere. So in between really, really deep weebs knowing about the anime and the general public knowing about it because of the game, I went to Japan. And when I was in Japan, there was Uma Masame stuff everywhere. Just absolutely everywhere, posters and whatevers. If you guys listen to my podcast, you'd know the story already, but I guess most of you don't, so I'll tell it again. So me and my friend Erica went to Japan together, went to a bunch of arcades and like played a bunch of Crane games. And over there, most of the time, the Crane game prizes are little anime figurines. And so we loved playing the games. It wasn't about what we were getting, it was about winning the game. And we got really good at a couple of them. We found a really good arcade that wasn't like stingy. And so we were able to win a bunch of toys. and we ended up having so many that we had to buy additional suitcases to bring them home. And that's a funny story. So I ended up with a bunch of anime figurines. And so one day, Eric asked me, he's like, which of the waifus that you've obtained is your favorite? And I had quite a few waifus. I had like a One Piece girl. I had
We need to clip that chat clip. I have Gibby saying I have quite a few.
I had quite a few waifus. One of them, I don't remember the name. I also don't necessarily want to say it, but it was definitely like less anime waifu, more like hentai stuff. Like she was like literally the character's a succubus, and she was literally wearing like almost nothing. So I just had quite a few of these, and Eric's like, which one's your favorite? And there's one of them that was just like this completely normal looking girl, like brown hair, just girl, who like her midriff was exposed, but like nothing else, just completely unsexy, brown haired girl. And the ace that I am, I'm like, that one's my favorite waifu. And he's like, oh, you like her? She's from Uma Musume. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. And he's like, oh, okay, well, like, that's what she's from. I said, okay, that's pretty cool. I have now learned something. I'm culturally enriched. And so we go around and we see a movie poster. And Eric goes like, oh, Devin, that's the movie poster for Uma Musume, the thing that you like. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I'll take a picture in front of it. Yay, this is now becoming like an aspect of our... Because I was in Japan for an entire month. This literally dominated my life for a month, and I was trying to learn culture. I'm like, okay, I have a connection to this anime I've never heard of. Maybe once I get like back home, I'll watch it, or maybe one night we'll like put on an episode, and I'll learn what this thing is. So, Gibby's Anime Mansion channel coming soon. No.
No.
Someone says,
no,
oh...
just Gremlin of all people just going, oh my goodness.
Well, okay, so obviously, the point of this point of the story is that the only thing I know about this anime is that the figurine I have exists, and that there is a show that has the girls in it. So the twist is that I don't know what the plot of the show is yet. Hap set shut... Okay, so we'll...
Did you notice that?
No, because it was she's wearing a hat, so no. Hap Set Shut says everything in Japan is reasonably priced. That is so true. Oh my god, everything in Japan is so cheap. It's amazing. Anyway, so eventually I asked Eric. I'm like, oh, like who is she? What is her story? And he goes, she's a horse girl. And now me again, I like she's a plain girl. Right? She's not wearing anything revealing, literally just like pants and a shirt, brown hair, you know, and by that I mean like not pink or blue or some, you know, crazy anime Yu-Gi-Oh hair, right? Anime protagonist, pick the anime protagonist out of a screenshot, it's the one with the crazy hair. So when he says horse girl, I'm thinking like lives in Montana on a ranch, has a ponytail, rides horses, a horse girl. She's a horse girl.
It's like a centaur.
So for, you know, another week and a half goes by, and again, I'm still conceptualizing, oh yes, this is my character. When we see an Musume thing, I'm like, oh, it's the thing. You know, take another picture of it. And at one point, we go to an arcade, and there's Uma Musume characters, and it's basically, it's one machine that has two claw games in it, so it's like it's split in half, but it's one unit. And on one half are real racehorses, because horse racing has become incredibly popular in Japan because of Pretty Derby. So there's now figures of real racehorses in one side, and the other side is like, you know, Pretty Derby figures. I'm just going to keep calling it Pretty Derby. It's too late at night for me to say Uma Musame. And he's like, oh, look, it's the horse girls, and it's the horses. And I'm like, oh, like when you said horse girl, I was thinking a ranch hand. Do they like race horses? And he looks at me and he goes, Devin, they're horse girls. I'm like, yeah, horse girls. He's like, no. So he points to like, you know, number 6-7 in the horse section. And he's like, that's rice shower or whatever. And then he points over to the...
7 is Skibbity Riz.
It's Skibbity Riz. Yeah, this is the real racehorse, Skibbity Riz, number 6-7. And then he points to the other side of the machine to like a girl with blue hair. And he's like, and that's Skibbity Riz, the girl. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, they're horse girls. In the anime, they're part horse. Look at that. They have horse ears. And see that part of their hair? I'm like, yeah, that's just, like, they have really long hair. He's like, no, that's their tail. I'm like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, they're half horse, half girl, and they're based on real horses. So there's like real race horses in the real world, and then there's horse girls. So like, hypothetically, there would be like a girl in the show who's like Secretariat, right? And she's a horse girl. They're real horses from the real world that have been reincarnated as teenage girls who go to like racing school and they race, and like that's what the anime is about. It's a sports anime about racing, but they're real horses. And I was like, excuse me? Excuse me?
Absol. Just wait until he finds out about Cat Boys.
About what?
Cat Boys.
Oh yeah, Cat Boys.
Well, like, obviously, I'm familiar with the concept of, that being an anime thing, but I'd been hearing about the show, and I thought that they were ranch hands, and to learn that they're half girls, half horses was crazy. And then, like, I'm sorry, that's one thing that's interesting, whatever. The concept of a sports anime that's a racing anime and they're horses. But the fact that they're real horses, that is what blew my mind. So we pulled up the wiki for the show. No, I mean,
Kind of icky.
a little icky, but also crazy. Like we pulled up the wiki, right? And it showed the girl, and at the top it said her name, and then there was a picture of the anime girl, and then there was a picture of the real horse, and it was like a black and white picture from like the 30s or whatever of like just this old horse on a racetrack. It's like, this is the horse that she's based on. And I'm like, what do you like? They're real horses? And I just, in disbelief, kept repeating the phrase, they're real horses. I'm like, just the concept. This horse wins the Triple Crown, Secretariat wins the Triple Crown, goes to horse heaven, and then 50 years later, there's some, let's get a little T-dreadsy here for a second, there's some otaku gooning over a horse girl anime based on him, and he has to be looking down from horse heaven at this anime girl, and I'm like, no one deserves that. And specifically,
Actually,
these
given the
incredible
horses are intact, I think they'd be in.
these champion, illustrious racehorses who made a name for themselves have to look down from horse heaven and see this happening is hilarious.
Oh,
Gibby,
you gotta
Gibby,
figure
I'm
out
gonna be
which
so
one
real.
decided
Gibby,
to
I'm gonna be
write them.
Yep. What?
with how much cursed MLP shit you've probably seen, is this
A
really
lot.
that much of a surprise?
Yeah, because Twilight Sparkle's not a real horse.
Yeah, but she doesn't. She doesn't walk on two legs
Mhm.
other than that time she did in the spin-off one.
In Equestria Girls, yeah.
And
No, but like,
Yeah.
I'm just
Like,
saying.
on the
This
they're
takes
more
this-
girl than horse, and
This
the
takes
ponies
the
are more
secret
horse
chick
than
fic folder
girl.
to another level.
Yeah, Twilight Sparkle Secret Trip folder. Listen, I'm just saying that the concept of a real living being being reincarnated, like now in the modern day, from real history, also just the juxtaposition of an anime girl with something as like classy, quote unquote, as horse racing, where I imagine someone sitting there with like their scotch and their cigar at the horse races, throwing their tickets down when their guy loses in the 1960s, right? With an old-timey mid-Atlantic accent radio announcer being like, and now Skibbity Riz is coming up the lane and they're in first place, and you contrast that and then you hard cut to this girl with green hair being like, I'm gonna be the best racist in, oh my god, I'm gonna be the best racer in the school. I gotta be, I gotta beat Sinesti at the big meet tomorrow. And then, I ended up watching a couple episodes of the anime, and there's reoccurring jokes where like a guy will come up and like start feeling the girl's legs, and they're like, what are you doing, pervert? And he's like, I'm just, making sure that you're good at running. And like the joke is that that's
They're
what you
just
do for real
cartoons.
horses.
They're just cartoons.
Yeah.
But,
So I find it absurd, and I come home and I'm like, I'm gonna make an absurds episode about this, and the entire video is just gonna be me explaining the concept and then going, they're real horses, and like that's the episode. And within a couple weeks, the game launches over here, and it becomes so popular that now the process of making a video that's literally just going, look, they're real horses, the novelty is gone because everyone already knows, and so I became very angry.
Wasted Link just put in chat, same old horse.
Same old horse. Yeah, same old horse, now an anime girl. Anyway, when I was there was a specific series of the girl figurines that they were releasing. So once a week, arcades would get a shipment of a new series of the girls. So there's 5 in total. I was there for 4 weeks. So the first week I was there was girl number 1. Then girl number 2 was the next week, blah, blah, blah. So when we left, I had 4 of the horse girls, and I had to special order the other one. So one of the things behind me on my set when I'm filming my videos are 5 of the Pretty Derby girls from one specific like set of them. So I have 5 of 5. I have all of them. They're in the box. They're over in the corner of my room. Yeah. So that's my Pretty Derby story. They're real horses. I've not been checking chat. Someone says Sinisty, like the Pokemon. Yeah, I was trying to pull a name that wasn't a real name, so I went with Sinisty.
Is hung up on the concept of horse heaven.
Horse heaven is.
Well, specifically, Gremlin is hung up on it because they hate horses.
Well, no, because Draz said
No,
horse
Maury.
heaven isn't canon.
Well, yeah, because some of the horses are still alive in real life, and they've like shown them their figurines.
Yeah, one of them died recently. I remember that.
It was everyone's like favorite, and
like the main character or something.
Seed donations was keeping the stable that she was in alive.
Yeah. I remember there
also,
it was like the Kentucky Derby was being like sponsored by Pretty Derby. It's like it was like trending on Twitter that like there was a special room.
Have you seen the video of the cosplayers running on a real track in Thailand?
No, I have not.
Yeah, so they organized it as an event where they rented a real horse track.
That's so
funny.
funny.
So you can watch a video of what looks like the actual girls, and then like the gates open, and then they run.
That's
in their house.
What's the meme where it's like everything is a simulacrum philosophy or whatever, and it's like a picture of a dinosaur nugget or whatever.
Also, trace of the true self remains in the false self.
Yes, and so it's like you show a picture of a horse, and then you show a picture of people cosplaying as characters in an anime that in canon are canonically reincarnations of real racehorses that themselves are cartoon versions of real horses that lived. And it's like, how far into the simulation are we that we then have the cosplayers running on a real horse track? I love it.
Yes.
Gibby.
Maury wants to ask about the fact that based
you don't
on
like
something
furries.
You said in some stream a while ago that you apparently hate furries.
Not to get.
You're talking
I've
so
been
passionately
repeating
about this.
you, which might be wrong.
Listen. Not to get like too deep into my. I have a feeling that my opinion of. All of my opinions are complicated because I'm a philosophy major, so I would say that like a discussion of furries would be similar to our discussion of the etymological roots of slurs, like that level of complex and trying to not say certain words on stream. When I discuss furries, I am mainly discussing the origins of furries and how the furry fandom spreading and becoming sort of mainstream to the point where it's been diluted to just mean diluted and not diluted into something to the effect of an anime or a TV show having something like a cat girl is now considered furry. It's like, well, that's not really what a furry was or what being a furry is. And so saying the phrase, I don't like furries is sort of incoherent because of everyone having a different definition of what furry is. When I say I don't like furries, what I'm talking about are, people who enjoy animals too much in certain ways.
Yeah, let's not.
Let's not.
Break down
Speaker of Comfiness just said, "Why would you hate furries? You're a FNAF fan."
Well, I don't like certain characterizations of the characters. Yeah.
The delay is what it's a label thing. We can't.
Yeah. There's some some topics we cannot discuss in the depth that they would need to be to make something not sound.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you for that clarification. I was pretty sure it did have something to do with your time on the classic internet. I just assumed you ran into a bunch of the annoying ones who aren't inherently doing anything unethical.
Curse Charlie just put in chat, GiBi, let's not homestead.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah.
Someone said, that was the most nerd stuff GiBi has ever said. I don't know exactly what they were referring to, but probably when I was like, all of my ideas are too complicated because of my philosophy degree. First, we have to define every single word that everyone will be using in this entire discussion.
So,
we need to talk about, are we being hypothetical?
What?
I said something to that effect during a TD stream about Will Care, and he called me Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, okay, he keeps saying that to me as well. Listen, okay, Jordan Peterson, whatever you think of him over the last 10, I genuinely, I know that he had he went into like a coma a couple years ago or something, like a medically induced coma, I don't know. Before he got weirdly political, he was like the most highly cited professor in the world or something. He was extremely well known and important in his field of like psychology or sociology, who knows. When he's talking about that kind of stuff, he's very well versed. When he steps out of that and talks about literally anything else, it's the brain surgeon phenomenon, which is that there are people who can be incredibly intelligent in their one field, who then, because they're told over and over that they're smart, they start doing literally anything else and have the same confidence in their intelligence and just aren't. It's like, I don't know if any of you guys are old enough, an unk like me, to remember who Ben Carson is, but he was a brain surgeon who ran for president in 2016.
He ran for president in 2016.
Yeah, he's just an idiot. Like, this man is just stupid, but he's also a brain surgeon. And it's just because smart people like that have this, again, this idea that because they're intelligent in one area, they're intelligent in others. And so, say what you will about who Jordan Peterson is now and whatever he talks about and what he uses his platform to talk about, he's obviously very intelligent when it comes to the psychology of the fiction of the whatever. And so it's not that me and you are talking like Jordan Peterson, it's that Jordan Peterson is talking like someone with a philosophy degree, and we also are talking like people with philosophy degrees.
Yeah, because I mean, very much like a philosophy degree, I was saying, like, we can't have a coherent will care discussion without setting terms first. I literally spent 3 weeks in a class about the fact that we don't have a single definition of love, and then we only moved on because we had other topics in the class.
Yeah.
And
you two here with your degrees, and I'm just sitting here as someone who graduated from a special school and has not gone to any college. So I'm just here.
Yeah, I get it, Draz. Back when I was in college, before Jordan Peterson even like got big for he was like fired or something, and that's like why he entered the public mainstream.
Jordan Peterson's thing is he went into the self-help industry, which is
never
all the
good.
People who can't crack it in anywhere else, because it was interesting. I heard you talk about him being like very heavily sad. I don't know if he like didn't keep up with the science, because I've seen like psychology science communicators talk about how he's wrong about like lobster hierarchy and serotonin. And I know he uses Jung a lot, and Jung is like not real psychology anymore. Like,
I mean, I love Carl Jung, but that's mostly the sort of pop Star Warsy type, stuff.
Jung is great for literary analysis. He's just not a very good anthropologist, or he wasn't. It's hard to. Calling him a bad psychologist, given the time he was alive, and also the fact that a lot of the like pop version of his theories are like, he contradicted himself because he was constantly working on improving his theories. But like, it's like using it's like sticking with Newton and ignoring Einstein exists even when it's relevant. And that's probably not even a good analogy.
It's like Freud. It's like Freud was wrong about literally everything, but he also invented psychiatry. So it's like he was working with what he had.
yeah, exactly. And so I know he does Jung a lot, and I don't know exactly when Jung stopped being current science, and I don't know how old Jordan Peterson is. If you told me he was alive in the 1950s, I'd be like, yeah, sounds about right.
I would guess like he's currently 70. So like, yeah, that sounds right.
But I think even if Jordan Peterson was never a good psychologist, that doesn't mean that it is exactly that he has a level of philosophical rigor in the way he presents his ideas, which is why TD keeps calling us Jordan Peterson.
Where I was going with my story was that before he got like national attention, I went through a big TED Talk phase when I was in college, where that's just like I would find the playlist and watch all of them. And he did TED Talk before he was famous. So when he started making headlines, I'm like, I know that guy. He's from the TED Talk I watched. He seems smart. And then I was like, oh, like politics. I don't necessarily know what's going on anymore. Scary.
Seeker says everything Absol touches turns into smart people shit. Unfortunately, my skull explodes every time Absol rants about academic stuff.
Yeah,
it's funny. My classes keep being relevant. Like, I'm in a networking intro to computer networking class, and like my notes are like normal notes, and then off to the side, Hey, how does Edwin's mailbox system make any sense? It doesn't
internet.
make any sense.
It's just the internet. Bro
Well,
invented the internet.
I mean, Edwin's computers being networked in the 70s is not ahistorical. They had ARPANET back then. So
Okay.
he's just in anyone can basically a lot of stuff being quote invented is just decided in computers is just deciding on standards. Like that was the big thing the internet was, which was making everyone's network able to talk together. And so like Edwin inventing the EXE is not it's like a lot he invented his own like kind of executable program. And he's like, well, what am I gonna call it? I'm gonna call it the EXE. And then the poor sap that Fazbear Entertainment has took up F10 to the modern internet is like, why are there all these corrupted EXEs? Also, why are the creation dates on these files older than EXEs? Oh, this is something the crazy person who made this came up with.
Yep. Someone in
Edwin is Al Gore. That's a joke for you, GiBi.
Yes, he invented the internet. Ha ha ha. I think Banana Lee. One day we have to learn how to say her name. I think she's older than me, so yes, we can be unks together.
Unk.
I just liked. It's funny. Like this is just like things that happen in your life to me, and like I know a lot about this stuff because I find early 2000s history quite interesting.
Yes, no, it's like, oh, you mean what I lived through?
Yeah, and I'm like reading my mom's Al Franken books and being like, oh, I'm learning so much about what happened around 9/11 and how everyone kind of
my gosh.
insane. And I'm like, this is like way more relevant to my life than anything I've learned in history class because obviously the most recent stuff is most relevant. GiBi is babysitting.
That is accurate. Yeah, I'm curious how, let's say 10 years from now, if sort of a culture shift that we're sort of too close right now to see, if there's a culture shift that will come where people will pinpoint COVID as some sort of big thing that changed the world, because 9/11 was like unironically, like I cannot hammer this home to young people. I personally separate millennial from Gen Z as if you can remember before 9/11, but like the world literally changed overnight, and I don't know if COVID's the same just because it was sort of a more long drawn out process, but I can definitely see as sort of the lingering effects of shutting down schools, which everyone right now is like, the generation of kids who missed 2 years of school because of COVID are now growing up with AI. These kids are never going to learn how to read. It's so scary. I'm like, that is fascinating. Let's wait 10 years and see how that goes.
I mean, I think more interesting are the kids who had to do their like kindergarten and first grades remote.
Yeah.
Like,
but also with that, the advancements and normalization of like remote learning, remote doctor's appointments, I know remote working was still a thing before that, but it's much more normalized to like have a remote appointment or a remote job.
Yeah.
Since COVID and Zoom and all this stuff.
Yeah, the telehealth, they changed some of the regulations in the US relating to telehealth to make it easier, and it is saving me so much money. Yippee!
Yippee!
Because I can't drive, and there's no good public transit where I live.
Oh no. Okay, can I say, since we're sort of on the topic, the fact that I don't know if you guys like remember this. Again, I don't know when you were sort of more active on the internet, but when I'd say in the mid 2010s, we really started using boomer as a meme to mean like stupid, out of touch old person, right? Boomer's obviously always been a phrase to refer to the people born right after World War II because they're baby boomers. And it used to be a sign of like referring to young people, right? Like in the 80s, it was the boomers who were like at the mall or whatever, they were in their late 20s.
Yeah, you can watch, I've seen old like news broadcasts where people on the street are complaining
these boomers
about
these days.
Like JFK.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're explaining millennials.
Yeah, JFK was a boomer, and that was when he ran for president. It was like, he's so young, he's a boomer. But it really started being
And
used as an
that's
insult in the mid 2010s. And then right after that, when sort of Gen Z was first getting online, and so we sort of needed a word for them, Zoomer, Gen Z boomer, became like the insult for really young people. And I think it's a fieldism that Zoomers were then defined by their school years being had on the program Zune because of COVID. Like that's a
So
fieldism right
I
there.
literally never saw the word. Maybe it did, and it just didn't click for me.
Mhm.
Zoomer before 2020, and I thought it was something people came up with
Mhm.
because, like, Gen X is a placeholder name
Yeah.
that they
Um,
never figured out a new name for, and Gen Y is millennials, and I thought they were like, oh, they figured something out because Z Zoomers.
Mhm.
And no, it is just derived from boomers, which feels like the kind of misconception
Yep.
that
I
you're
can
gonna have to
say
like
There was
clarify.
a viral tweet
I
where someone went, in the future they will think we call them Zoomers because of Zoom, when it was before that.
Yes,
yeah.
it'll be like
Um.
the I had a thing with my mom where she was like they called it the silent generation because
Mhm.
it was kids should be seen but not heard. I'm like, no, mom, they've been raising kids like that since the 19th century and or actually earlier. It's because they weren't that politically active compared
Yep.
to the generation that came after them.
Yep.
Um. Zoomer has existed. My earliest thing is like late 2018.
Yep.
Like Zoomer, but it wasn't like as pop like news channels weren't using Zoomer, but like the term Zoomer, it was popularized, I'd say, more in like the 2020. It became mainstream, but like the term Zoomer was still there in like the late 2010s.
Yeah, I remember I called when I in like 2019 when I was working with Zoomers. I would call them Zoomers, and they'd never heard the term before. I'm like, that's what you are. You're a Gen Z. You're a Zoomer. When was the OK Boomer meme? When did that happen?
I feel like
Like
Um,
the song where the girl's like, "Okay, Boomer." Like when was that?
Whatever you say, boomer.
I think it got really big around like 2018.
Yeah,
But
okay.
also because my ADHD, my memories do
all
not
I can think
contain
of
metadata, so I don't know. I have to like
Yeah.
whenever
if I have to base all when my memories take place off of like what media came out around
well,
then.
because I know it was around the same time as the Hit or Miss Girl,
Yes,
and
that
that
just
was
turned 10.
2018.
That meme is like 10 years old.
I
Oh
don't
my
like
god,
that. Kiwi, shut up.
2016
Kiwi,
was
shut
10
up.
years ago.
2016 was 10 years ago. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It looks
I
like
don't like
20.
that. Gibby.
Okay, Boomers
That's like
2019.
when I discovered I needed to get my Tdap shot.
Oh my
And I
gosh.
was like, I'm not used to being able to remember things that happened 10 years ago, so I didn't think I needed one.
Yeah. So
Yo,
okay, one more story and then we can cut it because it's almost like 12:30. I'll let you finish, Steffi, and then I have a funny story to tell.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, Absol and I are both disabled people with repressed memories. Let's go, Pog, high five.
Woo.
No,
Gremlin.
that's just the ADHD, not the trauma. I just can't remember when things happen, so I have to use like context clues for that.
Gremlin says, "I'm gonna be old enough to drink in a week." Well, happy almost 21st birthday. That's lit. Woo! You say you're growing old.
Yay.
You hush your mouth.
I'm 21. Don't say that. How dare
No.
you, Gremlin?
So I was gonna say, so last year when I was in Japan, I was there to go to Tokyo Star Wars Celebration.
Oh yeah, you've had told this story when I was hearing it before, but go ahead.
Yeah, I will tell it again. We were on a panel, and before the panel started, they were doing a cosplay contest. So they basically just picked random people in the crowd to come up who were like wearing their costumes, and then it was like a little trivia challenge or something. And the youngest person on stage was this little girl, and the announcer person with the mic was like, "Okay, I'm gonna make everyone in the audience right now groan. Ready?" And he holds the mic up to this little girl who's like in her little Star Wars cosplay, and he goes, "How old are you, little girl?" And she goes, 10. And he looks at the crowd and he goes, "She was born the same year The Force Awakens came out." And everyone booed. What do you mean The Force Awakens is 10 years? What do you mean the new Star Wars movie is old enough to like have coherent thoughts and be in
Especially-
5th grade and be a full human
Especially
being?
for Star Wars, it's weird because like there wasn't. I mean, I guess it was the TCW TV show that
Yeah.
like there wasn't Star Wars coming out when I was a little kid, and
Yep.
so I'm like, Yes, all Star Wars can be divided in Star Wars that existed before me and Star Wars that is new.
Yep.
And so the idea that there is Star Wars that I can remember coming out is 10 years old is
Yep. For me, it's like, the original trilogy and then like a 15-year gap, the prequel trilogy and then a 10-year gap, and then the Disney era has never ended. Like, we're just in it. And so, like, what do you mean the era that we're currently in is 10 years old? That does not compute. What do you mean it's been the same length of time since The Force Awakens and The Force Awakens was from Revenge of the Sith? That's fake.
I think that is also part of it, that like I think it's kind of the same thing with like 2020 feeling like it was
More
a
is back.
time ago.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm back.
It's we're finishing up though.
It keeps
Yeah, that's why I'm
going.
back, because I'm like,
And
the
so,
people have left for a few more minutes.
yeah, so like I'll see a Star Wars thing and it's like, oh yeah, this is following up on something that came out 10 years ago, and I'm like, no, because this is all the same era. But yeah, the era has been going on for 10 years. Maury, you missed when GiBi was talking about his waifus.
Yeah, I missed GiBi's waifu Haremstead.
Yes.
But oh my god, now you're talking about Star
David.
Wars. Oh my goodness. Because
We're full
I think
circle,
I,
'cause
like,
when
was
joined the
born-
stream, you were talking Star Wars.
I think I was born like right as the prequels were finishing up. When did Revenge of the Sith release?
2005. May 2005.
Yep, I was born October 2005.
Damn, I'm older than you.
Crazy.
I'm older than
Yeah, so like I basically grew up because my dad was born in 59, so he was like, like approaching his 20s when the first few the original trilogy was releasing. So he was like, oh, you got to get into Star Wars because Star Wars is so cool. I remember like growing up when the original trilogy was coming out. And then like when I was 12 and The Force Awakens was releasing, it was not the same experience at all, but it was like the same kind of thing of like, wow, new Star Wars. That's so cool.
Yep.
Okay, the thing
Okay.
about Perfect Man is it's always been the books. I was like reading so many of the like not young Jedi. I'm not sure if that's the show, but like the Obi-Wan is a Padawan.
Yeah,
books from the
Jedi
library.
Academy.
Jedi
Based.
Academy, and
Jedi Apprentice, Jedi Academy. Yeah.
when I got to see the movies, other than me being like, oh my god, Qui-Gon died, I did not really feel all that strongly attached to any of them. And obviously now, not very hard to feel strongly attached to these movies. So it is just like, oh yeah, the book series I like that is one of the most popular media franchises on Earth, but nobody knows my favorite character.
Yeah, I was always like, when is Xanatos going to show
Imagine.
up? Qui-Gon's Padawan from Talos 4 who has a ring burned into his cheek. When's he going to show up in the movie? Oh, he doesn't?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, when they did V Marati in Galaxy's Edge, she's like one of the characters they have there. She was created for the parks, but like the parks got delayed so much that she had been in the Phasma book years ago.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned reading the Phasma book.
I read the
and
Phasma book, yeah.
Yeah, I really love V Marati, and so a lot of the time I spent in Galaxy's Edge was just following the character around. I was like, this is so cool.
I know
One of my
you.
favorite characters is real.
All right, so Pablo just did another 10 memberships. Everyone right now, like the stream for Pablo. You gotta like the stream to show your love and dedication and appreciation for Pablo. One of the people...
Truth got a
I was about to say, one of the people is
Unwithered
Unwithered.
Truth been standing here, here silently and just got exposed.
Well, no,
Bro,
sometimes
it's like
they
3 in the
send
morning.
membership Even when you're not watching. I've gotten Nara Raven membership twice while not
Yeah, I know
watching.
that happened on a
Also,
nervous. That happened on a nervous stream I was in.
Yeah, it's quite funny.
GiBi, what is that Snorlax on?
That's the Dune 2 popcorn tub. So,
Oh, yeah, it's
for
the
context,
popcorn.
for people watching, I sent them a picture of my shelf that has my Pretty Derby figures on it, and above that is
And your Taylor
my
Swift Eras Tour thing.
Taylor Swift Eras Tour popcorn bucket, and then also
And then just Kylo Ren.
Tortured Post
Also, I didn't
Apartment
even
copies.
register that those were figures because they're in their boxes. I thought it was
Yes.
a bunch of cardboard boxes.
No, the figures are in there, and then I have 2 of the plushies, also from the Japanese Crane games. And then, yeah, so next to the Taylor Swift Eras Tour popcorn bucket is a Dune 2 popcorn bucket, and I have a little Snorlax plush that
Are
I've
those
had for
multiple
20 years.
pictures of Taylor Swift?
No, so that's the Tortured
Is
Poets
that the-
department. There's 4 different album covers, and so I have the 4 different album covers standing here in little acrylic cases. So that's just two.
So do you
GiBi,
like
is that
Taylor
the-
Swift, or are you just collecting these for future resale?
You're a fake GiBi fan. Oh my god. Let me take a picture of the whole wall.
Gibson, is that the case for the Wii U game Hyrule Warriors?
Yeah, that's my Zelda wall.
Hell yeah!
I've every single
Gibby.
Zelda game on my wall.
I see that now.
Gibby,
Yeah. I wish I
Where
could show
are
these
they?
on screen.
where are they? You know what I'm referring to. Where are they?
Where are they?
Oh, and is that like a framed Eras Tour hoodie?
Yes. There used to be something else in there, but if you don't know the lore, I won't tell you.
I don't know the lore.
You
I
don't know
look
the
at
lore.
Backgrounds. I only look at
No,
foregrounds.
I had to explain Gibby lore to poor Maury.
Which part of GiBi lore?
I'm gonna send
The
my
Taylor Swift part.
Send pictures of my minis.
God, how am I like? How do I pull this up on stream? Am I stupid?
Are those Zelda watches?
Yeah.
OBS. Go to OBS.
I'm in
and,
OBS, yeah.
Change what the window is and select Discord, and then it should be in streamer
Ugh.
mode automatically, so it'll hide stuff.
Here, maybe I can download them and do something like that. Yeah, I'll save image. Zelda wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh,
send.
you've
I'm
got
gonna
a
send
gamer
pictures of
chair.
my
The
minis,
gamer chair.
so you can show all my painstaking
Okay.
painting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So,
Is that
uh,
your
last
Edwin
one
chair?
is
Is
the stream.
that your Edwin chair?
so Theffy noticed. So that's
Edwin
Ewin.
chair.
So that's Ewin. They sponsor me, and they actually. I'm sitting in a different chair because they just gave me a new chair to do a sponsorship for, which I will be doing in the next few days on my other channel.
Holy Peak.
Let's see.
Oh, I think I'm just looking at the Eras Tour stuff. I think my sister has the exact same hoodie.
Let's
or crew neck.
Okay, this is the Eras Tour.
What are you? Some kind of Swiftie?
Some kind of Swifty. Hold on, I want to get this off. Yeah, so
There's
that's
a badass.
the Taylor Swift wall. That's always to my left. Like when I'm at my computer recording and look at the camera, this is always to my left. So there's like most of her albums on there. The smaller CD ones, those are all the signed copies, the signed versions. She usually has different, like, I've released an album and there's 4 different album covers. So those are all
Collect them all.
there. Yep. And the different posters and stuff from the Eras Tour. Because I went and saw the Eras Tour, and then obviously there's a movie version of it, so I saw the movie. But yeah,
Nice.
I'm a big Swiftie. I'm surprised that anyone didn't know that was the case.
No,
No,
I'm just
I did.
very
I did.
surprised because of demographic reasons, and now I feel
No.
kind of embarrassed.
Gibby, I got into you because of the Frights videos. I don't
Yeah.
think you mentioned Taylor Swift at least like once in those.
Yeah,
videos.
no,
I hope this is sarcasm, because I mentioned her like 10 times.
I probably wasn't. I probably didn't pay attention.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a fake fan. I'm a fake.
Oh my
fan.
gosh.
Yeah, we're both fake fans. Anyways,
Here,
now you can
let's, since
show
it's
my painting.
absolutely no one's gonna watch this far into the VOD, so I think it's fine. You know how there's like a secret hidden in my 36-hour video that I talk about at the end?
Oh, isn't it the length? Something to do with the length?
So in the 9-hour video, it's the length is the zip code of Hurricane, Utah. In the new video, I said that there isn't. It's not about the length. It's about something in the video, and that there's pieces of a puzzle that you have to put together. And some people have already
yeah.
noticed it. I will tell you right now, that is Taylor Swift related.
Oh, I'm never gonna get it done.
Once I
Oh,
once I get to the end of the 36-hour video, I'll find out.
I always just thought it was to do with a certain voice you used.
Not in the 36-hour video. That voice is not used.
No, in the original.
In the original video, there is a voice that is used, and people are always like, well, I mean, a lot of people know who it is, but people are like, is that the Easter egg? And I said, no.
But
but
why
yeah,
did you do it? Why did you
Oh,
choose
'cause I-
him if it's not an Easter egg?
because I had it downloaded. All the voices in that video that weren't, like
You
I
just
got,
had it on file.
yeah, so like I had Andy Field and I had Matt Pat. And obviously now I am against the use of that. It's just at the time it was new and exciting, and people hadn't talked about how bad it was to like mimic people's voices without, paying them.
To what?
Mimic, ha ha ha. But a lot of the
mimic.
AI voices I had sitting around, like Patrick and Mr. Krabs and Vegeta and this person, were the ones I used for miscellaneous characters in that original video. But yeah, no, the 36-hour video has its own Easter egg, and I'll just say right now it's Taylor Swift related.
Fun.
What was I saying? Someone was just asking something. Oh, the thing that the Taylor Swift Eras hoodie is in used to have something else in it. It did not always have the hoodie in it. There was something else in there, and I will not tell you what it is if you don't know it. And if you go to my
Well,
main
I-
channel, GiBi's Good Idea, Bad Idea, you might find out what it used to be, but I'm not going to tell you.
Wow.
Is it the thing I was asking where you had it?
I don't know
The
what
free
you're...
thing?
I don't know if you know...
Gibby,
What?
I was scared you were gonna send me something. I was scared you were gonna send me something.
No. Taylor Swift related. No, that's still behind me. That's behind me in all my videos. It's not that.
You still have that on display?
Yeah, it's not real.
Wait,
No,
what
I
are we
know.
talking about?
It doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
I'm confused.
Those who know. It's not real,
I'm
Feffy.
laughing. I'm laughing at Hephaestus saying, I mean, I knew you were gay, but I didn't want to assume.
Talk about me.
Yes.
I am in fact
You're
not
like,
gay.
I knew you
You're
could
a
say
man
it.
and
I
you like
knew you
Taylor
could
Swift,
say it.
therefore you're gay.
I
apparently.
see. This is harmful gender stereotypes. Okay, Gremlin, you shut your mouth. This is harmful gender stereotypes. I'm a straight man. I have liked Taylor Swift more than any of my ex-girlfriends. My high school girlfriend didn't like Taylor Swift at all, actually. She's like, she's stupid. I'm like, too bad. She's my favorite.
You really stuck it to her. I'm gonna like Taylor Swift just to spite you.
No, Taylor's been my favorite since I was a kid. I'm a day one Taylor fan. I'm a first album original era Taylor fan.
Oh yeah. Gibby, Harrison brings up a good point. Where's Clifford?
Right
Yeah,
behind
what did you
me.
do to him?
He's right behind me.
Okay, he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's
He's not
Is
dead.
he okay?
He's fine. I was actually considering today. I'm sort of plotting out things for the Tale series in my head. I'm like, should I kill Clifford off? Like, how effective would it be?
No!
Like,
Oh.
I'm imagining
Well,
the visual
well,
of Clifford
Patrick-
burning in a fire pit. I'm like,
No, you need
is
to
it worth
upload
it?
his brain onto
Gibby, as a
computer
JoJo
and turn it
fan, you cannot kill the dog.
You need to upload his. It needs to be that his brain gets. It'll really track with the events of Tales.
Mhm.
That his brain gets uploaded into a computer and he becomes a VTuber.
That is true. Clifford the big
And
dead dog. Oh my god.
And then you,
Oh my
like, the
God,
actual
David.
emoji
Oh my
to be
God,
Clifford,
David.
and-
That's why he's red. He's covered in blood.
That's
Yes.
true. No, it's fire.
Agony dog.
It was gonna like burn the world down or whatever.
Well, I mean, we still need Toto and Eleanor's big adventure from Silver.
Yes, that will come from Silver. And I already told Silver, like, we have to make it so that this this game that I'm playing, the FNAF thing is canon to the Toto lore. Okay, this is my Zelda wall, which I'm sure I've shown this off at some point before.
Gibby deep dives a quarter throne and roses win.
What?
It's a YA, I think, romantasy thing. The joke is that like there's a lot of overlap between their readers and Taylor Swift fans.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
By the way, Gibby, you're not showing us anything.
Yes,
You
I
just
am.
said, "Here's my."
No, it's on stream.
Where? I'm on stream. I don't see. Oh no, there we go.
Yeah.
Got it.
You gotta refresh. You gotta
delayed.
catch up.
No.
Giovanni, yes, before Breath of the Wild, top 5 3D Zelda games. One of my favorite old videos. I made a video called top 5 best 3D Zelda games before Breath of the Wild. Before Breath of the Wild, there were only 5, in no particular order. Before Breath of the Wild, there were only 5 3D Zelda games. And so the concept of a list in no particular order of the top 5 games is humorous. So the idea is that people will click on it and be like, I don't understand it. And the joke is, at the time, this was right after A Link Between Worlds came out. A Link Between Worlds is a 2D Zelda game on the 3DS.
And
And so, and it's 3D graphics, but it's a 2D Zelda game. And so the
First Zelda
joke
game I played.
was, I went, Ocarina, Majora, Wind Waker, Skyward Sword, and then you'd think that the last one in no particular order would be Twilight Princess, because it's the 5th 3D Zelda game. But instead, I say A Link Between Worlds, because Twilight Princess does not belong in the list, because Twilight Princess is a bad game. But yes, that was in
That's
fact the joke.
amazing.
Thank you, Giovanni, for being a true Gibby fan.
Also, I'm looking at the Zelda wall and I'm
Mm-hmm.
noticing, is that a Freddy Faz Fanta can?
Yes.
Yeah. I have the orange ones. I'm
Also
trying to
right by
get
the,
I'm trying to get the white ones at the moment.
which issue of Crisis on Infinite Earths is that?
That's the one where Supergirl dies.
Well, she's doing the Charlie pose
Yes,
from the movie.
yeah, the
No!
Charlie pose.
FNAF fans, when they see a reference to the Pieta, oh, it's the Charlie pose.
The Charlie pose. My God. But yeah, so this is every Zelda game. The watches. So in '86, I think they released the Zelda Game Watch, which is literally just like a little. There's
Do
like
not-
2
not
buttons
to be
on it,
confused with the Zelda Game & Watch.
which is right next to it. Yeah. So on the left column third down is the Zelda Game & Watch. Next to that are the Zelda Game Watches, which are different. They came in 4 colors, and I was able to find the white one still in its original packaging, so that's why it gets its own little case, but I have all 4 colors. To the right of them is a keychain that was released in the mid-2000s, which was a remake of the Game & Watch in the form of a keychain. So I also have that. But yeah, so this is all the Zelda games. I do not have the 2 Tingle games, nor do I have the CDI games. But this is
Fake
you're
fan.
all of
collecting
them.
them
I
massively.
know.
Oh, do you
But-
have Zelda Monopoly?
No, it's only the video games.
No, it's just the reference to the Brian David Gilbert. I saw the Zelda timeline.
Yep.
Unraveled video.
Oh, and they're not on the wall yet, but I do have the Switch 2 versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but they're not up there yet.
Why would you
So do
get?
you-
released a
do all
Switch
of
2
them-
version of
I
Breath of
thought
the
you
Wild?
hated Breath of the
Yeah.
Wild.
I
thought-
do, but
why
it-
would you?
I have 3 copies of it, it's whatever.
Do all of the games have the game in them, or
Yeah.
some of them just the box?
No, they all have the game in them.
Yeah, I always take my games out of their boxes and put them in a cartridge holder.
Yeah, I'll do cartridge holders or like CD cases. But for the Zelda wall, they are all in there.
Mm. There is no simulacrum here.
There's no simulacrum. What do you think of Ben Drowned? I actually really like Ben Drowned as a story. I thought it was creepy as a kid, and I love the effort that was put into it. It was very, very high
It was like a
effort at the time.
long ARG, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
How poorly does Breath of the Wild run on the Wii U? It really chokes up in the foresty areas. I've actually never played Breath of the Wild on the Switch. I got it day 1 on the Wii U,
Oh,
so
wow.
I've only ever played it on the Wii U.
I played it on the
Gremlin thinks
Switch.
I'm
It was pretty. It
evil.
ran pretty good on the Switch.
Gremlin thinks I'm evil for taking the games out of the boxes. I don't even have. I've gotten rid of boxes.
Zora says,
And
do
you
I have the
learn from
Game &
books.
Watch? Yeah, the Game & Watch is right there. It's the green thing in the middle. That's the Game & Watch.
I actually like Breath of the Wild.
That's... opinions are fine. Everyone loves their
Yeah.
opinions. I also
I
have...
don't know. I've only the first Zelda game I played was Skyward Sword, and I have yet to play Ocarina of Time, so I've yet to witness peak.
Just don't go in with too big of expectations. But this is
I won't.
the remake of the Zelda Game & Watch that came with like Zelda 1 and 2 and Link's Awakening. So that's also up there. Giovanni says I'm unironically a Wii U lover. I agree. I think it's the best. Any Zelda amiibo? Yes, I have quite a lot of the Zelda amiibos. Just not in this picture.
Ever play Nintendo Land for the Wii U?
I did not ever have Nintendo Land for the Wii U because I got the white version that didn't come bundled with it. I've played it before, but I didn't have it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wii U was kind of a console that I like grew up with almost,
Heck yeah.
I didn't.
and
even
Nintendo
really,
Land was a very frequent activity. That and the Lego Batman games.
I didn't really grow up with a console. It was all the DS and the 3DS. I'm nearsighted, so
Mm.
and I don't like wearing glasses, so playing consoles are quite awkward for me. I have an Xbox for like new AAA games, and I don't even own a TV to go with it. I got a like tablet-sized portable monitor, and I just put that on my bed.
Gabe is cool. That is correct. Super Mario 3D World is probably one of the best Mario games, if not the best. Maybe 3D World, but 3D World's incredible. As
Oh,
you-
3D World is so fun.
Yeah.
I own both the Wii U and Switch version of that with
Mhm.
Bowser's Fury.
Yeah, it's so good. As you can see here, so there's the Crisis on Infinite Earths thing in a frame. There's 4 more Taylor Swift albums. There's the Freddie Fanta can. And you can see a little corner that's Wrecker from the Bad Batch in Lego form in a frame. People keep asking, like, oh, can you do like a room tour? And I'm like, yeah, probably. I probably should. I have a lot of weird stuff that isn't always visible on camera. Anyway, I think it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, it's late
Yes.
for
Yep.
you.
Give me thoughts on Mario Galaxy. I think that they're overrated.
Oh,
Gasp.
you're right.
Yes.
I agree.
Yay. Okay, I'm going to sleep. We're gonna go snooze max. Giovanni,
Yeah,
like I still
time
like
to be
them. I still like Mario Galaxy. I just think
snooze-
they're overrated.
Who's maxing honk shoe?
Honk shoe. Yeah, like some people think
Honk
Mario
shoe.
Galaxy 2 is the best game ever made, and I just think that they're okay. Like they're good. So, good night, Gremlin. Good night, Zora. Good night, Desire Without Emotion. Good night, Seeker. Good night, the one bush rat. Good night, Mio. Good night, David.